This was no longer the fear brought about by power but an instinctual terror from prey towards their predator. With a flick of his finger, the energy of spirit melding emerged along it, and suddenly before him appeared two pairs of purple energy-construed scythe-like limbs of the sickle claw bug. Whoosh, a pale purple blade light flashed by, and the skeletal giant spider, which was ramming into the cage, suddenly had a gash oozing blood continuously. The blade light had cut through the hard exoskeleton, and on the dark carapace of the spider, a long wound was left that bled persistently, quickly staining the ground red. The skeletal giant spider retreated in terror to the farthest corner of the cage. If Suhan had not intentionally controlled it, the skeletal giant spider would now be bisected. Suhan could still harness the powers of the beings melded by his spirit melding. Quite a significant consumption. Suhan felt it for a moment, and his eyebrows raised slightly, for the consumption of his own spiritual energy was secondary, but using the sickle claw bug's power actually drained the energy from the spiritual energy sphere as well. Bakelin was already amazed to the point of disbelief, her eyes flickering with excitement as she said, "You can not only devour the spiritual energy of other creatures but also wield their power. This talent might be even more special than I imagined." Seeing Suhan's talent as so unique, Bakelin naturally felt elated. The emergence of the talented contractors would undoubtedly once again differentiate the pyramid of the human power hierarchy. Strength patterns and balances might be disrupted with the appearance of more contractors and the awakening of more talented ones. It is true that for humanity, each new source of strength adds a layer of security. But she was now Suhan's woman and both were people of the tree domain. No one wished for Suhan's authority to be undermined. If it were just an energy substantialization ability in the realm of spiritual shaping, it might not significantly enhance Suhan's capabilities, at least not in the current stage. Should someone with an extremely powerful talent emerge, they could potentially pose a threat to Suhan. But now, Bakelin felt somewhat relieved because Suhan's talent was also quite unique, and it vaguely resembled the methods he used above that of an angel envoy. However, that ability was not supposed to be a talent. Doubts emerged in Bakelin's heart, but right now, she was more concerned with Suhan's talent. "So," she asked seriously, "does your devouring have a limit?" Chapter 208 Second Ring Cleanup complete. If an outsider asked this question, it would undoubtedly be a great transgression. However, Bakelin was different, she belonged to Suhan. "It's difficult to answer," Suhan pondered, organizing his perceptions of his talent before saying, "If it involves enhancement, then in the short term there's definitely no limit. Continuous fusion would strengthen my body incessantly. However, if I want to keep fusing continuously, I feel I may need to be cautious." "Are there limits?" "Yes, the capacity for absorption and enhancement need to be balanced, and the monster's souls are somewhat troublesome." Suhan spoke lightly, but he himself could feel the deadly desire for slaughter and twisted madness from the scythe bug's will. Since he had chosen spirit melding, and even used the scythe bug's soul as a reserve, he inevitably had to face their mental shocks head-on. In the prison where he defeated the scythe bug was one battlefield, and in the space of spiritual consciousness at the spiritual energy lake, it was another. Here, the fused monsters constantly initiated mental disturbances, relentlessly resisting. If his strength was insufficient, unable to withstand, as more and more monsters accumulated, he would completely lose control, with nobody knowing what might happen. Of course, the stronger his power, the greater his resistance. As the fusion process moved forward, the monsters' souls would be transformed into spiritual power and thoroughly integrated into Suhan's body. Hearing this, Bakelin said, "The potential of this spiritual power talent is the most critical. It's okay to be a bit slower, don't push yourself too hard." Suhan hadn't expected to awaken such a talent, not entirely combat-oriented, yet it was currently the biggest potential in the tree domain camp. Even without an angel envoy, he was confident he could keep growing stronger with his talent. After a preliminary test, Suhan and Bakelin tacitly avoided further mention of the talent. It was simply that both understood this talent would be Suhan's trump card. Others could know he had a talent, but they absolutely could not know or fully understand what kind of talent it was. Being neither an intuitive nor a spiritual power shaper, talents easily seen through, it was undoubtedly best kept hidden. After the talent awakening, Bakelin continued her research, while Suhan went to the second ring area to participate in a monster clearing operation. He was the solo team, didn't bring anyone, even the scorpion spider demon was stored in the Book of Blood Spirit. Wearing the floating pagoda black armor, he didn't take his poon knives, just chose a direction to sweep through alone. Monsters sensed Suhan's movements, rushing out one after another from buildings and corners. There were numerous first-order monsters, and a few second-order. Yet facing Suhan, they were severely outmatched, easily killed in close combat. And in this struggle, the talent of Suhan as a soul fusionist activated, continuously melding the spiritual energy from the monsters through the whirlpools in his hands. One after another, The spiritual energy was sapped, the physical bodies destroyed, and even their souls extracted and imprisoned deep within his consciousness. Every monster became nourishment for Suhan, his physical abilities enhancing at all times. However, soon Suhan tested his limits, after merging with over 100 monsters, including 3 second-grade monsters. The roar from deep within his sea of consciousness grew increasingly piercing, and the surging spiritual energy inside his body vaguely agitated. He knew he was on the edge of balance. The restlessness at present could easily be suppressed, but if he continued to enhance his spirit melding, there was a possibility of losing control, so there was no need to go on. Erasing the will contained in so much spiritual energy was not an easy task, and others would probably be at a loss. However, for Suhan, he just needed to complete the fusion with more monster spiritual energy. It would probably take 3 days, and after 3 days, the spiritual energy of nearly 100 monsters could be completely merged. Of course, he could also choose to merge while fighting, which wasn't a problem, it would just be a bit hectic. Suhan focused on honing his own talent, and among the 3 angel envoys, aside from the scorpion spider demon who was closely protecting Suhan, the blood-winged alligator dragon and the 9-snake mother tree were both committed to clearing the second ring area. The blood-winged alligator dragon possessed a blood spring skill, and also had tactics like the chain crocodile prison. Even in alley or street fighting, it could play a significant role. Its massive body couldn't enter buildings, but the blood river could, and the evil crocodile could as well. Therefore, after being equipped with a patrol team, its clearing speed was one of the fastest within the whole clearing team. The 9-snake mother tree was even more straightforward and brutal. As soon as its vines sensed movement, they would come swiftly, strangling the monsters there. With a significant increase in the reach of the vines, more vines in the second ring area found their use, killing a large number of monsters, which were then dragged into the tree pits. For a full 7 days, from the takeover of the second ring area to a few days after Suhan's talent awakening, the second ring area was finally cleared substantially. The clearing team killed nearly 30,000 remaining monsters, captured 14 second-grade monsters, and during the process, no fewer than 50 people were injured, provided with no less than 200 suits of plate armor, and various supplies, involving the deployment of the vine giant rats over 1,000 times, and used no fewer than 20,000 crossbow arrows. One can only imagine how massive the resources spent were. However, compared to the gains, such expenditures were obviously very worthwhile. Across the vast second ring area, although previously overrun with monsters, the existence of small-scale survivors' camps and the snake-headed vine puppets rounding up monsters resulted in quite a large number of survivors, so many that Suhan found it hard to believe. According to the statistics from Yanmiu, the second ring area accounted for supplies for more than 5,300 people, almost matching the population of the tree domain camp. With the newly rounded up survivors, the population of the tree domain camp had now exceeded 10,000, reaching 12,000. This was an immensely significant number, providing a timely replenishment of population for the entire tree domain. In terms of supplies for the tree domain troops, even though the base-level warriors would not be replenished immediately and would need a lot of screening before being properly filled, still, among the scattered survivors, there were a few who were fairly strong, contributing 6 second-order contractors. Since they had reached the second order, they didn't have many choices, but were instead assigned by the organization. This had little to do with their will, but rather it would be a waste of resources not to use such combat power. Therefore, except for 1 or 2 who were really not suitable for continued frontline combat, the remaining second-order contractors began to join search teams, patrol teams, reserve forces, and so on, occasionally participating in missions. On Yan Mi's side, having received a large number of people, she tirelessly arranged for the restoration of production. Agriculture, animal husbandry, and foraging all needed to be restarted. In terms of agriculture, Yunling Mountain, needless to say, was always a valued farmland. And in animal husbandry, with the inclusion of the second ring area, Nanwang Lake was also within the territorial range. It would be a real pity not to farm evolved kind fish in such a large lake. Beyond that, what was more important was the recovery of production and manufacturing. Chapter 209. The arrival of South City. As more modern buildings were occupied and the population continued to increase, the restoration of production order had become urgent. Take metal forging as an example. The cargo compartments of the vine giant rat trucks, the plate armor of the tree domain warriors, melee weapons, and consumable weapons like crossbow arrows were all primarily produced by metal forging. Initially, these things could have relied on Suhan and the scorpion spider demon for forging, but that was evidently not suitable now. The base use was too large, and if the scorpion spider demon were made to do it, it would be tantamount to fixing the scorpion spider demon into the position of a blacksmith. This was a tremendous waste and would actually hinder Suhan's progress. Therefore, right from the start of the increase in personnel, Yan Mi had planned the restoration of production, especially in areas like small-scale metal processing and forging. A large portion of the crossbow arrows used in the second ring area combat operations were forged at the temporary steel mill, and so were some of the plate armors. However, this was still not enough, as just manufacturing these simple items could not meet the entire camp's demands. Therefore, it was necessary to find a way to expand this steel mill and restore other similar factories. In a population of over 10,000, there were more or less some people who knew the trade, so the progress of the tasks was relatively smooth. Yan Mi was already organizing people to start selecting sites within the second ring area to set up parts of the factories. She also dispatched a large number of subordinates to further clear out resources after clearing the area of monsters. A multitude of cars, metals, pharmaceuticals, clothes, and other items were all targeted for collection. The northern second ring of the city, despite more than 4 months post-apocalypse, many things had already changed, but a considerable portion of the above-mentioned items were still available. The number of vehicles was the highest, although it was just a northern district of the city. They had continuously found about 20,000 vehicles, scattered across various parking lots and streets. Due to the long duration of the apocalypse, monster rampages, and various other reasons, 2/3 of these cars were damaged. Beyond that were other assorted resources, all classified and stored, managed by Yan Miu. Suhan arrived with the scorpion spider demon at the site where old cars and a lot of metal were piled up. The cars piled up like mountains, filling the entire street, and almost every car had been dismantled into pieces, with their usable parts already removed, before the production was restored. Many of these parts were difficult to manufacture. To save a bit where they could, the cars had been disassembled. The oil inside the cars had also been drained, the tires removed, leaving only the car frame stacked together. Suhan commanded the scorpion spider demon to stride forward, activating its advanced metal control ability. Driven by this ability, countless car frames began transforming, shedding unnecessary paint and other substances, continuously compressing into individual metal cubes. Under advanced metal control, the transformation was rapid. The scorpion spider demon merely strode forward, and after about 10 minutes, tens of thousands of car frames, countless iron fences, and scrap metals were all transformed into compressed enhanced metal cubes. Starting from the street corner, the metal cubes were stacked on top of each other, shining a dull black luster, forming a human-height flat cube pile. Each cube was not large, but hefty, weighing about 2 tons each, with solid strength. The scorpion spider demon's metal control had reached an advanced level, not only broadening the range over which it could control metal but also slightly enhancing the metal. The iron alloys, after being compressed and strengthened, had higher strength than ordinary iron alloys. Weapons and armor made from these metals were more robust, and tree domain warriors averaged plate armor with sharp melee weapons, precisely because of this reason. In the current metal forging at the tree domain, apart from some simple agricultural tools, most simple machinery, weapons, armor, and angel envoy armors were made from this metal, produced by the forge and processing plants. The reason it was only simple machinery and weapons was because that was the limit of the current processing plants. Suhan watched the 10,000 metal cubes being forged and did not hesitate to let the scorpion spider demon begin fusion. Blood-red tendrils stuck onto the nearby metal cubes, then slowly incorporated them into its body. The scorpion spider demon's metal fusion degree was very high, at level 7, and achieving level 8 required more metal and more time. Now that they had just started to develop the second ring area, the likelihood of putting the scorpion spider demon into major battle was slightly less. This calm period was an excellent opportunity for the scorpion spider demon to undergo fusion and enhance itself. Suhan handed over the affairs of the metal cubes to the scorpion spider demon, and also instructed Yan Mi to command the transport team and the forge staff to come over and move some of the metal cubes to be stored as a reserve. The tree domain had a large demand for metal, and the scorpion spider demon's needs were very high. Currently, these metals amounted to more than 20,000 tons, but it was uncertain how much would remain in the end. With the situation at the blood-winged alligator dragon's side, Suhan did not make further arrangements, but let Zhou Zhuang lead the exploration team to continue exploring the remaining areas of the northern district, further clearing out monsters and incorporating their flesh and blood into his body to enhance it. There were many monsters in the areas beyond the second ring of the northern district. Similarly, in places like urban villages, night markets, small business circles, and residential areas, the density of monsters and the dispersion of survivors were directly proportional. Every outward exploration would trigger more battles. Of course, this time, the methods and routes for clearing the third designated area of the northern district were different. Driving away monsters, cleaning section by section, eventually integrating the entire northern district. The second ring area was vast, and completely sealing it off for cleanup was not feasible, as the next wall's boundary wasn't between the intersections, but between the suburban and urban buildings. This was an extremely extensive area. Even if the construction team had 80 black rock tree monsters, even dozens more wouldn't necessarily complete this area in 1 or 2 months. Therefore, the plan was to build and clean up in segments. Correspondingly, on Suhan's side, the 9-snake mother tree continued to fuse with the rock soil, acquiring a large amount of fusion material from various abandoned buildings and underground. Outside of the tree domain camp, the long street was empty, lined on both sides with dark red parasitic corpse willows, their fleshy tendrils hanging down and swaying slightly, adding an eerie touch. Beneath these corpse willows, various dark-colored, differently shaped monsters intertwined with vines stood silently, instilling fear in anyone who saw them. This street was a good 500 to 600 meters away from the tree domain. Looking down the street to where the fog ended, one could see the silhouette of these corpse willows, numbering dozens in sight. The ancient trees of the tree domain really are enviable, Mr. Go remarked. This wasn't Mr. Go's first encounter with the parasitic corpse willows. At first, they thought they were some type of monster, but later through continued trades with the tree domain, they learned that these were descendants of the tree domain. Originally, these descendants weren't numerous. Although he didn't know the full extent, from their widespread locations mainly outside the first ring area, Yan Tijun and others speculated they numbered only a few hundred. But now, they had spread here, and there had to be thousands. Anything less was impossible. Mr. Go sat stoically atop his second-order intermediate bone spur giant dog, waiting quietly. Behind him were Captain Cheng and the South City Camp convoy, following closely with 5 large trucks and about 7 or 8 small jeeps, totaling around 10 vehicles. The trucks were loaded with goods, not short of monster meat and flesh, all from beasts of at least first-level intermediate level. Although there were few from the second order, their value was not low. Besides, there were many other supplies produced by their base, from machinery to daily necessities, all sorts available. Although he hated to admit it, each trade with the tree domain heavily saw their major goods flowing into the tree domain, in exchange for injectables, enhancers, and mostly such goods, along with specialty metals and evolved kind food. For the tree domain, acquiring these items was far easier than for them. In these trades, South City had gradually become the weaker party. Shashash as he contemplated, a crisp noise came from within the fog, and a squad of vine giant rats hurriedly approached. The stomping shattered the fog's stillness, and the fully armored patrol team appeared before Mr. Go. Mr. Go, the person who came was Gan Singalai, wearing a smile. He also greeted Captain Cheng beside him. Captain Cheng, been waiting long? Come with me. Mr. Go nodded, but both he and Captain Cheng, coming from the armed forces background, were highly sensitive to danger. They exchanged looks, both thinking simultaneously, Gan Singalai's strength had improved again. Brother Gan is too polite, your recent gains must be significant for the descendants to have reached here, Mr. Go replied as he followed the patrol team, increasingly astonished by the number of parasitic corpse willows lining the street. Hundreds of corpse willows down one road, each with the strength of at least the first rank, though not all medium or high grade. But just the number of vines and vine puppets was enough to defend against and delay a large number of monsters. With this number, not even 1,000 monsters would think of easily trampling down this street. And that was just to breach it. If they managed to delay, then the tree domain would have already had time to react. Gan Singalai cracked a smile, a bit of a harvest, you'll know soon. He was playing coy, but Mr. Go grew more curious. Suddenly, a shadow loomed up ahead. He abruptly looked up towards the edge of the fog, revealing a shocked expression. You've expanded to here? They hadn't gone far when a towering wall nearly 10 meters high appeared before him, completely spanning the 20 to 30 meters wide street, flanked by towering buildings embedded seamlessly into the wall without any gaps or flaws. The last time he saw such a wall was near Riverside Avenue, similarly arranged with parasitic corpse willows. He had thought that this time it was merely an extension of the weird descendant lineage of the parasitic corpse willows, but it turned out to be a complete expansion. He was astounded. From Shanu Villa district to this place, it was almost half of the northern part of the city, wasn't it? Seeing Mr. Go's astonishment, Gan Singalai couldn't help feeling pleased, saying, our new gains. Let's enter the city first. Mr. Go, are you here to see our leader this time, or to find Mio? To seek Suhan was to discuss something of great importance, whereas seeking me was for routine trading. With Mr. Go's personal presence, Gan Singalai suspected there must be something significant. Chapter 210 Big Move Go Wu Tao did not hide anything and said, indeed, I've come this time to find Lord Suhan, is it convenient? I will go and let him know. Mr. Go, please wait a moment at the Summer Garden Mall. As they spoke, the metal gate was already slowly opening. The gate, cast from metal, was extremely thick, and human strength alone was insufficient to open it, so vines from the 9-snake mother tree were being used to pull it open. If it wasn't for the vines, then neither the vine giant rats or the angel envoys would have to be used to pull the gates open on both sides of Wing City's walls. The gates opened slowly, revealing the vastness of Wing City, which resembled a large plaza. It was surrounded by walls that were also high and wide, reaching 10 meters in height and 3 meters in width, appearing very imposing. Go Wu-Tao knew the rules. Riding on a bone spur giant dog, he strode forward into Wing City, where the vehicles stopped steadily, and everyone got out. They were all young and strong men with broad, powerful shoulders. Of course, there were also 7 or 8 women, all dressed in dark camouflage. Mr. Go, sorry to bother you, but we have a routine check. How about you and Captain Cheng go ahead into the city and wait? The team leader stationed on the walls came down with his men, ready to perform the inspection. Gan Xinglai did not interfere. It was a rule of the tree domain that everyone coming and going had to be inspected. The more people there are, the stricter the rules must be, otherwise, the entire camp would descend into chaos. I'll go ahead, you guys do as you please. Go Wu-Tao was not dealing with the tree domain for the first time. After instructing his subordinates, he headed for the Summer Garden Mall, led by Gan Xinglai. After the second ring area was completely cleared of monsters, Yan Mi had people start cleaning up every corner, collecting useful materials, and gradually began to cultivate the exposed land where the street trees and flower beds were located. Since the area had been recovered, it was necessary to make the most of it and plant whatever could be grown. Even though it wasn't as bustling with people as before the apocalypse, the bustling figures and the angel envoys being made to work, all elicited an envious look from Go Wu-Tao. He felt both happy and complicated about it. As someone who had retired from the armed forces and then entered the security system, seeing the tree domain having saved so many and being so secure genuinely pleased him. But the complexity of his feelings stemmed from the fact that, as one of the administrators of a city, even with the apocalypse having arrived, it should have been their responsibility to save people. Yet now they had just barely reclaimed the entire industrial park, and expanding further to take back the entire southern city seemed an indefinitely far-off goal. Without overwhelming strength, it was impossible to face such a vast horde of monsters, especially those high-order creatures that were as powerful as they were. Your numbers are quite substantial now, aren't they? A little over 10,000, we're still behind you all, he replied. They were indeed a bit short, but the rate of growth was different. After initially absorbing the industrial park population, they no longer saw major growth, and the numbers were roughly around 20,000 people. And Go Wu-Tao knew that as long as things continued at this steady pace, the tree domain would expand even faster. However, this is good for ordinary people. After a brief silence, Go Wu-Tao arrived at the Summer Garden Mall where, following the usual protocol, he was guided by the guards to the reception room. Meanwhile, Gan Xinglai went to look for Su-Han. In the reception room, Go Wu-Tao and Cheng Zanyang did not wait too long before Su-Han came down from upstairs to meet with Go Wu-Tao. After exchanging pleasantries, they both sat down. Su-Han got straight to the point with a smile and asked, I thought you all were busy with the strengthening potion matter. It's been so long since you last came over. It is indeed about that. Go Wu-Tao felt some emotion stirring. If I had come over, I might have witnessed your spectacular feat of reclaiming lost territory. It's a pity to have missed that. As a soldier and a defender of South City who had witnessed the city's fall, it was a shame to him. Reclaiming lost territory was now his greatest hope. Not having witnessed it was certainly a great regret. He sighed briefly and then seriously asked, is the monster situation within this urban area complicated? Even though he had no part in the giving battle, this information was extremely important to him. You know the urban population better than I do, Su-Han said, and when discussing this matter, he wasn't joking. Hundreds of thousands of people, and with the rifts to other dimensions letting loose monsters, rats, insects, and their spawn tribes, a base number in the hundreds of thousands. If you have any actions planned, don't be reckless. The population of South City was considerable, forming one of the foundations for the entire city. Su-Han didn't want to see so many people destroyed in an instant. Sometimes, population is itself a resource. Go Wu-Tao's expression turned grave. Calculating by these numbers, each urban district was teeming with hundreds of thousands of monsters. This was no joke. It was fortunate that the monsters formed separate tribes and hadn't created an overwhelming mass migration targeting human settlements, otherwise, it would have been truly disastrous. Also, be careful of the fallen ones. Ordinary monsters will not attack them. If they cause trouble, it's they who pose the most terrifying threat to the camps. Go Wu-Tao's weathered face tensed. What he feared was indeed coming true. He forced himself to ask, you haven't encountered them, have you? Su-Han raised an eyebrow and replied, yes, they stirred up a beast tide of 30 to 40,000, which we barely suppressed. Go Wu Tao saw no sign of strain on Su-han's face. The sense of urgency in his heart was growing more and more pressing. After all, what Su-han could encounter, they might encounter as well. Click. He placed the box at hand onto the tabletop, where the black case made a faint sound as it collided with a hard surface. The box was opened by him, revealing 4 vials of potion inside. He said, "These are our second-order low-grade strengthening potions that we've developed. Each potion is made from materials obtained from different monsters. Angel envoy, humanoid monsters, evolved kind, and xenomorphic monsters. Each represents a production concept, and this is Elder Bei's labor of love." Hearing Go Wu Tao's words, Su-han's expression turned serious, and he said with emotion, "Elder Bei has worked hard. This was no easy feat." Beikelin, in her research for the strengthening potion, worked alongside her father Bei-shan for a long time, to the point where staying up late had become the norm. And yet Bei-kai-yuan, an old gentleman, had not only managed to produce them but also specifically researched 4 different approaches, which says a lot about the considerable difficulty involved. Although second-order low-grade strengthening potions are precious, they are not so rare for Su-han. In the camp, a second-order low-grade strengthening potion is categorized as a Type 3 potion, with materials sourced from second-grade monsters. Of course, for the tree domain, this mainly involves creatures like the cherished beasts, tree-born worms, and vine giant rats from these 2 descendant races. Periodic extractions are made without completely affecting compatibility in order to meet manufacturing needs. The exchange privilege for Type 3 potions is only for members at the captain level, and those at the deputy captain level also have access, but besides contributions, they must also commit to some mission quotas, and after executing certain missions or after a set period of time, they can exchange for a potion. One reason is to prevent the abuse of potions across different levels, avoiding unnecessary damage. The second is to control the difficulty of acquisition, ensuring everyone values these things by contributing, which is a guarantee of cohesion and order within the tree domain. However, the value that Go Wu Tao presented wasn't the potion's strengthening effects, but the direction of the research. On Baikelin's side, the research approach continues that of Bei-shan's ideas. Overall and steady enhancements tally with the tree domain system while aiming for stability. Therefore, it's relatively comprehensive and consistent, with a stable source, also offering greater referential value to Su-han. After all, many material sources inherently have a blood relationship, stemming from beings like the 9 snake mother tree and angel envoys or descendants of their kind. However, this also leads to a problem, the possibility of not exploring ideas broadly enough. Yet these 4 types of strengthening potions are evidently the knock on the door of answers, exchanging what one has for what one lacks, and opening up new ideas. It's as simple as that. Elder Bei and his students have been researching this for several nights, and even Elder Tian has been meddling quite a bit, especially since it involves usage of spiritual energy minerals. "It's an issue with our camp," Go Wu Tao said, shaking his head slightly and stopping there. If South City had a source as stable as the tree domain, why would they fuss about so many approaches if not to ensure the production of strengthening potions? The potions crafted from 4 types of monsters are all similar in strength, but they focus on different aspects: strength, speed, balance, defense, and so on. The processes differ too, as does the pain they inflict. But Elder Bei says they might provide you with more ideas. Go Wu Tao started to explain while Su-han was already joining in. "I feel Elder Bei's kindness. What do you folks want to trade this time?" "We're not finished yet." Go Wu Tao shook his head calmly, causing Su-han to reveal a look of surprise. Something about this old Go was off. "Lord Su-han, could you let someone check if the goods inspection is done? There's something important inside," Go Wu Tao requested. With these words, Su-han grew even more curious, exchanged a glance with Gan Xingilai, and nodded. Gan Xingilai rose to his feet and said, "I'll go have a look." "Does old Cheng want to come along?" "Sure, I'll bring it over." Both men left together. In fact, they had just arrived downstairs when they turned back, carrying a heavy box up the stairs with large strides. The inspection from Wang City had been completed, and the items were delivered by people from South City along with the city guards. The box was placed heavily on the ground, and it seemed to be filled with something substantial. "Old Go, you're selling quite the mystery here," said Su-han. Only then did Go Wu Tao crack a slight smile and say, "This is our ace in the hole, our latest treasure. I had to bring it out with a little flair, otherwise it wouldn't be worth the trip, right?" Click. Go Wu Tao stepped forward to open the crate, lifting the lid of the wooden box to reveal its contents. Underneath layers of foam and waste paper, a series of gleaming black objects were revealed, neatly arranged modern rifles that looked very new. Surprised, Su-han asked, "You want to sell me rifles?" Go Wu Tao's lips quirked up as he said, "These are spiritual energy rifles with spiritual energy bullets. The firepower is much stronger than pre-apocalypse rifles, And they're also more convenient than our current hand crossbows. Suhan narrowed his eyes, instantly realizing the implications. You've set up a production line for these, including the bullets and the rifles? That's right, Go Wu-Tao did not deny it and even declared astonishingly, the thing I want to trade is not the spiritual energy rifles, but a production line for them. Chapter 211 Layout of the Steel Industry in South City. You really went all out this time. Suhan suddenly laughed, which meant that South City was planning a bigger move with every payment they made. Although everyone was cooperating and the better the items, the more monsters they could kill, it did not mean they would give things away for free. As for the authenticity of the spiritual energy rifle, Suhan had no doubts. Firearms and artillery shells are complicated, indeed, but some aspects are quite simple. When a group of people who were good at handling firearms got together with several big shots like Tianjai Axuan, it was easy to come up with something. This wasn't creating something out of nothing but merely replicating, although the bullets were probably not of the original composition as their supplies of the raw materials were not sufficient. Suhan picked up a rifle from inside the wooden box and knew right away it was made from the batch of iron alloy traded with South City just from the touch of it. Due to the need to build machines and generators, there was a trade in metal between South City and Tree Domain. Of course, it was a one-sided affair with South City trading more resources for the iron alloy. Suhan merely looked over the rifle, then focused his attention on the dark-colored metal bullets, which immediately caught his eye. These are steel bullets. The igniter uses spiritual energy mineral powder, only a little amount is used, but it explodes with great force and traps some spiritual energy around the bullet, but it soon vanishes before we could find a way to stabilize it, said Go Wu-Tao, explaining as he opened the bottom of the bullet to reveal its ignition structure, a mere pinch of pale yellow powder mixed with other materials, not gunpowder. If there was enough gunpowder, perhaps Go Wu-Tao and his group would have prioritized it, but the current situation forced them to find alternatives using the apocalypse and spiritual energy. Suhan cocked the rifle, loaded the bullet, and simultaneously waved his hand to control the transformation of the metal in his chair, shaping it into an iron plate. Boom! He fired directly, creating a loud firing sound, and in an instant, the bullet flew out and struck the steel plate. At the moment of contact, the strong impact immediately shattered the bullet, and at that moment, it also punched a hole the size of a fist and 3 fingers into the plate, emitting green smoke and appearing quite terrifying. Although the steel plate wasn't specially hardened and was less robust than an alloy, it was certainly much stronger than the flesh of many monsters. The recipe and the production line. Don't tell me you aren't selling the formula for the bullet primer, Suhan remarked, instantly showing interest in the item as crossbow arrows were fine, but with the increasing height of the walls, the damage caused during city defense by solely using crossbow arrows had become insufficient. Accuracy and strength were declining, yet the consumption was increasing significantly. Everything's ready, and it's been adjusted by Elder Tian, with the crystal mine fruit formula serving as an ingredient. Tian had come prepared. Go Wu-Tao and his colleagues had clearly thought this through and prepared many details for the trade. Your preparations are really thorough. Old Go, explain your thoughts. I need the honest truth, Suhan said, his expression serious as he looked at Go Wu-Tao, whose gaze solidified, suddenly feeling a bit of pressure. 2 third-order level enhancement serums, Professor Bei said you might be able to make them, Go Wu-Tao said, his heart tightening as he kept his eyes on Suhan. For Jiaqian and Wanji? Suhan asked calmly. The so-called 2 third-order enhancement serums essentially meant they wanted the injection serums made from the blood of Suhan's 3 angel envoys. Go Wu-Tao and his group weren't lacking in third-order monster materials, with the double-headed grey inferior demon being a third-order monster. However, they had initially used the materials for research and were also worried about preservation, so they directly created many injectable serums which significantly enhanced the strength of the southern city guards. But now they found themselves in an awkward situation. They lacked materials strong enough to create third-order enhancement serums. Yes, it's for their talent awakening, Go Wu-Tao knew he couldn't hide the matter and added, normal enhancement injections might also activate talents, but they are not entirely effective. Hearing this, Suhan inwardly chuckled, awakening wasn't that simple. Apart from luck, what was more crucial was obviously resources. Though Zhuang and Gan Xingilai had used just 4 enhancement serums to complete their awakening, which seemed weaker compared to South City's second-order low-grade serums, it was actually misleading. The disparity was essentially the other way around. Although South City could produce second-order enhancement serums, the output was not high, and their access to second-order monsters and spiritual energy ores was limited. Wanji and Jiaqian, despite being core figures, definitely could not rely on such potent serums for regular enhancement. On the other side were Zhuang and Gan Xingilai, who might have used fewer enhancement serums, but they were among the first contractors and had been fighting their way through, naturally endowed with significant talents. Moreover, They had access to rights to exchange evolved-kind crops and animals, which meant that their bodies were being subtly strengthened for a long time, and their awakening was merely a matter of resources arriving at the right time with a bit of luck. Jiaqian and Wanji initially showed signs of awakening, due to luck and talent, but were hindered by resource issues. Time could resolve the resource problem, but South City needed time. Suhan, composed, then slowly said, "Trading is acceptable, but it's not enough. Let's exchange another piece of information. How about the layout information of the entire steel industry in South City? This should also be within your official control." There are no major mines around South City, at least Suhan was not aware of such information. However, it is a modern city after all. There might not be upstream mining, but there definitely is midstream smelting and forging, and downstream industrial processing. The main fusion for scorpion spider demons is metal, and their most relied upon ability is also metal control. A massive amount of metal would undoubtedly be a powerful aid. And now with the emergence of spiritual energy rifles and bullets, stronger barrels and bullets all require a large amount of metal. Using such weapons for sweeping is also a huge consumption. Next, metal resources will be very important materials, and Suhan will not let them go. Go Wutao pondered for a long time before saying, "That's possible, but for the trade of metal resources, we hope to keep one stipulation, that we can trade for special alloys with materials in the future. Special alloys are the foundation for currently forging spiritual energy rifles. If ordinary metals were used, a couple of hundred shots might damage the rifle." "Deal." Suhan showed a smile, and Go Wutao finally breathed a sigh of relief. The trade was fair, and even overpriced for them. But behind the trade, under the increasingly difficult apocalypse, it was they who lacked the time and the powerful cutting-edge forces, not Suhan. Having set the direction for the trade, the remaining matters were left to the Government Affairs Hall managed by Yan Miu. The intricate details of the trade required their more meticulous verification, even to the point of being extremely meticulous, to clarify the rules, which would ensure the progression of the trade. Though Go Wutao was not in charge, he would still participate and then help experts handle specialized issues. This time, their several trucks, not only did they bring the flesh of monsters, but also a simple machine and lathe for producing rifles and bullets. Although it wasn't as sophisticated as pre-apocalypse smart control, with this set of lathe machines, they could train skilled workers to make weapons. Hand crossbows were about to enter a phase of renewal and would only be used in more suitable places like exploration, residential patrols, and such. Go Wutao's meticulous preparations also caught Yan Mi somewhat off guard. They needed to quickly designate a weapon production area where security and workers must be arranged swiftly. Yan Mi had a premonition that rifles were just the beginning. If production was gradually resuming, then it would not be long before larger caliber weapons might follow, so the factory had to be bigger and safer. In the lab, Suhan informed Baikalin and his father-in-law, Baishan, about the making of third-order enhancement drugs. Third-order enhancement drugs are similar to the ones Suhan was injected with during his awakening, though slightly weaker, using fewer crystal mine fruits. However, for monster materials, both Suhan and Baikalin coincidentally chose the 9-snake mother tree. South City's camp had traded multiple times for Angel Envoy injections all derived from the evolution series of the 9-snake mother tree. Now adding one more, both Suhan and Baikalin were pleased to see it materialize as any enhancement, even if the monster material's effect on the enhancement drug was slightly diminished, focusing instead on spiritual structure and energy replenishment, still had its effects. Thus, the more the South City camp used, the harsher the suppression would be if a conflict arose. This was a fallback plan and also an open strategy. South City's camp might not use it, and Baikaiuan might have guessed by now, but had no other choice. The choice was theirs, not Suhan's. The production of the drugs required time, and the crystal mine fruits also needed to be prepared, while Go Wutao had already ordered people to follow the Sky Cavalry squad back to camp to report the situation of the trade, and had started mobilizing personnel to gather and organize information on the steel industry. As Suhan had expected, the information on the steel industry was naturally controlled by the Government Affairs Hall. If it had been before the apocalypse, it would have been a matter of making a phone call or using a computer, but now it required the gathering of more manpower and material resources to compile. Time passed bit by bit, and both sides were fully preparing for the trade. Yan Mi had already begun arranging for personnel to follow Go Wutao's people to learn how to manually craft rifles and bullets using the lathe. The process itself wasn't too complex, but the selection of people was challenging. However, the large population base was now starting to play its role. Those with relevant work experience and technical skills were prioritized, and those with higher contribution values were given precedence. Soon, an initial team of 30 people was gathered to start learning gun making. For 3 consecutive days, The 9-snake mother tree and the blood-winged alligator dragon completed their respective fusions. The 9-snake mother tree completed a level 3 rock and soil fusion, and the black rock tree monster advanced to level 4 as anticipated. The number increased to 300, and the operating distance reached 7 kilometers, significantly enhancing its use. The addition of numbers made further development possible, with some of the newly joined infrastructure team members trying to exchange contribution value for black rock tree monsters, which was approved. Their construction range was undoubtedly larger, and both summoning and releasing became more flexible. On the side of the blood-winged alligator dragon, the essence of flesh fusion moved up a level, and the corresponding blood spring and evil crocodile prison both advanced to level 2. The core of the blood spring became stronger, integrating more blood, summoning flood-like ferocious torrents, akin to the ferocious water crocodile dragon. And with the evil crocodile prison, the number of evil crocodiles doubled, reaching 2,000. The concentrated evil crocodiles became even more ferocious, and their strength also saw a significant improvement. After the advancement of the 2 angel envoys, the scorpion spider demon also completed a level 8 ordinary metal fusion, as Suhan had predicted. Chapter 212 The Metal Controller. The ordinary metal fusion at level 8 fused a whopping tens of thousands of tons of metal. The consumption was undoubtedly immense. But after the fusion was successful, the scorpion spider demon became fully armored. It saw a turn terrifying to the extreme, with powerful vitality soaring into the sky, causing the ground to crack around it, as if its power had indeed reached the level of a third-order superior being. Level 8 ordinary metal fusion successful. Scorpion spider demon skill advancement. Advanced metal control advanced to level 1 metal dominator. Scorpion spider demon gained skill level 1 metal erosion. With the significant change in skills, the range of metal control ability suddenly surged, expanding to a radius of 1 kilometer. Distance was secondary, the core was the significant enhancement of metal control. With just a thought, metal could change and move as if it had come to life, rapidly approaching the body of the scorpion spider demon. The changes were arbitrary, the condensation swift, as if these molten metals were its living soldiers. If it were to control the transformation into weapons, it used to take some time, but now it was just a matter of moments. Beyond that, the metal fused with the scorpion spider demon's form as if they were one entity. Suhan was amazed to discover that after the metamorphosis into a metal dominator, it seemed that even the scorpion spider demon's flesh and blood body underwent a fundamental change, becoming a more powerful flesh-metal composite. Blood, metal, and flesh merged together, transforming into a brand new substance akin to a flesh-metal alloy. Even more horrifying power was contained within this body, and ordinary attacks were no longer sufficient to cause significant damage. Suhan was pleased to see such an increase in the scorpion spider demon's combat capabilities. If its body was as it was now, it would probably effortlessly cut through the snake-headed vine puppet. Good, the direction of metal fusion was indeed correct, and there's also this metal erosion. Suhan's eyes flickered slightly. The power of the metal erosion skill stemmed from the metal dominator, eroding living beings like a bone-clinging poison, ceaselessly eroding them until they became slaves to the scorpion spider demon, the metal dominator. They continuously devoured metal, merging it into their own bodies, replacing their biological material, refining metal alloys, like zombie puppets, day after day, until they lost all vitality, and then in agony, brought the metals back. They were not descendants, they were puppets of the scorpion spider demon, the metal dominator, and even during the erosion process, they could become food for the scorpion spider demon. Go Wu-Tao had spent a total of 5 days in the tree domain, and while 5 days was not a long time, the moment he stepped out of the tall walls and gates of the tree domain camp, his emotions were incredibly complex. It was on the 3rd day that an icy, bloody scent suddenly erupted within the tree domain, a scent he could not forget. Although the people of the tree domain didn't explicitly say anything, having dealt with the scorpion spider demon before, he vaguely sensed that it was the aura of the scorpion spider demon. Even if it wasn't 4th order, was the difference really that great? Squad leader, don't overthink it. Delivering the medicine back is what matters most, said Cheng Zhenyang, patting Go Wu-Tao's shoulder and pulling him back to reality. What am I to overthink? Like you know what's on my mind? Go Wu-Tao huffed and then said, hurry up, we've delayed for 5 days, we can't afford to delay any longer. South City needed time. The monsters gathered inside the city were only temporarily calm, and if their strength wasn't enough, disaster was inevitable sooner or later. The whole team hurried along, carrying the exchanged enhanced potions and injections back to the camp at high speed. Though they had traveled the road back and forth many times, it seemed as if the monsters were endless, with stronger and more numerous beasts attacking the large convoy. Cheng Zhenyang's 2 angel envoys both joined the cleanup, ensuring that the entire convoy maintained its speed back to the camp. Although the journey was safe, Go Wu-Tao and Cheng Zhenyang couldn't be happy. because monsters of first order upper grade and second order were becoming less rare. As the apocalypse progressed, with the surge of spiritual energy, more monsters had the opportunity to mutate and grow stronger. The two strode into the office building of the chemical plant and headed straight for the meeting room, where nearly all the upper echelons were already present. Li Ruikang was seated at the head of the table with Yan Tijun at his side, and there was an empty seat on the right, followed by Beikai Yuan and Tian Jiaxuan among others. Mission accomplished. I've brought back the item. The source is an ancient tree from the tree domain, which seems to have undergone some changes, so the medicinal effects should be even better, someone reported. The box was placed on the table by Go Wu Tao, a small leather case that looked somewhat worn, its origin unknown. But it was this very case that drew everyone's attention, for they all knew what was inside. Professor Bei, do you have any suggestions? Should we keep half for experimental purposes? Li Ruikang asked gravely, his gaze landing on Beikai Yuan. There's no need, we can actually produce the preparation for third grade, but the spiritual energy ore used is far from comparable to that of second order low grade. Now that we've switched to the resource from the tree domain, although it's the crystal mine fruit, if it shares the same origin as the fortifying agents, the effect might be even better. Beikai Yuan spoke with a heavy tone. Our camp now needs more powerful individuals to lead. Even he, a rear area clerk, had heard about the difficulties at the front, where every advancement required a significant expenditure of time and energy to search for survivors, as well as an even greater effort to set up defensive works. They lacked the ability to build city walls, at least for the moment. Therefore, it was imperative to have the sharpest blade leading the team. If that's the case then, prepare for the injection, ordered Li Ruikang. Understood. Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian responded and went out with Beikai Yuan one after the other to prepare for the injection. Only Go Wu Tao and the other two men were left in the room. The doors of the entire meeting room were tightly closed, and the three men each took a seat, drifting into a long silence. Li Ruikang's composed voice eventually broke the silence. Old Go, has the change in the tree domain been so great that it's left you disheartened? What kind of person was Li Ruikang? The top political officer of the former South City, he could not fail to see that something was amiss with Go Wu Tao's mood. I am happy, but also worried. Go Wu Tao's eyes sharpened, and he glared fiercely. They've saved more than 10,000 people and are expanding towards the North District. If successful, the camp should eventually settle 20 to 30,000 people, which is excellent news. But, his tone shifted, revealing apprehension. He is expanding, and we are also reclaiming South City. You're worried about conflict? Yan Tijun's eyes drooped as he sat upright, his voice hoarse. Yes, nodded Go Wu Tao, that's what I least want to see. After all, humanity's enemy is the monsters. The trio fell silent once again, before Li Ruikang spoke slowly after a while. Thinking about this issue is premature, we might not be able to do as he does. Although a casual smile graced his face, it was merely habitual and did not reflect his true sentiments. Those without forethought invariably face immediate worries. They were accustomed to considering the longer view in their actions. Yan Tijun spoke. We indeed pale in comparison to Suhan, but the situation might be different for other cities. The major cities with heavy military might have several, and they may well be able to assist. He pondered and then shook his head on his own accord. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time. Rather than worrying about this, we should focus on developing quietly. Whether it's him saving people or us doing the same, they're all people of South City. Let's first see how Wang Ji and the others fare in their awakening. If the awakening is successful and we gain third-order strength, then we can't try to reach out. The Southwest Military Preparedness Force will definitely not fall. Making contact with them would be more than ideal. Chapter 213 The exchange of inspires. Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian's preparations were not as comprehensive as Suhan's, merely involving further checks on their physical condition, regulating their mood, and gathering energy, ready to commence enhancement. They already showed signs of talent awakening, with Wang Ji's combat intuition and Zhao Yaqian's danger perception indicating they were inherently more talented at a spiritual level than others. As a result, they were naturally more sensitive to spiritual energy. Indeed, it was also because the production capacity for injections and enhancement drugs at the South City camp was limited. Otherwise, given such a vast population, there might have been even more talented individuals. However, they currently lacked sufficient resources, so the focus was primarily on Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian. Third-order enhancement drugs might be quite a strain on your bodies, and if you can't handle it, I will stop the injection, Cullen cautioned. By now, both were rated as second-order superior, and after several body enhancements, their physical strength was not negligible either, but the power of the third order was still immense, and even one dose of enhancement drug couldn't match the full strength of a third-order monster. However, the energy contained within was still not to be underestimated. Professor, we are ready, Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian responded seriously to Beikaiyuan. Much of the injectors they used came from the Trito main camp, so there was continuity, which meant it shouldn't be too disastrous. Then, let's start, Beikaiyuan nodded, signaling his students to activate the device and then slowly infusing the enhancement drug into their bodies, much like in 4-drip. As the enhancement drug entered their systems, Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian immediately felt a surge of power flooding into their bodies. This powerful? The two were startled, never imagining the strength to be greater than they had anticipated, especially since they were already second-order superior. Now that the injection had begun, all changes had to be endured. So, both immediately concentrated on absorbing the energy, the swelling and tearing pain causing their veins to bulge and sweat to bead on their foreheads. Skipping levels in absorbing enhancement drugs was never going to be comfortable. Yet, amidst the intense pain, as they resisted the shock of the energy, the initially vague and thin barrier-like talent seemed to break through a bottleneck. Pale purple spiritual energy gradually gathered on the surface of their bodies, with Wang Ji's purple light wrapping around his body, while Zhao Yaqian's was mainly concentrated around her eyes. They must be awakening. Seeing this, Tian Jiaxuan's eyes lit up with excitement. The energy levels in both their bodies were rising, and the surrounding spiritual energy was becoming stronger. Calm down, old Tian. They are not having an easy time. Beikaiyuan's expression was grave. They had only used half of the enhancement drug, and the next part would determine their success. No sooner had Beikaiyuan spoken than Wang Ji let out a painful grunt, blood starting to leak from his nose and mouth. Professor, should we? No, I can. Hang on. Wang Ji's eyes were wide open, and he practically gritted out the words. Let him continue, Beikaiyuan spoke gravely, respecting Wang Ji's choice. Without knowing what extent Wang Ji had reached and what condition the silent Zhao Yaqian was in, it was difficult to judge. Everyone waited quietly, and finally, the glow around Wang Ji merged into his body, his muscles bulged, emanating a faint purple light, and his skin was thinly covered with spiritual energy. At his arms, the spiritual energy condensed slightly, resembling sharp beast claws. This. Everyone watched in amazement. Wang Ji's eyes sharpened, now vertical and purple like those of a wild beast, and his stature also became slightly taller after being enveloped by the energy. With a leap, he soared 4 or 5 meters into the air and landed heavily in front of Beikaiyuan. He excitedly said, Professor Bei, I succeeded. Under the veil of energy, his beast-like combat instincts became more terrifying. His perception of techniques and seizing offensive opportunities significantly improved. Moreover, in this state, he felt like a real spiritual energy beast, possessing enormous comprehensive strength, almost approaching the pinnacle of those second-order superior monsters, not far from the third order. You rest for now. Although Beikaiyuan was pleased, there was still one person, Zhao Yaqian, who had not completed the awakening. Her eyes were completely closed, her spiritual energy getting denser, even as the enhancement drugs were running out, yet she still hadn't awakened. In Beikaiyuan's eyes, concern was apparent, yet he didn't know that Zhao Yaqian had already successfully awakened and was immersed in the spiritual world. In the spiritual world, Zhao Yaqian was feeling the fading of worldly colors, leaving only the base color of spiritual energy, so bizarre yet magnificent, as if everything was within her perception. It wasn't just everything in the prosperous chemical factory, but also the further industrial park, and she could even see places beyond. If you don't want to faint, don't overextend your perception. Zhao Yaqian was intending to perceive further, especially towards that radiant point. However, just then, the voice of Beikaiyuan sounded, stopping Zhao Yaqian in her tracks. Miss Bei, how is it possible that you? Zhao Yaqian looked shocked in the spiritual world, seeing Beikaiyuan's spiritual energy phantom appear before her. At the moment of her complete awakening, the presence of a talent had reached Beikaiyuan near the Trito main camp, prompting her to immerse herself immediately. Chapter 214 First come, first served? Zhu Zhuang pondered and said, let's not talk about the Heshan Steel Transfer Center for now. It's just located outside the north district of the city within the third ring area, and this oil depot is only a bit further than that transfer center. Before we took over the north district, it was normal to develop the King Bai grain depot along with it. Is it convenient for the South City encampment to come over now? Gan Xinglai suddenly realized and muttered, they're quite decisive. Whether it's the oil depot or steel transit center, both hold resources on a scale not inferior to the King Bai grain depot. The difficulty lies not just in the assault, but more so in transportation. The initial stage of securing the King Bai grain depot, despite being fully armed for transport, was disrupted by numerous monster attacks along the way, and the whole process took several days to complete. Now, monsters have generally become stronger, significantly increasing the difficulty of escorting supplies, not to mention the complexity of transporting gasoline and steel. One is exceptionally volatile, and the other excessively heavy. Ordinary trucks can't carry much of either. Moreover, the North District is almost considered the Tree Domain's territory. Does South City really expect to come and go freely without embarrassment? Therefore, after trading the information on the layout of South City's steel industry, casually throwing in the oil depot that was originally agreed upon for joint development became an easy push with the flow. In 3 days of early to late labor, towering walls have been erected in this suburban area. Standing 10 meters tall, they rise from the land, seamlessly integrated, as solid as a single rock with plenty of interlaced steel reinforcements, their strength immense. Even spiritual energy bombs couldn't deal any significant damage. This entire stretch of the wall, 3 meters wide, extends out almost 2 kilometers. One side faces the suburban buildings of the North District, and the other side looks out to the wilderness fog beyond the city. During the 3 days Zhuang was on guard, he cleared away monsters along the route, which by now has been nearly swept clean. The wall has become a solid support behind them, with a rough transportation road already visible. As long as they protect the other side and erect a simple isolation wall, it will meet the needs for transportation. With the initial transportation route plan ready, Zhuang was preparing to head to the steel transit center to collect supplies. He found Gan Xinglai and asked, "Old Gan, how many trucks has your wife's transportation team sorted out?" 50 heavy trucks, each with a load capacity of around 50 tons, Gan Xinglai replied. He was well aware of the plan and had put a lot of thought into these preparations. He also said, "There are also 20 tanker trucks with additional fuel tanks installed. That's enough. We'll scout the route today, and tomorrow we'll have the reserves handle the transport, not the transportation team." The transportation team was a civilian transport unit formed later on, consisting of both contractors and non-contractors. As the encampment's population grew and production order became more complex, relying solely on reserves to handle transport duties was clearly insufficient and would slow down training progress. Thus, Yan Mi took the initiative to form a new transport team, separating the transportation and logistics functions, dividing secure transportation within and outside the encampment. But this time, although the transport channel had been cleared, it was still a region rampant with monsters, and the transportation team alone wouldn't be up to the task. "Okay, how many people should we bring?" 50 for scouting, let the rest stand guard and clear the transportation route. At places like Hong and Intersection, Zaizagu. Let's build walls, and once we transport the materials, we'll enclose this area and thoroughly cleanse it. The two agreed on the plan and then delegated the guarding and clearing tasks to their respective deputies. Zhao Yiman, Xianying, and others had all broken through to second-order intermediate with the help of injections and strength-enhancing potions, so they could be relied on to execute the missions. After discussing, the two directly picked a team of skilled individuals, all riding fully armored vine giant rats, and hurried to the destination. The sound of hooves echoed in the streets. Occasionally monsters would suddenly burst out, but Gan Xinglai simply raised his hand, and a spiritual energy bullet formed and shot out, shattering the monster. "Still, your spiritual energy bullets are better, making less noise." As they hurried along, neither paid much attention to the slain monsters. Zhuang looked envious. Gan Xinglai lifted the corner of his mouth, saying, "It's still not skilled enough. If I increase the power, it will explode just the same." "At least it's quieter than a spiritual energy rifle," Zhuang murmured. Although the spiritual energy rifles were powerful, they were also loud. They were fine for battles within the city, but for outings like this, especially in uncontrolled areas, they were generally not the first choice, unless the exploration objective was completed or the situation seemed off. "We can use it during the big cleanup. Right now, production is fast. In a while, most people will be fully equipped, but metal consumption will increase significantly. Bullets are consumables, so the steel transit center must be taken." While chatting, the team quickly crossed the streets and soon approached the Shan Steel Transshipment Center. The so-called Shan Steel Transshipment Center was located in the North District's suburbs, near the railway. Bulk metal was transported here via the railway, unloaded nearby, and then dealt in large quantities, distributed to various steel businesses and distributors. There were a couple of steel trade markets within the entire South City area, along with companies in need of steel as a raw material for fine processing, and numerous mid to large-sized hardware and steel stores, totaling to several hundred. However, most stores had only a portion of their steel stock on site, with more kept here. During bulk trading, it would be directly transported from here to reduce transportation costs. As such, the steel transit center was very large and covered a wide area, with its surroundings extremely open. Chapter 215 Blood Insect Camp. Yisheng and Miao Wei both were knocked unconscious, and then Zhuang skillfully took out 2 syringes from the armor he carried and injected them into their bodies. "Their physical condition seems off. Will this work?" Gan Xinglai expressed his concern with a worried glance. Zhu Zhuang grinned and said, "We use this when capturing second-grade monsters. It's a newly refined substance from the lab. It seems like the hospitals are preparing to try it as an anesthetic replacement." The toxin was still a paralyzing poison, but its use was gradually being promoted. Gan Xinglai widened his eyes. "So, this is how the patrol team plays, huh?" Reminded by Gan Xinglai, Zhu Zhuang suddenly felt that something might be amiss and said, "But you're right, there seems to be something in this guy's body. Wang Huan, find a couple of brothers to strip off their plate armor, put it on them, seal it tight, just leave a hole to breathe." "Yes, Captain." His subordinates swiftly got to work. Zhu Zhuang turned his attention to the two groups of subdued people. The first group was driven down from upstairs. They were likely survivors originally from this building. But now, the second group clearly seemed affiliated with Yixing and Miao Wei, yet strangely different, as if they were another controlled group. "Where is your camp? What is the situation? Tell me." Zhu Zhuang coldly interrogated, releasing an overwhelming aura, sweeping over their bodies like a fierce beast. Let us go, please let us go. It was all Yixing and Miao Wei forcing us. If we refused, we would be killed by blood insects." "Blood insects?" Zhu Zhuang's eyes narrowed as he asked, "What blood insects?" A pale, gaunt man lifted his shirt to reveal a spot over his heart. Underneath the skin, a faintly protruding lump was visible, slightly writhing. It's not awake yet, but if too much time passes, the blood insects will kill us." He suddenly pleaded, "Let us go back, we won't speak of what's here, just say they were killed by monsters." Whoosh! Zhu Zhuang raised his hand, and a powerful crossbow arrow flew past the man's ear and plunged into the panel behind him. "I ask you something, you answer me, understand?" The man was completely frightened by Zhu Zhuang, trembling in place, his eyes filled with terror. "Where is the camp? How many people? Who is the strongest?" With that question, the man finally dared not waste any more words. "It's at the Steel Transit Center. I'm not quite sure about the numbers. We can't just wander around. The leader's strength should be second order." He himself wasn't sure about it, but by this time Yixing and Miao Wei were already tightly wrapped up. "Old Zhu, let's go back, I'm worried others might come here." Gan Xinglai, being cautious, decided to first return to camp, and questioning in public with potential collusion might not verify well. Zhu Zhuang understood his intent and said, "Fine, lock them up separately, seal their mouths, cover their eyes, and let's head back." The group summoned divine giant rats. Most climbed onto their mounts, while a few others took charge of driving the vehicles, heading straight towards the tree domain. No sooner had Zhu Zhuang and his team left than the fog soon carried the urgent sound of engines. A multitude of cars burst into the area, their headlights lighting up the fog, and lamp tree crystals mounted on the roofs dispersed the mist. The convoy screeched to a halt, then the car doors opened, and a troop of people surged out, their faces equally pale but their eyes cold and fierce as they immediately scoped out their surroundings. Their search was naturally not as meticulous and professional as that of the explorers, but with 20 or 30 people conducting a carpet search, especially since Old Zhu and his team hadn't taken more time to cover their tracks, they quickly found many traces. One lean man with a stern face quickly walked over to the first vehicle and said to the tattoo-faced man on it, "Brother Kang, they're gone, and there are signs of a fight around here, only found a severed hand." Zhu Yinking's expression darkened, he angrily gripped the car door, distorting it. He spoke in a low voice, "Waste." He pushed open the gate, stepped out of the car, his eyes sweeping over the things his subordinates found, almost shattered severed hand, and a bullet head found in a corner. "A bullet?" Zhu Yinking's expression was grave as he coldly snorted, "The government's reach is indeed long, go back and report to the boss, then find a way to make a move on them." Yes, the convoy arrived quickly and left just as swiftly, their movements even more efficient than those of Yixing and Miao Wei. In less than 10 minutes, they had already returned to the Steel Transit Center. By this time, the surroundings of the Steel Transit Center were already fortified with metal caltrops lined up on both sides, rows in front and back, thoroughly surrounding the perimeter walls, the main road, the main gate, etc. Each caltrop, crafted from reinforced steel and welded into sharp spikes, was sharp as a knife, enough to pierce through monsters. Such defenses, even if monsters tried to break through, would cost them dearly. And within these metal caltrops, the perimeter wall was clearly also reinforced, metal pillars driven into the ground, then large metal plates reinforced and welded on, standing about 4 meters high, much like a city wall. Seeing that it was Zhu Yinking's convoy returning, the guards immediately moved, quickly pulling apart the caltrops, then opened the main gates to let the convoy in. The convoy drove straight in, and only then the entirety of the Steel Transit Center was fully revealed. Chapter 216 The cunning Guanling Mountain. Zhonglong's voice arrived, and the expressions of the gatekeepers changed. They recognized who the comer was. All of them had come out of prison, and their backgrounds were more or less the same. How could they not know another boss? Brother Long, your territory isn't here. Someone stepped forward to talk, his eyes filled with vigilance. They all knew about the discord between Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain. Although both parties relied on the blood curse insect for existence, even if there were conflicts, they would not tear apart their alliance. But what if someone went mad? The very moment Zhonglong arrived with so many people without saying a word, who could tell if he intended to swallow them up? You want to die? When Zhonglong was provoked by this person, his eyes turned blood red, a faint crimson light emerged from his body, and a hissing sound came from deep in his throat. The man's expression changed drastically as he clutched at his chest, showing a pained look. Brother Long, I didn't mean that. The pain, although not fatal, was like being pierced by 1,000 arrows. The enhanced blood insects hidden within his body began to struggle, making it difficult for him to control. Though they were all blood insect warriors, it was quite evident that the blood insects within Zhonglong's body belonged to an original generation, holding a dominant position and capable of affecting the subordinate blood insects. The subordinate spoke out of turn. A lesson is all that is needed. How could you think about killing on my turf? A voice echoed from the dusky alley, and a tall bald man strode out. He stood around 1.90 m, his face covered with stubble, his tiger-like eyes solid and piercing, crossed muscles covered his face, and his body's muscles were strong and bulky, resembling a wall. Guanling Mountain walked over with large strides, and his followers gathered from all corners of the lane, armed with weapons. The angel envoy had been summoned to his side, readying for battle. Compared to Zhonglong's side, those who followed Guanling Mountain were obviously more aggressive fellows who did not fear combat. The entire Yunji village was not a small place. God knows how many people Guanling Mountain had summoned here. Zhonglong's followers clenched their weapons tightly and became alert. The vehicle's headlights shone directly into the alleys of the urban village, also in a stance ready for combat. Put down the stuff. Guanling Mountain was still the first to speak, and Zhonglong followed, saying, everyone put your weapons away. Although the two didn't get along, they both clearly understood where their power came from and could never afford to have a fight to the death among themselves. Otherwise, they would lose their value, and the consequence would be death. Zhonglong, state your purpose. I don't believe you would bother coming all the way from the suburbs. Guanling Mountain's words were laced with sarcasm, aware that the dangers of Yunji village were not comparable to the Steel Transit Center. To put it bluntly, there were still many monsters left uncleared in the surrounding area. Humphrey. Zhonglong just snorted coldly and said, if I hadn't come, you might have died before me. Do you really think Yunji village is as secure as Fort Knox? Upon hearing Zhonglong's words, Guanling Mountain squinted his eyes, his rough face showing wariness. He asked, what do you mean, Zhonglong? Zhonglong began to laugh and said, the people from the governmental camp to the south have started reaching northward. My place has already encountered their men. Do you still think you're safe? Government? Guanling Mountain's face showed a peculiar expression, and Zhonglong said solemnly, yes, the disturbances they're causing in the North District are the biggest. Don't tell me you haven't noticed recent gunfire? Ha 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 ha. Who would have known that? Upon hearing this, Guanling Mountain suddenly burst out laughing, his laugh full of mockery. I knew you couldn't leave that stinking den, a governmental camp. Pa. Guanling Mountain's attitude turned Zhonglong's face livid, his bloodshot eyes revealing a cold intent. What do you mean, Guanling Mountain? It's just a regular camp, called Tree Domain Camp, got it? There's no such thing as a governmental camp. After mocking Zhonglong for being ignorant about the situation outside his suburban nest, a cunning look flashed in Guanling Mountain's eyes, and he said, they do have a sizable number, a few thousand people, and walls, but only 1/3 order ancient tree and no heavy firearms, get it? Not being located in the suburbs, Guanling Mountain had been very active lately, and it was naturally easier to get news from some survivors, learning more about the tree domain. However, the survivors' camps that had traded with the tree domain had almost withdrawn from the North District, so his information was merely third-hand news. The atmosphere suddenly turned awkward. Zhonglong felt shame and indignation. He had thought that by using his eloquence, he could turn the alliance into an offer of support and claim a nominal advantage. But now, the situation was different. You sure talk big, just 1/3 order. Has Guanling Mountain become a 4th grade? Zhonglong's gaze flickered uncertainly before he suddenly said, could it be that you want to swallow this camp yourself? The two exchanged glances, suddenly realizing that both had their sights set on a camp. More people, and with walls, wouldn't that be a ready-made breeding ground for blood citizens? I'm not good at taking action alone, but you're here now, aren't you? Don't tell me you just came for a stroll. Betraying his thoughts with his words, in a den of wolves and tigers, how could he not know the other's intentions? How do we split? We split the population in half, and we'll talk about territory later. Agreed. Tree domain camp, laboratory building. They've all been cut open and taken out, a total of 2 kinds of blood insects, ordinary blood-sucking insects, and then there are the enhanced blood insects. Zhu Ziking, while removing his blood-stained gloves, placed 2 transparent jars in front of everyone. In the jar on the left, there were blood-colored worms resembling leeches in the greatest number, 12 of them, corresponding exactly to the 12 followers of Hijing and Miaowei. In the jar on the right, more robust, the number of blood insects was the least. Beneath their writhing bodies, they were covered with sharp, densely packed hooks that curled up, hollow on the inside, capable of releasing something. Su-Han looked at the blood insects and asked, "Have they been tested?" "Preliminary tests have been carried out using death row inmates. Enhanced blood insects can release a special fluid that transforms the human body and completes the enhancement. The process is very slow, and passive extraction is basically impractical. The production of the fluid is in real time, and it's only when the enhanced blood insects are well nourished and receive instructions that they can continuously produce the fluid." Although Zhu Ziking was responsible for performing the surgeries to extract the insects, Cao Yubao and his teacher Bei Shan took the first enhanced blood insect for testing immediately. It confirms what they said, it's true. Zhu Zhuang was eyeing the blood insects, which at that moment were all in a paralyzed state, thanks to the paralyzing poison from the 9-snake mother tree. The reason they could extract them so smoothly was thanks to the paralyzing poison and Bakelin's psychokinetic power. Control and guidance, the dual assistance, naturally made everything go smoothly. Zhu Zhuang continued, according to the separate interrogation results, this group seems to be prison escapees, who survived the early days of the apocalypse. They only entered the city once the fog had cleared, taking over the Steel Transit Center about 1 or 2 months ago. They likely number no less than 1,000 people, with about 500 blood insect warriors. That's quite a few. They aren't all from the prison, though. They had an internal conflict, and another group went elsewhere. However, Yang Mingying and his lot don't know the specifics, as they're not from the prison. Those 2 leaders won't talk? Su-Han's gaze was calm as he inquired. They won't talk, seems like their minds might be a bit off. Zhu Zhuang's gaze shifted subtly, he was the one responsible for extracting information. During this process, as soon as certain deeper aspects of the blood insect camp were touched upon, the 2 would resist fiercely, like madmen, adamantly refusing to speak. There's something wrong with the enhanced blood insects. Bakelin's cool voice came through. The testing wasn't done by her, but that didn't mean she was unaware of the results. There's no such thing as a free lunch in the world. To gain enhancement, there's certainly a price to pay. Although they are not the same as the fallen, I can sense the mix in their spiritual energy. The blood insects must have a source. Gan Xingilai spoke up, how we handle the Steel Transit Center is key. Their people are all there, and none of them are good. The operational mode of the blood insect camp was to treat humans as slaves, livestock like blood citizens. They kept blood citizens in pens, with some rotated out for labor, crafting tools, cultivating plants, breeding of all kind, or helping in hunting. The others were confined to cages, treated as blood providers for the blood citizens. Alternating between the 2, they wouldn't drain continuously, but they would certainly not show any mercy or consideration for their well-being. They were simply maintaining a constant source of blood. To escape the status of blood citizen, one had only to earn merit and gather enough credit to join them and receive an enhanced blood insect to gain strength. Moving up the ranks, the pathways were fixed, and over time, the enhanced blood insects could gradually transform the body and mind, thus expanding the group, hunting for more blood citizens to earn rewards. This was the logic of the blood insect camp, as well as where their sins lay. All of their growth was built upon treating humans as beasts of burden. Zhu Zhuang's face twitched with a dry laugh. I could just take people over and wipe them out directly. Do they think they have more people than us and can compare? At this moment, the tree domain was strong and well armed, with combat personnel not less than 2,000, and that number was just the active duty. There were even more who were applying to join, in various stages of assessment. With the territory expanding, and gradually assimilating the benefits that came with the larger domain, the overall strength was bound to increase substantially. Yet no sooner had Zhu Zhuang finished speaking than Su-Han's expression changed slightly, showing a hint of an amused smile. You probably won't need to go there, they're coming here. The vines of the 9-snake mother tree stretched nearly across the entire northern half of the city, but scattered as they were, they didn't always pay attention. However, they were certainly not dead to large-scale movements. And now, a message from the 9-snake mother tree indicated a significant commotion in the third order area, headed straight for the tree domain, with no small number of vehicles. Although it wasn't yet clear, there were no such coincidences in the world. Chapter 217 The Battle of the Walls. Su-Han's news undoubtedly surprised everyone, but soon, The patrolling aerial cavalry brought even more accurate information. A large troop of unidentified forces was heading towards the tree domain, charging straight for the second ring area wall, numbering no less than 1,000. As the news came in, all soldiers of the tree domain immediately armed themselves and took up positions on the city walls. Suhan, Zhuzhuang, and others also arrived atop this northern wall, observing the situation outside. Outside the walls, the vines were naturally even denser. Though they were beyond the second ring, various buildings on either side were more or less covered in vines. The vines were spread out, and the lamp tree crystals atop them radiated light, dispelling the fog and making hundreds of meters visible as if it were broad daylight. The parasitic corpse willows on the streets hung still, looking just like ordinary willow trees, while the vine puppets had also buried themselves underground. Buzz with Suhan deliberately remaining motionless, the roaring sound of cars soon filled the streets, bright headlights illuminating the entire street and falling upon the walls. With the glare of the headlights, the towering wall became unmistakably visible, a massive structure rising from the urban jungle, 10 meters high and incredibly thick. Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain were dumbfounded. Was this what they called the wall? They had both heard of the tree domain from others, and despite various descriptions, many details weren't particularly clear. A few repeatedly confirmed details were that the wall was only 5 or 6 meters high and not very thick. But now, there was clearly a problem, and a big one at that, because they realized even the location was wrong. They hadn't walked long before suddenly arriving at their destination. Wasn't it supposed to be near Summer Garden Avenue? Damn it, I'm going to skin those guys alive when I get back. Guanling Mountain finally burst into curses, his gaze sweeping over the parasitic corpse willows a few dozen meters away and the city wall more than 300 meters away, his face filled with gravity and caution. Zhonglong, I think we're in trouble this time. These things, and the vines, are probably not going to be easy to deal with. At the 11th hour, Guanling Mountain suddenly began to back out. But the spark in Zhonglong's eyes flickered, shining with a dangerous light. They've already spotted us. If you don't take action, will you ever be able to live it down? It was clear that the camp before them was not on their side. Just by the way they kept blood citizens, not many camps could play along with them. Take action? Any wavering in Guanling Mountain's thoughts solidified at that moment. A 10-meter height was nothing to a third-order monster, not even a threshold to consider. We'll play it by ear at first, strike quietly when we get the chance, and be careful of those vines, they're definitely from a third-order ancient tree. Zhonglong nodded, his expression turning icy cold. With 2 third-order individuals here, he didn't believe the people inside were any match for them. In his hands, the Book of Blood Spirit glowed red, and then a twisted figure with a bowed body and an insect head materialized beside him. Standing about 6 meters tall, with muscles as stark red and wrapped in numerous bony exoskeletons. He looked towards the top of the wall, locating the positions of leaders like Suhan, and unapologetically pressed his third-order presence towards them. I'm from the Blood Insect Camp, and you've captured a team of our people. Now, I'm giving you 2 choices. One is to release our people and hand over 2,000 persons for me to take away. The other choice is that I break the wall, and then everyone dies. It was a naked threat, without a hint of negotiation in his tone. Accompanied by the aura of a third order, it was enough to make many lose their nerve, even if the tree domain would surely have their own third order, but the soldiers weren't. Zhuzhuang was infuriated into laughter, grinding his teeth as he spoke. They really know how to make excuses. If I don't bash their brains out today, I won't carry the name Zhu. Suhan's eyes narrowed slightly as they fell on Guanling Mountain, and he said, they still have a third order, and there are quite a few of them. Zhuzhuang was taken aback at first, but then quickly asked, can you handle it? Lower tier of the third order. Understood. Zhuzhuang immediately nodded and said to Zhao Yiman beside him, Zhao Yiman, give me your rifle. Zhuzhuang took the rifle, pulled the bolt, while outside the fence, Zhonglong's shouting had no effect at all. It didn't even garner a response, which annoyed him. Everyone, get ready. Bang! The sound of gunfire echoed as the bullet whistled through the air, instantly heading towards Zhonglong. In an instant, Zhonglong was horrified, his back was soaked in coldness as he swiftly reacted and dodged, while the third-order insect head apostle already stood blocking in front of him. The bullet hit the insect head apostle's arm and emitted a dull sound, creating a small dent in its bony exoskeleton. Though it didn't wound the creature itself, the power of the shot was enough to deeply alarm him. What kind of rifle had such firepower? Attack! Seeing this, Guanling Mountain's heart tightened. The stronger the enemy's weapons, the more they had to take them by surprise today, otherwise, if they gave the tree domain any chance to breathe. With that weapon, even a second-order contractor could possibly be killed with a sneak attack. The Book of Blood Spirit immediately lit up, and the angel envoy's figures appeared in front of him in an instant, 3 of them, at once. Guanling Mountain's angel envoys all had humanoid forms. One had 4 arms, 2 of which were pincers and 2 like scythes, a humanoid body with bulging muscles, standing 7 meters tall, looking very much like a tyrant monster. The second one was an insect-like creature with a single horn and a split mouth, 20 meters long and about 4 meters tall, with a sprawling form, blood-red carapace, and 6 legs that left deep imprints on the ground. The last one was a wet, blood-drenched half-insect, half-human creature, with a human upper body as robust as an ox, sporting blood-colored horns, from which dazzling red lights burst forth, immediately launching a terrifying attack toward Suhan. Whoosh! The ground rumbled wildly, as if a dragon were turning over in the earth. A huge vine snake thrust out its head, light converging in its mouth to meet and collide with the red light. With a thunderous noise, a powerful shockwave erupted, instantly shattering the surrounding buildings, and the ground cracked densely. Thud thud thud! The 3 angel envoys, urged on by Guanling Mountain, charged with massive strides toward the fence and the vine snake, unstoppable in their momentum to destroy everything in their path. Zhonglong was slow by a step, but his 3 angel envoys charged forth as well, heading straight for the fence. With Guanling Mountain creating a distraction, taking down the fence was just a matter of reaching out and grabbing it for him. Once I kill the contractor, the entire tree domain will die. He sneered repeatedly in his mind, but his eyes became more vigilant, knowing that a normal contractor would certainly have more than 1 angel envoy. Even if the leader of the tree domain had not fully contracted a third-order apostle, there would definitely be at least 2 third-order envoys. Everyone attack the fence, flank it from both sides. Zhonglong's eyes were cold as ice. He had no pity for his own people. If they all attacked the city together, spreading their attacks, their chances would be greater. The first to reach the top of the wall gets 3 enhanced blood insects. Heavy rewards were promised, and instantly all the blood citizen warriors were agitated and rushed forth. 3 enhanced blood insects were enough to make them far more powerful, not to mention that now with 3 third-order leaders besieging, they were sure to win. Chapter 218 Hidden Monster. 1,000 blood insect warriors charged, each summoning their own angels to battle, among which more than a dozen possessed second-order strength. Their second-rank apostles charged wildly, moving with extreme speed, covering 3 steps in 2, and in no time, they had arrived at the base of the wall. Attack! Gan Zingilai ordered the tree domain warriors defending the city to attack, as a multitude of crossbow arrows poured down like rain, densely hitting the bodies of the apostles, piercing their flesh with a splat. After the first wave of attacks, the apostles suffered heavy casualties, and their contractors, affected by the repercussions, fell to the ground in pain, their spirits wounded. However, many of the apostles wore crude armor plates, or had hard outer shells by nature, which greatly reduced the power of the crossbow arrows. Although the arrows were still lodged in their bodies, bleeding profusely, their ability to move was not impaired. Bang bang bang! But at that point, the spiritual energy rifles joined the fight, with a succession of gunfire ringing out, bullets pounding into the bodies of the monster apostles, creating fist-sized blood holes. Just one round of attack felled hundreds of monster apostles, and the blood insect warriors who had charged closer were also killed. Disperse! Disperse and charge! Loud shouts came from the blood insect warriors. The firepower of the guns on the city walls was too strong. These weren't just rifles, but more like sniper rifles. When they had made their move against the prison guards, the guards' weapons weren't nearly this powerful. The surviving blood insect warriors immediately dispersed and began looking for cover. Despite being sniped at like this, they still erupted with an extremely violent will to fight, wanting to quickly reach the base of the wall. The fastest were those few second-rank apostles. Their massive bodies, agile responses, and tough exteriors gave them greater impact resistance. The difficulty of landing a bullet on them was significant, and in the midst of their repeated dodging, they had already approached the wall. Even if they were hit by stray bullets, it wasn't enough to cause fatal damage. The firepower is still not strong enough. Zhu Zhuang showed regret. The rifle fire was undoubtedly tremendously threatening to first-order monsters, as a hit was bound to slow them down or even inflict fatal wounds. But when it came to second order, that's when the differences began to show, with speed and impact resistance ability among the factors affecting the containment effort. While they could still be injured, the difficulty was much greater. If it weren't for the defense of the city, by this time, the second-order monsters would have likely made it to their position. As individual strength started to climb, the effectiveness of mere firearms indeed began to wane. It's just not enough of them. Yi Kailing stood by, speaking calmly. There are only a few hundred guns here now. If there were thousands, tens of thousands, plus machine guns and heavy artillery, then second order would be nothing. Her eyes were calm. Third-order monsters had bizarre and powerful abilities and ordinary shelling might not do the trick, but second order clearly wasn't enough. Artillery, we still can't get that thing going. Old Gan, give us a couple rounds. Zhu Zhuang's eyebrows lifted as he looked toward Gan Xinglai. Gan Xinglai rolled his eyes and said, "Quit kidding around, their apostles are about to break through, and there are those few third orders too." As they spoke, indeed, led by Zhonglong's 3 apostles as the spearhead, they had broken through part of the vine defense and reached the front of the wall. The insect head apostle was about 6 meters tall, although only half as tall as the wall, but the other 2 blood-colored insect apostles were a towering 7 or 8 meters, nearly reaching the wall's edge. One of them had blood-colored thin wings on its back, sharp as blades, fluttering with cutting speed that left knife marks on the wall. Though it was unclear if they could fly, a mere leap would surely get them over the wall. The other third-order monster possessed a mouth part like a sledgehammer, shooting out as fast as lightning, the explosive force behind it terrifying. The restraining vines were smashed in one strike by it, shattering directly. Heaven knew what would happen if that sledgehammer mouth part hit the wall. Seeing this scene, Zhu Zhuang and the others' expressions darkened, immediately becoming serious, realizing that 10 meters of wall height seemed not enough for these giant beasts. "Leave them to me. As for the second order, that's up to you guys." Su Han's voice came through as he watched the blood insect camp assault the city without hurrying to take action, undoubtedly meaning he was contemplating using this as an opportunity to practice, to see how this siege battle should be fought and what was lacking. His gaze swept over, his mind moved, and the ground rumbled. 5 vine snakes immediately burst out, pouncing on Zhonglong's third-order apostles. 1 apostle, 1 vine snake. Originally at Guanling Mountain they had planned to suppress Su Han's first vine snake. Having a 3-to-1 advantage, the combat power of the 3 third-order apostles was undoubtedly much stronger. But now the situation had suddenly reversed, falling into a deadlock instead. The 6 vine snakes churned, the ground cracked, they cooperated with each other, aided by the vines, engaging in a fearsome battle. The entire frontal battlefield seemed to be under their control, with their massive bodies allowing them to dominate the situation, despite their limited skills. Damn it! Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain's expressions abruptly changed. How could there suddenly be such monsters coming out of nowhere? Didn't they say there was only 1 third order in the tree domain? Zhonglong, coordinate in combat, take out these vine snakes first, this is surely that ancient tree's doing. Guanling Mountain's heart sank, his gaze filled with ferocity. Although the tide had turned slightly in their favor, it didn't mean they were bound to lose. The vine snakes might be enormous, but they weren't without weaknesses. Attack the places where they're connected. The vine snakes were connected through their roots and vines, making the part of them that protruded from the ground extremely flexible. However, the connecting points coming out of the ground were not so easily avoided. With their plan set in their minds, the 2 immediately directed their apostles to attack the connecting spots, sending crimson beams of energy crashing down, severing a large number of vines. The 4-armed insect beast charged forward furiously, its scythe-like limbs swinging in an attempt to chop off the heads of the snakes. Su Han watched with a cold laugh. Those 2 really had some ruthlessness in them, and their apostles weren't weak either. However, there were 9 snake heads, and the scorpion spider demon and the blood-winged alligator dragon hadn't even made a move yet. He was about to summon the remaining 3 snake heads to flank from front and back, sealing off the entire battlefield, and then deal with the blood insect camp proper. But at this moment, Bakelin's voice suddenly echoed in his consciousness, "Su Han, don't go all out just yet. There seems to be another one." She reached out to grab Su Han's hand. In an instant, their perceptions intertwined, revealing the eerie spiritual world where, beneath the city wall and many buildings, vague traces of spiritual energy could be seen moving underground, converging into the shape of a monster. Its presence was elusive, constantly skirting the edge of the battlefield, at a distance neither too far nor too close, but definitely capable of escaping. Exiting the spiritual world, Su Han's eyes immediately took on a subtle shift. The action of summoning the snakehead stopped, and his attitude became nuanced. "So there's one hiding, fine then, let's play. This is a good opportunity to perform a piece, also giving the second-tier blood insect warriors a chance." The fury of the third-order monsters' battle continued while, on the other side, after losing a large number of first-tier apostles and first-order monsters, the second-rank apostles, with their agile bodies and strong strength, rapidly climbed to the top of the wall. They were extremely fast. Except for 2 or 3 unfortunate ones who were too slow and were gunned down by rifles, the rest reached the wall undetected, spreading out along a length of 200 to 300 meters of the wall. The pressure on the defenders instantly doubled, and some warriors almost got swept away due to their complacency. Fortunately, Zhu Zhuang and the others were already prepared for battle. A blood-red monster, resembling a huge clawed gecko, had just reached the wall when Zhu Zhuang struck it with a heavy blow from his shield. The spiritual energy shield in his hand, as large as a car door, was solid with energy. A single blow resulted in the sound of broken bones. Ganzingilai was even quicker to focus his thoughts, raising his hand to shoot a spiritual energy bullet, as large as a human head and as fast as a bullet. The impact exploded upon contact, tearing apart the flesh of the second-rank apostle. With the two leading, the second-order team captains and deputy team captains on Suhan's side all ferociously rushed into action. Battle was not only a responsibility but also an opportunity to earn contributions. The blood insect warriors, thinking they would take the city wall, were stupefied. Their 10+ second-order contractors and about 20 apostles still couldn't seize control of the wall. Atop the wall, it seemed like there were even more second-order individuals than them. What was going on here? If they couldn't take the wall and pose a threat to the contractors, then all the blood insect warriors would be dragged to their deaths here. Roar Zhonglong's eyes turned cold, blood red as if bleeding, his gaze dreadful. Then he was seen expanding in size, his muscles bulging as he transformed into a small giant over 2 meters tall. Aside from tearing his clothes to reveal a crimson body, there wasn't much change in his appearance. Bulging muscles contained an unidentified substance wriggling beneath the skin, emitting a faint red light that was eerie and unsettling. At that moment, he leaped onto one of the vine snake heads, striking it viciously. A red light accompanied his punch as it descended, causing the head's vines to snap, inflicting a heavy blow. Everyone, frenzied blood now. The raspy voice spread to every corner of the battlefield. Guanling Mountain's face shifted slightly. Still, in the next moment, he too stimulated the enhanced blood insect within his body. A surge of energy caused an enraged roar to ring out. Guanling Mountain also transformed into a similar state, his voice coldly emerging from deep within his throat. "You're forcing my hand." The state induced by the enhanced blood insect undoubtedly increased their combat ability dramatically, even making them not much weaker than the apostles. But the greater the power, the greater the cost. If they couldn't replenish enough high-quality blood food this time, the food used to sustain the enhanced blood insects would have to come from their own bodies. Spiritual energy, mental power, blood, all might be drained significantly. Guanling Mountain leaped forward, attacking another vine snake and crushing numerous vines. The battlefield erupted with roars, and Suhan's eyes sharpened with cold amusement. Perfect? With a thought, a dark shadow suddenly shot across the sky, plunging swiftly onto the battlefield. It turned out to be the third-order intermediate blood-winged alligator dragon. Chapter 219 Blood Curse Insect. If Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain gain the upper hand in their facade, then there would be no reason to worry about the lurking monsters. A battle that was certain to win, all would have belonged to that monster. But if they were too strong, who knows, the monster might have fled first. Right now, Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain were employing all of their tactics, thinking they had victory in their grasp, only to have Suhan take action and swing the balance back, turning the situation into a sight worth seeing. Swoosh, swoosh, the blood-winged alligator dragon swooped down, its wings whipping up a multitude of wind blades that swept over both Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain. Their expressions changed drastically as they leaped and dodged, dismounting from the vine snake, skillfully avoiding the wind blade attacks. The formidable wind blades hit the ground, creating terrifying intersecting cracks, which made the faces of Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain look even grimmer. This third-order monster was just as difficult to handle. Boom! The blood-winged alligator dragon landed heavily, opening its massive bloody jaws and roaring at the two, its intimidating presence overshadowing them. Without agreement, both of them launched a fierce assault, swift as lightning, their figures like red shadows, their massive fists already about to land on the blood-winged alligator dragon. They knew well that there was no way out of this battle. Their 3 apostles each had an advantage, but escape was almost impossible. Vines and vine snakes were adept at entanglement and had gained the upper hand mainly because of their agility and coordinated tactics. But if they wanted to flee and were not committed to the fight, the situation would have reversed in an instant. The dragon would surely counterattack, encircle, and trap all 6 apostle monsters. If all the apostles died, with their current condition, they likely wouldn't last. Because there was no turning back, their attack was exceptionally fierce, very much resembling wild beasts. In front of the blood-winged alligator dragon, a shield of black water formed, immediately blocking their attacks. Loud thuds resounded, and each punch threw up ripples. The blood spring surged within the body of the blood-winged alligator dragon, vast amounts of blood pouring forth, then enveloping the entire field like a blood river. The stench of blood lingered over the entire battlefield, and the blood that had spread over the ground due to the fighting was now taken over and integrated into the blood river. The balance gradually tilted. "It's coming." Bakelin's expression shifted, and she immediately communicated her sense of the change to Suhan. From the outbreak of the battle, when she sensed the hidden monster's presence, she had been covertly tracking the monster and had quietly informed Suhan of everything. Rumble and indiscernible tremor quietly swept through the battleground. The blood that should have been taken by the blood-winged alligator dragon was now secretly seeping into the ground below. Apart from Bakelin, No one noticed this subtle change. Even Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain had not noticed anything amiss. They were still fighting desperately against the blood-winged alligator dragon. They thought that if they could break through the Blackwater shield, they would join forces to kill this ferocious dragon, but they had not expected a blood river to block their path. Raging torrents surged and looped back like waves. Their attacks were caught in it, and their forms were also entangled by the blood river, with no way to advance or retreat. At this moment, a mist of black water enveloped the blood-winged alligator dragon, and Chain Crocodile Prison activated. Numerous evil crocodiles in the blood river and black water began to attack them. Kill. Zhu Zhuang and others also engaged in even fiercer combat with the frenzied blood warriors of the blood curse insects. Above the wall, any second-grade monster that climbed up was knocked back down by them, and some, like Zhu Zhuang with an axe hammer in one hand and a spiritual energy shield in the other, smashed the assaulting monsters to death with their contractor strength. Gan Xingilai was no less formidable, firing several spiritual energy bullets and blasting one of Zhu Yingking's second-order superior apostles to pieces. Apart from the two of them, Yi Keiling's performance was undoubtedly the most astonishing. The Sky Cavalry squad hovered above the walls, rifles in hand, swooping down directly towards the contract warriors of the blood insects. The apostles charged while the contractors were isolated. Even in a state of frenzied blood, how could they withstand the combination of apostles, rifles, and contractors? The decapitation strike was executed cleanly and efficiently on the battlefield. Instantly, the camp of the blood insect warriors was thrown into chaos. The situation was completely suppressed, and the monster beneath the ground finally erupted. A blood red mass violently charged towards Suhan on top of the city wall. This massive body, formed by the squirming convergence of countless pieces of flesh, featured sharp, scarlet mouthparts bristling with barbs. The huge body burst forth from the soil, a colossus measuring 20 to 30 meters in size, with fierce claws and a fearsome visage, its body covered in blood and flesh visceral like sticky mud. The pungent smell of blood hit their faces. A sweep of its massive hand threatened to wipe out everyone on top of the city wall, including Suhan. What a clever beast! Suhan's eyes flashed coldly, and he sneered as he looked at the blood curse insect in front of him. Unbeknownst to him, the scorpion spider demon had already appeared behind him and leapt towards the blood curse insect. Boosted by blood energy and surrounded by a red glow, its aura surged heavenward. Clothed in floating pagoda black armor, with metal surging around him, he had seemingly forged a blood metallic giant blade. Splat, the blade fell, and the terrifying blood claws extended by the blood curse insect were immediately severed by the sharp metallic edge, thudding to the ground. The scorpion spider demon landed in front of the blood curse insect, with two of its forearms having transformed into metal blades, scarlet and sharp. Upon acquiring the level 1 metal controller, its metal flesh body became all the more terrifying. Roar! The blood curse insect let out a roar filled with boundless rage. When the third apostle appeared, especially since the scorpion spider demon's strength level was clearly that of a third-order superior, the blood curse insect realized it had been tricked. This was a trap designed specifically for it. Its flesh trembled as the severed hand began to merge back into its body, and a new claw slowly formed. With a swift motion, it plunged toward the ground, seeking to immediately escape from this place. However, Suhan was not about to let it get away so easily. Countless vines stirred into motion, those hidden beneath the ground, clinging to buildings without movement, now surged like a dark green sea wave. A myriad of vines covered the battlefield, striking towards the third-order apostle, the blood insect warrior, like clash whips. The battlefield was instantly sealed off. As the blood curse insect attempted to flee, it was quickly intercepted, the lashes striking its body as the vines pulled it back forcibly. Then, the ground became swathed in vines, resembling a cage, leaving no avenue for escape. Enraged all the more, the blood curse insect charged towards the scorpion spider demon, the red light in its mouth condensing. With a thunderous sound, it mercilessly struck out. But the scorpion spider demon simply allowed the floating pagoda black armor's plates to converge into a solid black shield, which bravely blocked the attack before charging forward. Its spider-like legs struck the ground with a chilling crack, and the scorpion spider demon rapidly closed in on the blood curse insect, its forearms slicing through the monster's flesh like sharp scalpels. Cut after cut appeared on its body, with blood gushing, but also being deliberately reabsorbed, as the wounds healed quickly. Without a doubt, the blood curse insect's regenerative ability was terrifying. It opened its huge maw, letting out a sharp roar, and then a large number of blood insects spewed from its mouth, landing on the scorpion spider demon before it. The enormous number of blood insects, each shedding a bloodlight, gnawed at the scorpion spider demon's body with horrifying speed. If it had been a flesh and blood body of large size, it would surely have struggled against these blood insects. But the blood curse insect had clearly met its nemesis, for the scorpion spider demon was clad in full armor. Although the level 2 floating pagoda black armor wasn't indestructible, even a third-order monster would unlikely cause much damage without a concentrated attack. Not to mention, the scorpion spider demon also possessed the skill Iron Skin, which had now evolved into metallic flesh. The attack wasn't effective, and the scorpion spider demon proceeded to further sever its limbs. The blood curse insect's screams became even shriller, sweeping the entire battlefield like a giant wave. Bang! An explosion suddenly erupted, but this was not an attack from Suhan's side. One by one, the bodies of the blood insect warriors exploded bizarrely, coagulating into a mass of flesh. The explosions continued, with clumps of flesh dropping to the ground and writhing incessantly. Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain's faces paled. They both realized something and shouted in panic, "Stop! If you kill the two of us, you'll have to face even more third-order enemies alone." Roar! The blood curse insect's cold gaze swept over the two men, growling lowly as if compromising. A great mass of flesh gathered rapidly. Then, furious roars sounded, and the body of the blood curse insect grew larger and more monstrous. Chapter 220,000 Blades. The blood curse insect's backup plan consisted of those enhanced blood insects distributed among the blood warriors' bodies. They were not its offspring, but parts that should have belonged to its body. From the prison onwards, the insect, with a rudimentary intelligence, began this special symbiotic state. The blood insects nurtured the blood warriors, feeding them strength in return, while the blood warriors crazily gathered blood sustenance, even breeding blood citizens for more formidable power. Under normal circumstances, the blood curse insect would probably hesitate to sacrifice so many blood warriors. After all, each additional blood warrior could help it rear more blood citizens, providing an abundance of blood filled with fear and anxiety, the emotional energy it craved. This blood, containing special energy, was its favorite and most desired food. But now, the blood curse insect had no other choice. As massive amounts of blood converged, the crowd didn't even have time to intervene before the blood curse insect's body swelled to a height of 40 or 50 meters. Layers of terrifying blood plasma wriggled, and the worm-like body reared up, coldly looking down from above, its massive body sprouting 7 or 8 grotesque and twisted arms. The originally 3rd grade superior strength blood curse insect was now pushing towards 4th grade. It violently lunged forward, throwing the scorpion spider demon off with a massive blow, smashing it heavily against the surrounding wall. Boom! The impact was so great that it even created a deep crater in the wall upon collision. The blood curse insect advanced to pursue its victory, but the scorpion spider demon had already risen fiercely, rushing forth. Raising a massive hand, blood chi converged, forming an enormous bloody hand. With a hefty smack, the immense hand knocked the large-bodied blood curse insect flying away, and during the explosion of blood chi energy, the insect's body cracked and fissured. It was over. Suhan merely glanced at the battlefield, his gaze was extremely calm. With all blood warriors dead, only Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain left, there was no longer any need to continue testing the city's defenses. The scorpion spider demon's floating pagoda black armor scales floated, quickly forming a shield in front of itself. The blood curse insect was about to strike again, its 3 or 4 claws already wrapping towards the scorpion spider demon's main body. However, at that moment, the horrific crimson demon eyes atop the shoulders of the scorpion spider demon had already opened, and a violent mental shock burst forth, striking directly at the blood curse insect. At the moment the light struck, the blood curse insect immediately erupted with a sharp and painful scream, its ferocious claws stiffening mid-assault, then flailing uncontrollably due to the intense pain. The scorpion spider demon raised a gigantic hand, the blade-like arm transforming back into the shape of a palm, echoing the bloody hand burst behind it. The bloody hand grew to tens of meters, with surging vital energy roaring like a tide. It grasped the blood curse insect firmly. Not good. Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain immediately changed complexion. If the blood curse insect were to be killed, they would certainly have no place to be buried. Having cursed the tree domain territory thousands of times in their hearts, it was now time to fight for survival, leaving no room for other actions. Instantly abandoning the blood-winged alligator dragon, the two men flew towards the conflict. Their arms, previously human in appearance, had now transformed into jointed insect claws. Their excessive use of this power had caused them to undergo a mutation once more, significantly increasing their strength again. Puchy, however, in the blink of an eye, 2 dark shadows shot down from the sky, swift as lightning. Before one could react, they had already pierced through both men and buried themselves a third of the way into the ground. These were 3-meter-long metal spears, forged in black, flashing metallic luster as a whole, with both ends sharpened to a point. Both men, pierced through at the shoulders, let out cries of pain. They tried to bear the agony and struggled to rise, only to hear the whoosh of 2 more spears shooting down, impaling their other shoulders. Left and right spears crisscrossed, nailing them to the ground. The intersection left no chance of escape. Painful howls emanated from deep within their throats as 3 third-order apostles rushed heedlessly to their rescue. However, Zhonglong and the others could only weakly raise their heads to glance up, their complexions turning as pale and powerless as sheets of white paper. The sky was densely packed with such spears, all aimed at the battlefield. A horde spanning the horizon, dense as rain. The scorpion spider demon stood before the blood curse insect and the 6 third-order apostles, calmly watching as they charged towards him. With a mere wave of his hand, the metal controller's ability activated, and the sound of air being torn apart was unceasing. Spears fell like rain within the metal controller's domain, filled with the threat of death. Pucci, the 6 third-order apostles didn't even have time to resist. One spear after another landed on them, piercing their bodies and embedding them into the ground. The falling spears fused midair into lengths of 5 to 6 meters, even up to a dozen meters, impaling and pinning them down, then continuing to extend and morph like metallic vines sprouting from the ground, completely entwining the blood-soaked apostles. Dozens of spears skewered into each apostle, their bodies completely penetrated, their flesh blurred into indistinctness. The blood curse insect had turned into a porcupine in this downpour of metal spears, with most of them sticking out of its body, a few hundred in total, and their length was unimaginable. Roar. Yet even so, the blood curse insect continued to emit terrifying roars, struggling incessantly, with its flesh constantly changing through a cycle of being pierced, split open, and healing. The control over its blood and its formidable self-healing abilities made the blood curse insect a tough adversary. Although its movements were restrained by the scorpion spider demon, it still sought to break free. The savage mouthparts were already gathering energy, poised to launch a new attack on the scorpion spider demon. Pucci, with a mere lift of a hand, the scorpion spider demon's arm transformed under the amalgamation of flesh and metal into a spike, traversing a distance of over 10 meters to impale the body of the blood curse insect directly. At this moment, the flesh and metal on the back of the scorpion spider demon also writhed, and a series of sharp blades, like tendrils, shot out, penetrating the body of the blood curse insect. The self-healing was still in action, but this time it was different, with a faint metallic sheen appearing over the wounds. Although it spread slowly from point to area, the power of erosion had been activated. The blood curse insect's attack ceased. Affected by the toxin of metal erosion, it innately developed an overwhelming craving for metal and, before the scorpion spider demon, even began to exhibit a sense of subservience. The struggle continued, but became increasingly feeble. The battle was effectively decided, and on the body of the blood curse insect, sporadic patches of mottled metallic sheen began to emerge. First, the partial exterior appearance was contaminated by spiritual intelligence, followed by the replacement of organs. As long as these forces of metal erosion couldn't be eradicated, it would become a metal slave. However, this time the erosion would only be skin deep. A living blood curse insect was far more useful. Old Zhu, open the gates so people can clean up the battlefield. The apostles of those two are done for, take their bodies for experimentation. Yes. Zhu Zhuang immediately responded, then signaled for the people on the city wall to form teams and stride downstairs. Everyone was shocked by the scorpion spider demon's recent actions. Its form wasn't as massive as the mother tree, and its appearance was less savage than the blood-winged alligator dragon, but its ruthless slaughter had led everyone to reassess the terror of the scorpion spider demon. After its skills had metamorphosed into that of a metal controller, even at level 1, its ability to manipulate metal had improved significantly. With more metal fused into its physical form and in urban combat scenarios, its combat effectiveness would soar indefinitely. Blood curse insect. Su Han muttered to himself, his gaze shifting to the blood-winged alligator dragon. The ability to divide its blood to produce blood insects and its powerful regenerative ability were undoubtedly a better match for the blood-winged alligator dragon. As for the scorpion spider demon, the steel transit center was right there. Metal was its strongest tool. A fusion-capable living creature, the blood curse insect, has been detected. Proceed with fusion? The blood-winged alligator dragon stepped forward to stand before the blood curse insect, its massive claws coming down on it. Under control by the metal spears and the continuous harm of metal erosion, the blood curse insect had no chance to resist as it watched the intricate strands from the blood-winged alligator dragon connect to it. Then, under the network of those intricate strands, it began to be absorbed bit by bit. Zhu Zhuang and his men cleaned up the battlefield, which in truth was not much. After the blood curse insect had been severely injured and was gradually being fused, Zhonglong and Guanling Mountain, due to their excessive use of the power enhancements provided by the enhanced blood insects, had begun suffering the backlash and were now almost completely drained, dead beyond any doubt. Zhu Zhuang only noticed that within their bodies, a number of odd flesh lumps were wriggling, then under their pale skin, several enhanced blood insects were emerging and moving rapidly towards the blood curse insect. They sought to return to their source, but it was futile. A few enhanced blood insects could not resist the methods of the scorpion spider demon and the blood-winged alligator dragon. Damn, 30 insects inside their bodies, how could those two endure it? The number of blood insects horrified Zhuang and the tree domain warriors cleaning the battlefield. Seeing the gruesome skeleton-like corpses and the blood insects still squirming around them made their skin crawl. No wonder they were third order, they really were ruthless. Although the tree domain had only one third order in Suhan, it didn't mean crossing into third order was a huge threshold. On the contrary, as long as one was willing to sacrifice, and could endure it, Zhuang could attain third order overnight. The most straightforward example was the Fallen. Under the distortion of spiritual energy, the Fallen had metamorphosed into monsters, abandoning their human flesh and blood. It was an extreme augment, the kind that spared no expense. And among them, a type who fused themselves with the apostles, recklessly combining all their powers to form a final mutated form, naturally might break through to the third order. If Zhuang were willing, by heavily and irregularly using enhancement and injection drugs, coupled with sufficient monster blood and tissue mutation, he too could become third order. However, by that point, it would be uncertain whether he would still be Zhuang. Shaking his head, Zhuang commanded, "Be careful. Drag the apostle bodies back, don't mess around." Understood. Zhuang patrolled the battlefield, where nothing remained but the corpses of third-order apostles riddled with blood holes or crossbow arrows, flesh indistinct. After a contractor dies, although the apostles are still like monster corpses, their level of spiritual energy drops rather quickly, which was an exceptional difference. The battlefield was cleared swiftly, and Zhuang, along with Gan Xingilai, sought out Suhan to propose eradicating the root of the problem and directly taking down the transit center. Chapter 221 The fog has cleared. Go. Suhan nodded decisively. Since they dared to provoke, they must pay the price, not to mention that it was the steel transit center. He said to Zhuang and Gan Xingilai, "The two of you lead the teams, 500 people each. Old Zhu, head to the transit center, and Old Gan, you go to Yunji village, which is another stronghold." Gan Xingilai was initially startled, then a look of joy appeared on his face as he said, "Understood." With Suhan's orders, the two acted swiftly, immediately gathering their subordinates, 500 per side, comprising search teams and some patrol squads. Each team was led by vine giant rats, and they were also accompanied by a large number of trucks for transport, as they vigorously rushed toward their destinations. The vine giant rats could travel a distance of 10 kilometers, just enough to reach near the steel transit center, so it was deemed suitable. This time, not only vine giant rats were deployed, but also vines from the nine-snake mother tree, with the radiance of the lamp tree lighting the way and dispelling much of the fog. Zhuang was the fastest, riding the bone-armor giant pig with his men charging fiercely, and soon they reached the site where they ambushed Miao Wei and his companion. Metal anti-cavalry obstacles and barricades were still set up on the nearby streets, but these could not stop Zhuang. Arriving at the steel transit center, the anti-cavalry obstacles were placed outside the metal fences of the center. As soon as they approached, the sentry blood citizen warriors immediately shouted, "Who's there?" More than 10 sentry soldiers watched the street cautiously as Zhuang, carrying a rifle, grinned and said, "I'm your daddy." Bang! The bullet directly pierced the brain of the speaker, and his subordinates fired a flurry of bullets in return. The opposing angel envoys hadn't even had a chance to react before they were pierced by bullets. Charge! Zhuang summoned a massive energy shield in his hand, shielding both himself and the bone-armor giant pig, and then launched an unstoppable charge. No matter how sharp the anti-cavalry obstacles were, they could not break through the shield, which was forcefully pushed aside as the bone-armor giant pig, with its powerful momentum, broke through the large iron doors and suddenly entered the transit center. The loud noise alerted all the blood citizen warriors on guard, who quickly surrounded them. But the tree domain warriors had already followed Zhuang into the fray, continuously firing their rifles, sweeping through the crowd, killing many who had not been shielded by their angel envoys. Some managed to summon their angel envoys, but it was too late. Before they could react, the powerful spiritual energy rifles had already claimed the lives of many first-order monsters. "Damn it, how dare you!" An enraged Zhengzhou and another second-order on guard charged out. They rushed toward Zhuang, intending to capture the king first. 2 angel envoys were summoned by their sides as they even tried to use frenzied blood. However, just as they were trying to communicate with the blood curse insects, all attempts were like stone sinking into the sea. Before they could react, Zhuang, the bone-armor giant pig, and the glutton were already upon them. Zhao Yiman also swiftly came to meet them. Both were fierce in combat. Zhuang struck with a large shield, then swung his axe, and with a snap, Zhengzhou was killed. Zhao Yiman, though slightly slower to react, also managed to kill the opponent after a few exchanges. The guardian blood citizen warriors, Not even 100 in number, couldn't withstand the charge of these 500. Some were killed on the spot, others wanted to surrender, but Zhu Zhuang showed not the slightest intention to accept. No one was spared. For the despicable act of breeding blood citizens, Zhu Zhuang deeply despised it and also indicated that there was no need to preserve the blood insect camp. Secure the main gate, teams start searching, identify any survivors, and stay alert. Yes, Zhu Zhuang conveyed the order and then walked inside with Zhao Yiman, beginning to inspect the camp. Apart from the warriors of the blood insect, strangely, they saw no one else. The two surveyed the surroundings as they headed towards the factory, estimating the steel reserve here. At least 1,000,000 tons of steel, that should last us quite a long time. Joy appeared in Zhao Yiman's eyes. Such a massive amount of metal, even after refining, was an enormous quantity. Zhu Zhuang, however, shook his head. The angel envoy of the leader uses up far more, and then there are the weapons we hold. Zhao Yiman realized this too and nodded. True, bullets fired are consumed, and the recovery rate is pitifully low. The two arrived at the factory's main gate, pulled it open, and the sight that greeted them rendered them speechless, their faces turning ashen. The factory was filled with rows of upright shelves made of iron bars and steel rods, welded securely together and equipped with sturdy hooks. Dangling from these sharp hooks were bodies of humans. Naked, they looked like livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Tubes connected to their bodies with needles, containers on the ground filled with blood, slowly drawn into the containers without a single drop spilled. Some were already dead, their bodies frighteningly pale, others were still struggling in pain, but their strength had dwindled to the point where they could only groan in agony. The severity of the injuries obviously meant that they were beyond saving. This was another factory, a factory known as the slaughterhouse, for those who were disobedient, who would rather die than become blood citizens, were directly treated as livestock to be slaughtered. Although it was not a steady flow and the emotional power, spiritual power in the blood was not abundantly distributed. But just making the process a bit more torturous, a bit more desperate, the effect should not be too bad. Zhu Zhuang completely took control of the steel transit center, not sparing a single hiding blood insect warrior. If it were possible to kill them all over again, the furious old Gan would likely do just that. Although Gan Xinglai's side was Yunji village, which didn't have such a large concentration area, the situation there was even more horrifying. Every building was either a prison or a slaughterhouse, either holding blood citizens or hanging the disobedient for bloodletting. The two came from the same place, and both were contractors manipulated by the blood curse insect. The level of brutality in their methods was almost indistinguishable. Or rather, it was precisely because they were crueler, more ruthless, that they became enforcers. The Steel Transit Center and Yunji village were taken without difficulty, and over 1,000 blood citizens were rescued. The people were still alive, and their bodies' blood insects were not as powerful as the enhanced blood insects, so after the death of the blood curse insect, they gradually faded away. Hospital staff worked overtime to find ways to remove the blood insects. Every person had a blood insect inside them, and the locations varied, making this a substantial task. However, fortunately, this was no longer a great danger to their lives, although each blood citizen was weak and would need some time to recover. With the two places secured, Trito main camp also began a new round of significant activity. Since Yunji village was not fit for garrison, all manpower was allocated to the transit center, a massive amount of steel was transported back, and then production of spiritual energy rifles and bullets began on a large scale. Everything was progressing vigorously, but just then, the pervasive fog suddenly changed. The fog lightened. Chapter 223 Blood Erosion Alligator Dragon. The dense fog that had shrouded the entire city like a curtain was now receding like the tide, and the buildings that had loomed indistinctly in the mist were gradually becoming clearer. Looking out from the tall walls of the tree domain, within a range of nearly 300 meters, even though the radiance of the lamp tree from the nine-snake mother tree had been temporarily withdrawn, one could still vaguely see the staggered silhouettes of grand buildings, like ghostly towers. The fog has lifted overnight all of a sudden, much faster than last time, said Zhu Zhuang, his voice laced with worry as he watched the dissipating fog. The last time the fog had lifted, they had left Happiness Community and fled to Shanu Village District. After the fog receded, the agitation of the monsters would decrease significantly, but they all knew now that the fog was related to the tides of spiritual energy. If it receded like this, would the next tide come even more fiercely? Suhan's expression was serious as he asked, "What's the situation in the third ring area now?" "We discovered the fog was receding suddenly. The search team is prioritizing stability, and for the time being, we've maintained control over the transit center and the front line of the second ring. The wall control has extended to the side of the transit center. We are still 2/3 short of enclosing the entire North City area, and the wall is only 10 meters high for now. Regarding monster activity that we've observed, they seem to have settled in colonies, but there's still movement, Zhuang relayed all the information gathered by the search teams to Suhan. Report to Miu, then arm up and start clearing with full force. Focus on the monster colonies and take control of the entire northern city sector. Don't skimp on ammunition. Suhan's eyes revealed a resolute look. He couldn't control the tides of fog, so he was determined to bolster his camp before the storm hit and fortify it as impregnable as a fortress. Tell the construction team to hurry up and finish the 10-meter walls, and then raise the height of the walls. Zhuang's face became stern as he replied, "Okay, I'm on it." With Suhan's orders as their signal, the battle commenced. Rifles had been continuously produced over the past few days, accumulating nearly 2,000 in reserve. There were slightly fewer bullets, around 30,000, but that was enough to clear a lot of monsters. In the tree domain troops, it wasn't just the spiritual energy rifles that represented formidable combat power, there were also the fully armored contractors and angel envoys. After plundering the steel transit center, the scorpion spider demon controlled most of the metal there. Compressing and reinforcing it turned into 1.3 million tons of strengthened alloy, which streamed non-stop into the tree domain foundry to make equipment. Zhuang conveyed the order, and the 3 squad leaders, himself, Gan Xinglai, Go Gang, along with Yikaling's Sky Cavalry Squad, were immediately thrown into battle. As the large force moved out, the clashing of their armor rang out crisply. Suhan watched the troops, his gaze flickering, but his mind couldn't help thinking that they needed to make some preparations. The sudden fog undoubtedly disrupted some of his arrangements. The slow clearing process had to be accelerated, then more efforts could be invested into the sudden change caused by the dissipation of the fog. The first time the fog descended, it turned the whole world into this ghastly place, and that terrible one-eyed monster appeared. The second tidal fog, although less shocking than the first, still brought significant changes. Cracks from extra-dimensional spaces appeared, and huge numbers of extra-dimensional monsters gushed out. Just in South City alone, 3 such rifts had opened, each unleashing tens of thousands of monsters. If he and the South City camp hadn't happened to block these extra-dimensional rifts, South City would now be overrun by no less than 100,000 more monsters. Even to this day, the spiritual energy blood sea within the extra-dimensional rifts is constantly spawning monsters. Be it gray inferior demons or corpse ghosts, and sometimes even second-order monsters would emerge directly. Without the suppressing forces stationed there, the area around the extra-dimensional rift would inevitably become a quagmire lethal to human life. Not to mention, these rifts revealed a corner of that otherworldly realm. Who knows what horrors the third tidal wave will bring? It wasn't just Zhuang and the others who were dispatched to battle. Xianying, currently rotated to guard the extra-dimensional rift, was also instructed to heighten alertness. In front of the towering 9-snake mother tree on Suhan's side, the great tree stood tall over the streets. Its twisting vines extended outwards, covering the entire street, while its roots spread across the ground. As the 9-snake mother tree grew stronger, the enveloping vines became increasingly terrifying, evoking an unavoidable sense of fear in people's hearts. This time, as Zhuang, Gan Xinglai, and the others made a massive push forward, Suhan had no intention of training troops. The 9-snake mother tree would inevitably participate, using its vines that gradually spread through the third ring area to cut and isolate the battlefield. He had come here not to give orders, but to prepare for the mother nest ancient tree to assimilate the stored spiritual energy ore. The production of bullets and the manufacturing of enhancer and injector potions now more or less required spiritual energy ore or crystal mine fruits. Especially for spiritual energy bullets, producing about 300 bullets required the consumption of 1 crystal mine fruit. At a conversion rate of 1:300, it seemed like the consumption wasn't much. Indeed, 1 crystal mine fruit might result in the deaths of 100 or 2 monsters, a very outstanding conversion rate. However, the availability of crystal mine fruits was limited. The number produced each day ranged between 20 and 50. If the 9-snake mother tree was involved in combat or extensively cultivating its offspring, this production rate would decrease. Furthermore, with the competing usage for enhancer and injector potions, a shortage was naturally looming. Monsters were only going to increase in number, personnel strength rose, and the efficiency of using spiritual rifles improved. Suhan naturally wouldn't be unprepared, so he had to fuse this aspect of his ability first. Over 300 spiritual energy crystals were taken out as the tendrils of the 9-snake mother tree slowly crept over, wrapping around each pale purple crystal and pulling them in. The over 300 spiritual energy crystals represented Suhan's entire reserve. After days of accumulation and some expended in experiments, this was all that remained. Discovered fusible material, spiritual energy crystals. Would you like to fuse? Fusion with the command given, the 9-snake mother tree began to fuse the spiritual energy crystals as they slowly vanished under the contact of the fine threads. While the 9-snake mother tree slowly fused, Suhan's gaze then fell upon the huge tree pit beside him. The tree pit had become a pit that truly lived up to its name, spanning beneath the vast street, transforming into a massive hole. About 100 meters in diameter and equally as deep, tendrils and roots dominated the bottom of the pit, forming a thick layer, while the surroundings of the pit were fortified with rock walls by the black rock tree monster. There were over 100 side holes ranging from 1 meter to over 10 meters in diameter, allowing for the movement of vines and roots. This transformation was naturally to accommodate more monster flesh and blood, to provide blood food for Suhan's 3 angel envoys and some of the evolved kinds raised in the camp. Suhan stood at the edge of the blood hole, and even at 100 meters away from the pit bottom, the heavy stench of blood still wafted up. Below in the tree pit, a glance revealed a mountainous, densely packed pile of monster corpses, varying in form and size, numbering over 10,000. These were the spoils of the search teams, the stationed extra-dimensional rift troops, and the scattered parasitic corpse willows. Nearly every day, monsters that were killed were transported to the designated corpse accumulation areas and then carried back by the tendrils of the 9-snake mother tree or the tree-born worms. Atop this mountain of corpses and sea of blood, a colossal figure was lying, with massive amounts of blood strands spread across the monster flesh, mercilessly fusing. Fusion degree of blood curse worm, 96% after fusing for several days. The difficulty of fusing the 3rd-grade superior blood curse worm turned out to be much more challenging than Suhan had expected. Just the fusion of its massive body had already taken 2 to 3 days. Once the body was fused, the blood-winged alligator dragon then moved into the tree pit to fuse other monster flesh as lower-grade material for the transformation. And this fusion lasted another 2 to 3 days. The tree pit, which was originally meant to hold tens of thousands of monster corpses, was now left with this much. However, fortunately, the progress was smooth. Suhan watched the blood-winged alligator dragon slowly fuse, its aura growing stronger and stronger, as his gaze gradually concentrated on it. An entire morning passed, and finally, the fusion progress steadily increased, eventually completing. Blood curse worm 100% fusion successful. Blood-winged alligator dragon has advanced in form, blood erosion alligator dragon. Blood erosion alligator dragon has acquired skill, level 1 blood erosion body, skill advancement, level 4 blood spring, terrifying vital energy erupted from the blood erosion alligator dragon. Amidst the spreading red glow, the body of the blood erosion alligator dragon underwent changes. Covered in blood red, blood ran across the surface of its body, forming living scales of blood. Its neck elongated and became longer, its foreclaws sharpened and turned more vicious, and the blood wings on its back seemed to be made of blood itself, constantly shifting between liquid and solid states, with 2 smaller pairs of secondary wings sprouting beneath the main wings. Roar! The blood erosion alligator dragon soared into the sky, flying up from the tree pit like a streak of blood, and then imposingly landed in front of Suhan, bowing its fearsome and terrifying head. Compared to the blood-winged alligator dragon, the blood erosion alligator dragon was undoubtedly much colder, but its strength had also greatly increased, undoubtedly a 3rd-grade superior level entity no weaker than a scorpion spider demon. Suhan's eyes showed a hint of movement, and a smile appeared on his face. The advancement of the blood erosion alligator dragon was certainly great news. The skill blood spring had even jumped 2 levels to reach level 4, which meant that the surging blood river that enveloped the battlefield in future combat would be even more terrifying. Besides that, Suhan was even more satisfied with the blood erosion body. With a body like blood, the blood never running dry, the form never dies. Coupled with the blood spring, compared to the regenerative ability, this skill is fearsome, possessing the additional blood erosion capability and effective against monsters' unique skills. Suhan sensed the skill, realizing that the blood erosion body was clearly the blood erosion alligator dragon's inherent ability and was obviously a transformation from the capabilities of the blood curse insect. If the blood curse insect hadn't encountered the scorpion spider demon at that time, its nearly immortal regenerative ability would have made it almost invincible, enabling it to flee from danger. Now, the blood erosion body evidently possessed a similar power and also added the trait of blood erosion, which was no trivial ability, excellent for slaughtering groups. Chapter 224 The Major Cleanup Plan. As the blood-winged alligator dragon advanced into the blood erosion alligator dragon, Suhan turned his attention to clearing the remaining 3-ring area in the northern district of the city. On the first day, a large number of monsters near the transit center line were cleared, involving all the vine giant rats and tree barn worms in the battle, while the apostles clad in plate armor also joined the major push. Due to the dispersing mist, monsters gathered in various communities, with the most found in underground garages. Because of this characteristic, every battle involved setting up barriers, firing, and coordinated advances by armored envoys and armed contractors. The cleaning was effective, though at the cost of considerable ammunition. On the first day, the 3 cleaning teams killed over 10,000 monsters, losing 32 vine giant rats, 25 tree-born worms, and 23 tree domain warriors, with several wounded. Combat injuries were inevitable, but during this process, even more survivors were also rescued, 522 people from 4 communities and 2 blocks. The survivors were in a wretched state, especially those families eking out a living, who, without much more time, likely wouldn't have survived. However, the survivors made it through until the tree domain camp's operation. With the arrival of the survivors, the situation of the surrounding environment became more complex, and the speed of clearing also began to increase gradually. Also, at the end of the first day, the 9-snake mother tree completed a level 3 spiritual energy mine fusion, acquiring the level 3 crystal mine fruit. The output more than doubled. Every day it could transform between 100 to 200 crystal mine fruits through the condensation of spiritual energy. It might not sound high, but when converted into spiritual energy bullets, that amounts to about 30,000 to 60,000 bullets, a significant number. Upon learning that the output would increase, Yan Miu immediately requested the armament factory to step up production. The laboratory simultaneously expanded the production scale of enhancement and injection potions, as a means of rewarding warriors and boosting overall strength. It's worth mentioning that Cao Yu Bao's evolved kind herbal medicine also started to yield its first 3 to 4 mu of crops, such as the purple flesh notogens. After much research, they now have produced a hemostatic ointment, which was distributed to the combat troops. Many frontline strongholds were established in the 3-ring area, including sealed communities and large subway stations. Sappers built walls there for the cleanup teams to rest and station, using these strongholds to expand and sweep the area. The so-called sappers were combat personnel who had contracted with Black Rock Tree monsters. The initial strength of Black Rock Tree monsters was mostly first-level intermediate, and there were occasional first-order upper-grade specimens. Those who were initially able to contract with Black Rock Tree monsters had relatively high requirements for physical constitution and talent. Before the enhancement potions came out, Zhang Dehai meticulously selected a few potentials from the infrastructure team to top up and complete the contracts. Now, with the advent of the enhancement potions, even the relatively weaker number 1 potion, which is equivalent to a first-level intermediate enhancement potion, could improve physique slowly with 1 or 2 injections. Once their physique improved, they met the requirements to contract with Black Rock Tree monsters. Thus, the Sapper plan was conceived. The initial proposer was Zhang Xingxin, who, like Yi Kailing, had come from a stint in the armed forces. After long-term exposure to Black Rock Tree monsters, he came up with the concept of a special troop type. The search team, serving as an exploration unit, if it could take advantage of the terrain in various exploration missions, ambush missions, and even the frequent cleanup tasks currently undertaken, would have its advantages greatly magnified. Once he suggested the idea, it was immediately echoed by Zhu Zhuang and others. Therefore, after reporting to Su Han, the troop type was scheduled. A portion of the number 1 enhancement potion exchange rights was opened up to excellent reserve warriors and some tree domain warriors with good records of service. Apart from the reservists, the ones who were sure to distinguish themselves in service were the contractors. They might not be second order and in need of exchanging for Black Rock Tree monsters, but that didn't mean they lacked family and friends. So, with one thing leading to another, the number of tree domain warriors who had contracted with Black Rock Tree monsters gradually increased. Every pair of squads was assigned one, tasked not only with combat, but also with some terrain alteration, reinforcement, and other such duties. It was indeed due to the establishment of these combat engineers that the plan to advance the base proceeded so smoothly, with casualties dropping significantly. On the second day, the tree domain troops continued their advance, attacking from west to east, clearing over 20,000 monsters, pushing forward through 3 blocks and 3 large communities, and discovering more than 400 survivors. On the third day, they cleared 4 blocks and 3 community and commercial districts, finding over 700 survivors and killing more than 10,000 monsters. On the fourth day, all personnel regrouped, shored up defenses, and Zhang Dehai's construction team split up to fortify and seal off various routes to prevent the monsters from massively retreating and fleeing. By this day, the northern outer wall had been pushed 2 kilometers to the east. On the 5th day, the 9-snake mother tree fused the flesh of 50,000 monsters, and the essence of flesh's level rose from level 6 to level 7. Since the day it had finished fusing with the spiritual energy mine, the 9-snake mother tree cooperated with the clearing plan and continued fusing the large amount of monster flesh sent its way. After several days of fusion and the consumption of a large amount of monster flesh, it finally succeeded. At level 7, the essence of flesh, like a fresh force, not only caused the 9-snake mother tree to grow tremendously to 300 meters in height, standing in the camp like a towering pillar. Apart from the surge in size, the most significant changes were in its 3 skills. At level 5, the tree womb increased by 1 slot, and if the womb was strong enough or the gestation period long enough, the affinity creature's strength could rise to second order superior, and their operational range had greatly increased, leaping beyond that of the ilk to reach 20 kilometers. The increased range of operation meant that the affinity creatures would venture out. They would go from guarding the camp of the Nine-Snake Mother Tree to becoming its leading force. The level 6 Vine Giant Rat advanced further to level 7, doubling in number to 4,000, with an operational range of 20 kilometers. At level 7, the number of tree barn worms matched that of the Vine Giant Rat, reaching 4,000 heads, and their operational range impressively reached 20 kilometers as well. The sudden increase in ilk and affinity creatures would undoubtedly be a strong force for the clearing operation, though such numbers would require more than a few days to gestate. However, with a continuous supply of monster flesh sent from the front line, the time required would definitely not be too long, as they would at least be of use in the sweeping battles. There are 2,000 tree domain warriors on the front line, and about 330 injured warriors have been relieved so far, with 71 fatalities. However, after screening, the replenishment of the 2nd Reserve Battalion has been completed, assisted by Zhang Xingxin for basic training. The number is around 1,000, ready to be incorporated into the combat sequence at any time to undergo further battle training. In addition, according to the planned Happiness Community Base and the park subway entrance space locations, supplies have already been delivered. Zhu Zhuang predicts that the clearing plan can continue tomorrow. Within the Summer Garden Mall, which served as the headquarters, Yan Miu, fulfilling the role of chief supervisor, was reporting to Su Han the operational status of the entire clearance plan. While the clearing plan might seem like just a combat strategy, its operation entirely relied on the support of Yan Miu and her team. A vast amount of food, equipment, wounded transportation, and aid all depended on the back-end support. The reason why the casualty ratio of the tree domain warriors was relatively low was because of the adequate support. Su Han said, "We can continue, the construction team needs to speed up. Without enclosing the walls, it won't be easy to clear everything thoroughly." Understood, Yan Miu nodded, and Su Han added, "This time the Nine-Snake Mother Tree will deploy more vines, so make the most of the momentum. I will coordinate the supplies to the front line, but there is another matter. The South City camp has come over, and they want to trade for some Blackrock Tree monsters. I can't decide on this, so they would like to meet you." Chapter 225 The Trade in the Guest Hall of Summer Garden Mall. Su Han eventually arrived to meet with Zhao Yaqian. Upon entering the guest hall, only Zhao Yaqian was there, sitting quietly, her expression solemn, making it impossible to guess what she was thinking. As Su Han walked in, Zhao Yaqian stood up. "Lord Su. Sit down." Su Han motioned for Zhao Yaqian to sit, then cut straight to the chase. "You want to trade for Blackrock Tree monsters? How many?" Zhao Yaqian scrutinized Su Han's expression carefully, but couldn't discern any tendencies. Even as a sensitive individual, she failed to detect any subtle changes. In front of Su Han, she could only feel a powerful presence bearing down on her, increasing the pressure she felt. 20. We plan to exchange artillery schematics and the ammunition formula along with a production line for manufacturing shells, Zhao Yaqian said up front, bringing out her biggest bargaining chip, knowing full well that without showing sincerity, the deal would never succeed. Yet Su Han's eyes remained calm as he said, "You do have ideas. How do you plan to trade the Blackrock Tree monsters, take them with you, or contract them?" He looked at Zhao Yaqian with interest but didn't directly agree or refuse, leaving her anxious. "If you agree, we will have the Southern City Guards contract them," she said, pausing slightly before adding softly, "We hope the artillery trade can compensate for the deficit incurred by the ancient trees rebreeding their offspring. We truly need the help of the Blackrock Tree monsters for expanding outside the park area." They had traded many times between their camps, and naturally understood each other's tactics. By subtly suggesting that their offspring were a renewable resource, Zhao Yaqian was hoping to coax Su Han into relenting. However, Su Han only chuckled in response and countered, "Do you know we are reconquering the entire northern district? The perimeter of the wall encircling the northern district is at least 50 kilometers, no less. Yet the number of Blackrock Tree monsters I have is limited." Zhao Yaqian's expression darkened slightly as she was about to speak, but hurried footsteps were already approaching. The newcomer was Yi Kaling, her expression stern as she strode in and glanced at Zhao Yaqian. Before Yi Kaling could speak, Su Han asked, "An emergency?" He didn't avoid Zhao Yaqian, as if he wanted her to see more of what was happening. Baikalin had told him that although Zhao Yaqian had informed the South City camp about sensitive individuals' ability to communicate to a certain extent, the conversation with Baikalin had not been disclosed, and they still occasionally communicated. Although she was dedicated to saving people, she was hesitant about taking sides in the camp dynamics. Yi Kaling immediately grasped Su Han's meaning upon his prompt and solemnly reported, "An urgent message from the pharmaceutical factory. Some survivors' camps in the Eastern District have formed an alliance and issued Shu Junhua an ultimatum." share the pharmaceutical factory and a spatial rift, or face a full assault tomorrow morning. Zhao Yaqian's face betrayed her astonishment. The Eastern District? The Trito main camp had expanded to the Eastern District and even possessed a spatial rift. Su-han looked up and asked, "How many people?" "At least 1,000. However, I'm worried they might attract a horde of monsters. With the fog clearing, it's easy for monsters to converge and move around. Should we send a team to assist?" The Trito main's focus at the moment was on reclaiming the Northern District, but the Eastern District couldn't be neglected, let alone giving the opposition an opportunity to cause trouble. At present, there were only two places in the Eastern District region, the pharmaceutical factory and the stadium. High walls encircled both locations, including the subway station, with the pharmaceutical factory partially restoring production to help the main camp manufacture drugs, and the stadium fully converted into a livestock production site. The two locations were connected to the main camp by subway tunnels, with permanent garrisons of 500 and 300 Trito main warriors, respectively. Dealing with typical attacks was easy, but they would have to be cautious in the event of a large-scale monster siege. This was precisely why, upon receiving the news, Ye Kailing sought Su-han immediately. "No need, I'll go there myself." Su-han shook his head, then added, "Continue with the planned sweep in the Third Ring region." "Understood." Once Ye Kailing heard Su-han would take matters into his own hands, she knew the issue was as good as resolved. After excusing herself from the meeting room, she departed quickly. Su-han's gaze settled on Zhao Yaqian as he suddenly said, "Come with me, we can talk on the way." Though it was a spur-of-the-moment decision for Su-han, Zhao Yaqian had no opportunity to refuse, nor did she wish to refuse, as she wanted to see the Trito main camps set up in the Eastern District for herself. Therefore, she nodded in agreement, "I'll also help." Su-han just smiled, but didn't take her offer to help seriously, and he led Zhao Yaqian out of the building. A huge red figure hastily swept across the sky, landing dominantly in front of them. "What?" Zhao Yaqian gasped in surprise, noticing that Su-han's blood-winged alligator dragon had clearly advanced again. Its powerful aura, unabated and even more fearsome, was overwhelming. "Get on. We'll reach the Eastern District quickly," Su-han instructed as he and Zhao Yaqian mounted the bloody erosion alligator dragon. The blood-red scales writhed like blood, forming spiky protrusions in front of them for stability. Zhao Yaqian was still unaware of what was happening when the bloody erosion alligator dragon had already soared into the sky, swiftly flying low towards the Eastern District, the howling wind zipping past their ears. Had the bloody erosion alligator dragon not had a certain degree of control over the wind, the strong breeze against their bodies might have knocked them down. You've expanded into the Eastern District already?" Chapter 226 The Power of the Bloody Erosion Alligator Dragon Beisheng Trade Center. A large number of cars and barricades had blocked the streets. Teams of contractors armed with weapons summoned their spirit envoys, patrolling and standing guard. Each team was responsible for a small area, although there were times when they overlapped. There wasn't much communication. Obviously, they were not from the same group. Moving inward from this security perimeter, aside from the patrolling contractors, more teams of contractors began to appear between the buildings. One or two buildings constituted a temporary stronghold, grouped in twos and threes. Some people had cigarettes dangling from their mouths, crumpled cigarettes that came from who knows where, and others were preparing food, though not making much noise, just distributing dry rations like handouts. A few men carrying bags were distributing them while grumbling, "Fill your bellies, don't fight on an empty stomach. Whether we'll get a chance to fight depends on how Boss Yang negotiates." A man took the dry rations, muttered a reply with his voice low, and glanced toward the Beisheng Trade Center building where the chiefs of several camps were inside discussing matters. In the Trade Center building at that moment, the leaders of 6 camps were gathered. Both the commanders and their deputies were present, sitting in a circle with chairs, their weapons placed close at hand, their expressions solemn. Clearly, each had their own thoughts. "I say, it's almost evening. That Zhu Junhua is truly stubborn, really planning to wait until tomorrow morning?" Someone couldn't keep his impatience in check. With a lift of his sharp, triangular eyes, he swept a glance over those present, finally fixing on the man seated in the center. The man wore gold-framed glasses, had narrow eyes, withered cheeks, dressed in a brown jacket, reclining on a sofa, fiddling with a handgun in his hand. Before Yang Keqing could speak, someone beside him said, "Wait for what? He clearly has no intention of opening the doors. They have such a high wall, they're not afraid of us. Who knows how they did it? How they did it, we'll know once we break through." Yang Keqing revealed a crafty look. He said in a sinister tone, "That place is rich in spiritual energy, and there are unknown fissures. Who knows what kinds of special spirit envoys they might have, what abilities they might possess." At these words, the atmosphere tensed, and the breathing of those present subtly changed. They were all second-rank contractors, of course aware of the benefits of becoming stronger, naturally with an increased thirst for power and evolution. This was also the reason Yankeking could constantly stir them up to come along. They all wanted to gain greater power. A broad-shouldered man with a barrel-chested voice said, "If you ask me, we should just encircle Wei to rescue Zhao. Don't they have a stadium? First, surround that place, draw their forces over, and then... Zushan, if you're uneducated, don't make stupid suggestions. Mixing up lure the tiger from its den with encircle Wei to rescue Zhao. ZG, fuck your mother, say that one more time." Zushan, humiliated and angry, grabbed the machete beside him with a clank, standing up straight. His towering figure, almost 2 meters tall, loomed over the plump-faced man across from him. ZG just smiled, not in the least bit worried that Zushan would start a fight here. Their camps were closest in the past, and their conflicts and frictions were the greatest. Naturally, they didn't get along now. But they failed to see what time it was, so many people united for the sole purpose of taking down Zhu Junhua's camp and grabbing the benefits. Aside from the rich spiritual energy, just the towering wall and the vast camp area alone were enough to form the foundation of a major power. Who among those present wouldn't harbor a crooked idea? With such a great interest laid out before them, would you, Zushan, dare to overturn the table? ZG mocked Zushan with a look, then said, "The stadium indeed has Beiyao along defending it, but their subway tunnels are connected, just a piece of farmland. After using up our men, they could completely abandon it. What's the use of surrounding that place? The pharmaceutical factory is what they can't afford to lose, a place with no way out. If you surround, focus on that area." Zushan's face turned the color of iron, and he sat down without a word, finally asking, "So what do you suggest we do?" ZG smiled and said, "Doesn't Boss Yang have preparations in place?" When Yankeking saw the conversation shift to him, he clicked the handgun and then set it aside, saying, "We'll take action tonight, but we'll need 2 desperate fighters from each camp." Although he spoke calmly, eyes flickered around the room, exchanging glances. "Boss Yang, what do you mean by that?" "I have a tanker truck. We each contribute 500 pounds of gasoline, use 2 drivers, charge at the gate and will be able to break through that wall. In addition, in the Dayuanli community, number 34 middle school, and near Shiling Tunnel, there are monster hordes. Gather them up and it's no fewer than 20,000 monsters. They could completely surround the place." "Yankeking, you're playing with fire. Bringing in so many monsters, when we only have a little over 1,000 people. With that spiritual energy concentration and the noise of explosions to draw their attention, how could the monsters notice us?" Yankeking's cold eyes gleamed with an icy smile. "How can you expect to lay hands on precious things without taking some risks? With that wall, even if we managed to break a hole, it would still cost lives to break through." At his words, no one else spoke. They all knew that Yankeking was not lying about this. A 10-meter-high wall, if not for the fact that their second-rank apostles were not too small in stature, with the possibility to cross over, they might not dare to attack now. "I'll pick out 2 men to come over and follow your orders, I guarantee. They'll obey." He too revealed a smile, yet who knew what was behind that elongated guarantee of obedience? Chapter 227 Bottom Fishing. The bloody erosion alligator dragon flew above the entire battlefield, with the blood river continuously blocking roads, and any monster trying to escape was swept into it, thereby erupting into frenzy-like battles at various intersections. It was as if blooms of blood blossoms exploded at the crossroads, with eroded monsters blocking the path of the monsters inside, while those closer to the pharmaceutical factory had to face attacks from the original monsters. Flesh and blood were constantly scattered, being gathered up by the skill known as Blood Spring, then coalescing into an even greater blood river. Everyone was terrified by the appearance of this killing field, ferocious, chaotic, and disorderly. The horror of the blood erosion alligator dragon's red figure, meandering and frolicking like a demon, sent shivers down one's spine. What if it wasn't monsters, but humans instead? Even if humans had greater rationality, more intense emotions, and could resist a little longer, how much longer could they hold out? The roaring gradually subsided. Half an hour later, the few remaining monsters, caught between the slaughter of the blood erosion beasts and the evil crocodiles, and swept up by the blood river, were almost entirely wiped out. Roar the blood erosion alligator dragon clutched the 2 strongest individuals left in the monster groups, a humanoid monster with sharp, branch-like horns, and another covered in black crusts like blood scabs. The 2 monsters, nearly deranged, had endured to the end thanks to their powerful strength, but they were no match for the blood erosion alligator dragon. Second-order intermediate, not bad. I'll keep them as pets for breeding. Suhan glanced at them and then with an understanding, the blood erosion alligator dragon tossed the 2 monsters into the enclosure. The enclosure itself was always equipped with a large prison, used to detain some captured monsters or misbehaving survivors. Now that the monsters had fallen into it, Suhan gestured and the metal gradually transformed, wrapping the two monsters inside, forming more suitable cages to confine them. Outside the enclosure, after the battle ended, the once relatively clean streets were now littered with bodies and flesh, piled up like mountains. If not for the bloody erosion alligator dragon's blood river sweeping away most of the blood, the streets would likely be dyed red with blood, a sight of utmost horror. Even so, the scene in this area was hardly any better. Send someone to notify the main base and have the civil affairs office send people to deal with the aftermath. Suhan summoned one of the small team leaders left behind, who immediately nodded and swiftly took off on a vine giant rat via the subway tunnels, heading straight for the Trito main camp. Let's go, help me find their people. After giving his orders, Suhan then turned his attention to Zhao Yaqian. By them, he was naturally referring to Yang Keqing and his group. Since they dared to incite the monsters to come here, they certainly wouldn't be too far away. How else could they reap the benefits of a fisherman watching two others fight? Zhao Yaqian naturally knew whom Suhan wanted to deal with and nodded, saying, "All right." The bloody erosion alligator dragon soared into the sky, with the two of them sitting on its back. They controlled the creature to fly towards the weakest direction the monsters had attacked from. According to the rules of risk avoidance, it was highly likely they were in that direction, otherwise, they would have run into the monsters. After flying no more than 2 kilometers, Zhao Yaqian had already located the convoy gathered on the streets. There were 100 to 200 vehicles of various sizes, linked end-to-end in a convoy formation, with large vehicles positioned across intersections to form temporary stop-over camps. People were on the vehicles, angel envoys patrolled and served as guards, with only a handful of scouting contractors roaming between the vehicles, observing the movements in the direction of the pharmaceutical factory. What is that? The enormous body of the bloody erosion alligator dragon passed over them, immediately alerting the vigilant sentries to something amiss. Their exclamations drew the attention of the others, who immediately armed themselves, with a few firearms even pointing towards the sky. Boom! Under Suhan's control, the bloody erosion alligator dragon landed directly, its icy presence pressing down on the people, instantly spreading terror like a plague among these survivors. Bang, bang, bang! Gunshots rang out. In their fear, some opened fire, seeking some sense of safety in their weapons. However, bullets hitting the blood erosion alligator dragon couldn't even scratch an itch. Swoosh! The blood erosion alligator dragon merely glanced at them, and concentrated small wind blades scattered in an attack, swiftly decapitating all of those who had attacked. Even the angel envoys trying to block them were beheaded in an instant. Heads thudded to the ground, and blood sprayed like fountains onto the windshields and side windows, drenching nearby bystanders in crimson. In an instant, 20 to 30 people were killed, and even second-order contractors were powerless to resist. "I thought you'd be bolder than this," said Suhan, standing atop the back of the bloody erosion alligator dragon, clad in floating pagoda black armor, looking down upon the group. His calm voice stirred fear, for such a terrifying monster was actually someone's envoy. A third-order contractor, how could it be? "Sir, we didn't do it on purpose," someone began to beg for mercy, clanging their weapon to the ground. Suhan paid no heed, his gaze falling on a few core vehicles in the middle. Yang Keqing and his group had done everything possible to conceal themselves, half hidden behind their vehicles, but because they needed to discuss matters, the location of their cars was just too conspicuous, glaringly revealing who was at the core. "Sir, we haven't offended you. All of this was a misunderstanding. If there's anything we can help with." With no other choice, Yang Keqing, seeing Suhan's gaze turn their way, could only step forward to speak in a softer tone. Not just him but several other camp leaders also stood out. However, it's worth mentioning that their angel envoys were closely following at their sides, guarding them. "The monsters at the pharmaceutical factory were lured there by you guys, right? Smart move, but now you'll have to pay with your lives," Suhan said with a light chuckle, but a chill ran down Yang Keqing's spine. As soon as the words pharmaceutical factory were mentioned, everyone's faces turned deathly pale, for that was their intended target. Now that Suhan had specifically brought it up and even came looking for them, it was clear he had a deep connection with the pharmaceutical factory. "It's over. Run." Without any hesitation, after shouting "run," Yang Keqing immediately dashed into his own car. While he was talking, he had already quietly found his position, so this move was naturally swift. Most of the other people in his convoy were already in their vehicles, and upon his command, the sound of engines roared to life, as the majority chose to escape by car. Who could escape was now a matter of luck. No one would be foolish enough to fight to the death with a third-order contractor, not to mention, one that could fly. Yang Keqing floored the gas pedal, but although a fierce roar erupted, the vehicle didn't budge an inch. He stared wide-eyed, pounding on the car before looking outside to see that not just his, but all the cars were unable to move. In his widened eyes, a look of terror flashed through as he realized that almost all of the vehicles were slowly levitating, and in front of that terrifying monster, There was now another powerful monster, half human, half spider, clad in iron armor. Kill it. Instinctively, Yang Keqing controlled his two angel envoys to charge at the scorpion spider demon, and he wasn't the only one. As the drivers' cars turned into cages, many contractors struggled to break free while commanding their angel envoys to join the assault. If they killed the scorpion spider demon, there might be a chance to escape. But how could over 1,000 monsters possibly pose a threat to the scorpion spider demon? All it did was wave a hand, and countless guardrails and streetlights metal consolidated into long spears with a helical pattern, which shot out in an instant, piercing all the angel envoys and pinning them to the road surface like iron trees sprouting branches. The angel envoys, critically injured but not dead, were completely immobilized. The trapped contractors inside the cars found themselves bound by the gradually deforming metallic frames, unable to move. "I'm sorry. Spare us, it was all Yang Keqing's doing." With no hope of escape, pleads for help began to emerge, but not a hint of sympathy was seen from Su-han. "Keep quiet, or I'll spare none." As Su-han's voice echoed, all other sounds ceased, chaotic cries for help came to a sudden stop in their throats, and all eyes, filled with fear and worry, focused on Su-han. "Sir, it's all our fault, please give us a chance, we are willing to serve you." Ziji's face was filled with terror, his previous cunning composure gone. At that moment, all he wanted was to survive. And the most valuable thing he could offer was likely his life. Zhu Shan quickly chimed in, "It was all Yang Keqing's fault, the idea to lure the monsters was his, sir, it has nothing to do with us." With Su-han attacking like this, they assumed the pharmaceutical factory must have suffered heavy losses, otherwise, he wouldn't have gone through all this trouble. But in their hearts, they cursed, with such a formidable combat power, why had Shu Junhui never mentioned it, never used it? Su-han merely glanced at them, and the scorpion spider demon began to move. A gentle squeeze of the hand reshaped the metal, followed by a squelch. About 14 second-order contractors were all killed by the freshly shaped sharp metal spikes, with blood flowing out, seeping from the inside of the cars onto the ground, dripping and echoing, creating a stark contrast with the eerily quiet surroundings. As blood pooled into puddle after puddle, it was slowly absorbed by the blood erosion alligator dragon, leaving not a single drop on the ground. Such a gruesome scene had scared everyone into silence, shivering with the fear that the next moment might be their turn. "Someone will come at dawn, those who want to escape can try." Su-han left only these words before he and the scorpion spider demon alone flew back to the pharmaceutical factory camp, leaving behind the blood erosion alligator dragon. Su-han and his partner quickly ended the fight, but that didn't mean the disturbances in the eastern district would settle so quickly. Zhu Junhui and Quan Yan, along with Bai Yeolong, who was stationed at the gymnasium, led their teams separately, and with their deputies in tow, they went straight to sweep through the strongholds of Yang Keqing and his cohorts. If Yang Keqing and his group dared to bring so many people over for an attack, then they should be prepared to have their bases raided. This was also a strategy Quan Yan and Su-han had devised, anticipating the possibility of a nocturnal assault from the opposition. An overnight raid, ruthless in method, unexpectedly fruitful in results. Chapter 228 Recapture of the Northern District. In the 6 camps, the strength of the contractors left on guard duty was not that strong. The best one was perhaps only at the second-order low grade, followed by several dozen contractors responsible for combat, and then the civilians of the camp. Speaking of civilians, of course, there were contractors among them, but for various reasons, they simply did not have much fighting power. It could be due to their personalities or their talents that had kept them at the first-order inferior. Not every camp had their own scientific research capabilities like the Tree Domain and South City camps. In fact, unless one abandoned the human form completely and transformed into a monster, gaining more power, overall strength did not increase so rapidly. So the structure of the 6 camps was essentially similar. Zhu Junhui and the other 2 leading separate teams. The strength of the second-order contractors initially had an edge. More importantly, the presence of spiritual energy rifles became the decisive factor in determining the outcome of the battle. Lying in ambush quietly, launching sudden assaults, most of the guards were dealt with in a single encounter, followed by a rush to seize and control the situation. The fear of firearms was almost etched into human instinct. Once the guarding contractors were subdued, the rest of the ordinary contractors and civilians all behaved, controlled one by one, waiting for the arrival of personnel from the Tree Domain headquarters. After a whole night of busyness, as people from the Tree Domain's main camp arrived, prisoners and spoils from various camps began to be brought back in succession. More than 1,300 participating contractors taken as hostages, a total of over 4,300 survivors from the 6 camps, were sent back in batches. Apart from human resources, approximately 100 tons of food were seized, not much in quantity, only enough for the people of these 6 camps for a little over a month. It was a meager addition for the Trito main camp. However, there was a pleasant surprise in terms of medical supplies. The quantity was not small, all from Yankeking's stockpile. More importantly, among the captured people, there was a large number of doctors and nurses. As long as there were no issues upon inspection, it would be a replenishment for the Trito main's hospital. As Trito main logistics personnel rushed over in large numbers, Suhan naturally no longer needed to continue waiting here and flew back directly to the Trito main camp with Zhao Yaqian. In accordance with the trade agreement set earlier, Suhan called back 10 first-level intermediate Black Rock Tree monsters to the camp. From her own entourage, Zhao Yaqian selected 10 people who had not yet formed contracts from the reserve force of Southern City Guards. In the presence of Suhan, they killed the Black Rock Tree monsters, completing the contracts. All 10 people had undergone enhancement with medicinal potions. Although there were some complications during the contracting process, and some individuals' constitutions fell somewhat short, manifesting severe pain and bleeding from the nose and mouth, there were no failures. While the contracts were being formed on one side, the assembly and teaching of the cannon production line had already started on the other, also situated within the firearms factory. The projectile raw material ratio was mainly spiritual energy minerals or crystal mine fruits, then combined with monster materials to trigger explosions. However, compared to talk of spiritual energy bombs when 100 spiritual energy minerals might yield only one bomb, it's clear that was a deception. 2 spiritual energy minerals for 1 cannonball, this ratio was significantly lower than merely 10 or 20%. Yet, judging by the current output of spiritual energy minerals, these were indeed precious items. South City certainly had the capability to manufacture them, but given their production output, they probably could not spare much, so they could only serve as a reserve strategy. The transaction had just completed when Zhao Yaqian immediately headed back to South City camp without stopping, even temporarily leaving the personnel trained to make cannons with Suhan, planning for Cheng Zanyang or someone else to come over to take them back later. She only took 10 new recruits and rushed back. One reason was to attend to the construction of the South City camp and to close the development pace gap with the Trito main as much as possible. The other, most important reason, was that she needed to break through to Third Order, and she intended to try immediately upon returning. Having witnessed Suhan's Third Order apostle single-handedly battling thousands, the terrifying poise was truly unforgettable. Although she knew that Suhan's Third Order apostle wouldn't be an ordinary one, if such power could be grasped by the South City camp, then more lives could be saved. Zhao Yaqian's reaction was something Suhan was not too aware of, but even if he did know about it, he would deem it normal. After all, if there were no reaction after being stimulated, one wouldn't be human. At the Trito main camp, with the increase in the production of crystal mine fruit, the ability to manufacture spiritual energy bullets and enhancement potions was further improved, and a large quantity of materials were sent to the front line. With the personnel's rest and rapid reinforcement, as well as a plentiful supply of materials, the cleaning troops suddenly unleashed unimaginable combat power. One monster after another was killed by spiritual energy rifles, the stronger monsters were fought and killed by a great number of apostles. One neighborhood after another was secured, and the boundary walls of the construction team kept extending, consuming the entire northern district of the city. A massive number of second-order monsters rioted, but the 9 snake mother trees vines had already joined the battle, and the combat power unleashed by the 9 vine snakes nearly formed a crushing supremacy. Not to mention, after Suhan returned, the scorpion spider demon and the bloody erosion alligator dragon also joined the fight, and the cleaning speed instantly quickened by several folds. It was precisely this surge of power that forced those lurking monsters, the fallen ones wanting to stir up troubles, out of their hiding, prompting them to start fleeing. Zhu Zhuang deliberately slowed the pace, causing a large number of monsters to be driven out of the northern district, and after 2 days of rest, the remaining monsters there were less than 1/3 of the original number. Consequently, the cleaning troops, invigorated, managed to complete a rough sweep after another 7 days. The construction team, led by Zhang Dehai, immediately coordinated the operation, first blockading key intersections with small walls to prevent the driven monsters from returning. As a result, although the walls were not entirely built yet, the northern district could be said to be preliminarily subdued. As long as Zhang Dehai's construction team kept up with the progress and the patrol team continued to clear out monsters in their daily rounds, the northern district would become a completely safe zone. Upon completing the preliminary recapture of the northern district, the population of the Trito main camp finally saw a significant increase, the total number reaching over 30,000 people. A portion came from captives from the eastern city district, who, after review, were integrated into the camp's management, and a substantial part was from survivors who were rescued successively during the search and cleansing in the northern district. The number seemed large, but compared to the thriving pre-apocalyptic state, it was barely 1/10 of what it had been, and the actual death rate was far more terrifying than that. The fog has stopped thinning out, Visibility is around 350 meters, said Bacalon. Based on the previous tidal experience, if the concentration increases again, it may bring about new interdimensional rifts. In the conference room of Summer Garden Mall, with the initial recovery of the Northern District, the high-level leaders of Tree Domain were once again gathered to discuss the next plan. Suhan sat in the seat of honor. The person speaking was Bacalon, who looked at everyone and said, "Moreover, according to the predictions made by Baikaiuan, Professor Tianjai Axuan, and me, if the world of the interdimensional space is continuously getting closer to ours, then the changes brought about by the tide could be even more severe. We must be prepared." Chapter 229 Arrangement. I'll claim the task first. The wall still has approximately 7 to 8 kilometers of gaps, and the construction team should be able to finish building within 5 days, but that's still not enough. According to feedback from when the blood insect camp attacked the city, a 10-meter-high wall is not sufficient to effectively resist second-grade monsters, and even some first-order upper-grade warriors are difficult to halt. Zhang Dehai was the first to raise his hand, though he was actually lamenting. He said, according to the current plan, the height of the wall needs to be increased to at least 30 meters and thickness should reach 5 meters for better protection, but this will significantly increase the volume of work. Although the construction team does not participate in clearing battles, their hammers and picks are smoking from swinging all the time, all working overtime to build the wall. Yan Mi has even mobilized a large number of logistics and transportation personnel to handle the transport of massive amounts of rocks and concrete blocks to the construction site. The wall must be built with rocks and wrapped with an adequate amount of rebar to enhance the structure. If the black rock tree monster could control the movement of rocks, it would of course be more convenient, but it also reduces the time black rock tree monsters spend on building the wall. Therefore, the construction team now focuses only on building walls and stuffing rebar, while logistics is responsible for transporting other materials. Even so, resources are still a bit insufficient. Tomorrow a new batch of black rock tree monsters will be successfully bred, along with your construction team's black rock tree monsters. That's about 800 in total. Will that be enough? Suhan spoke directly, causing Zhang Dehai to brighten up immediately, and he nodded eagerly. Enough. We can start working on all the gaps simultaneously, and it will only take a day to finish sealing them. As for raising the height and increasing the thickness, that won't be too difficult either. We can have logistics deliver the rocks to the current wall and start work immediately. Suhan just nodded and said, "The plan is yours to determine, construction team. I just need results." Since his deal with Zhao Yaqian, he hadn't stopped his 9-snake mother tree from fusing. The 9-snake mother tree continued to fuse soil and rocks through its extensive network of roots and vines. Although the demand was enormous, as it occupied the northern district's tree domain, even if it destroyed a lot of the urban structure, it could still meet the demand. While fusing soil and rock, chunks of rock were also sent to the storage site, which also served as the source of materials for the city walls. After several days of fusion, a massive amount of soil and rock was fused, and only then did it achieve a breakthrough in its skills. Level 4 soil and rocks, Level 5 black rock tree monster, the number increased to 800, the mobility area expanded to 20 kilometers. Ethnic black rock tree monsters 800, including a part of the construction team under contract, totaled just over 800, which ought to suffice for now. At this point, Yan Mi spoke. "We cannot transfer all of them here. The pharmaceutical factory and the gymnasium also need the same specification. They have fewer people stationed there and need part of the black rock tree monsters to reinforce the wall. Specify the numbers yourself." Understood. Zhu Zhuang also said, "Cannons should also be placed on the wall. If the city wall is raised, then the role of the cannons will be greater. Depends on the speed of the arms factory. Some crystal mine fruits need to be allocated for the production of cannons to have an effect." Yan Mi said, "Zio is already supervising this. Apart from this, in terms of city defense, the laboratory has made new breakthroughs." "Oh?" Suhan looked surprised, turning to Bacalon, who shook her head slightly and said, "Not my achievement, but Xu Hongwang and Ji Minyang's." She concentrated her efforts on the iteration of higher-grade enhancement potions and injections. This minor breakthrough was a branch off her research, not directly her responsibility, but certainly under her direction of resources. 2 adjusted injection sequences, Stabber and Corroder. Everyone looked curious, but Xingilai was thoughtful. Bacalon had withdrawn some people from the patrolling teams for her experiments, and as he was the chief officer, he was naturally aware of some details. But old Zhu, who was completely involved in external affairs, had little knowledge, and was utterly confused. What effect? 3 potions, from first order inferior to first order upper grade, 1 for each level. After injections are completed, it depends on individual aptitude whether they can break through to first order upper grade. This seems a bit weaker than the usual effects of injections, doesn't it? Zhu Zhuang had many people under him and obviously knew the effects of these injections. If it was a series of injections completed, considering the absorption process and plenty of fighting or training, it should reach around first order upper grade. Of course, this depends on the efficiency of absorption. Some might need one or two more, but generally, when discussing effects, this variability isn't emphasized. So when Baikulin said this, it indeed proved that the drug's potency had weakened slightly. Right, Baikulin continued, the enhancement aspect has been reduced, and the functionality's targeting improved. The crowd's eyes lit up as she continued, the stab is an injection derived from the alien thornworm series. After the second injection, there is a 75% chance of gaining the stab ability. The number of stabs produced depends on the enhanced individual, with a range of about 200 meters. There can be variations, but it will not be too short, and it possesses a lethality weaker than bullets but stronger than crossbow arrows, is regenerative, and after the third injection, the success rate approaches 93%, with both damage and range increasing. The corroder, from the centipede-mouthed blood toad series of injections, grants the ability to attack with corrosive acid after the second injection. The shape is currently undetermined and relates to the host body of the mutant angel envoy. It has a range of about 100 meters, affecting a certain area and capable of corroding metal and bone. Awesome. Zhu Zhuang's eyes widened. Targeted skills had reached this level. Being leaders themselves, they certainly knew what it was like for angel envoys to possess skills versus not, and most importantly, to utilize angel envoys for city defense, not just relying on them for direct combat defense. How many people have been injected so far? 23 in the second stage, 13 in the third stage, all capabilities have been tested. Baikulin gave all the data to Suhan and said, as for production, it is slightly less than normal injections. 10 sets a day, including recovery time for the alien thornworm and the centipede-mouthed blood toad. However, if the contracted beasts participate in battle, then the production will fluctuate. Thanks to the gradual enhancement of Suhan's contracted beasts, although the first 4 beasts were still second-order intermediate, after the 5th tree womb appeared, it had already unlocked to second-order superior, it just needed time to nurture and adjust. Even so, it could still gradually increase production without affecting the contracted beasts. Open up exchange permissions, prioritize allocation to tree domain warriors in garrison and city defense. Understood, I will arrange it on my part. Yan Mi nodded and then said, also, regarding artillery, South City has provided 2 modified types, seat-mounted and similar to rocket launchers. If humanoid angel envoys are available, they can also be used as mobile artillery platforms. Allocate part of them as well. Understood. The progress of the meeting was swift. Whether it was the allocation of injections or the production of enhancement drugs, it had been quickly decided. The current goal of the tree domain was just one, to revitalize the entire northern city district. With a population of over 30,000 in the tree domain, as long as it was handled properly, the northern city would soon become operational. There is one last issue. At the end of the meeting, Yan Mi finally said, because we have driven out many monsters and fallen ones, the eastern and western city districts might gradually become chaotic, possibly even affecting the southern district. We need to be more vigilant. Have Zhu Junhui increase patrols in the eastern city to ensure the safety of the positions while promoting the tree domain, gathering more survivors. The area there just had a batch of survivors cleared out, and with our relocated survivors camp, it should stabilize soon. As Suhan pondered and calculated the plan, he said, inform the South City camp about our movements so they can prepare. Ideally, their direction for driving out monsters should also be the western city district, which would save everyone some effort. This remark was intended for Baikulin, who of course understood it immediately. In the communicator's exchange, she would inform Zhao Yeqian first. As for practical interactions, Yan Mi would be responsible. Once the meeting ended, almost all the senior and middle executives immediately became busy, building walls, and a second clearing of possibly overlooked monsters and fallen ones, as well as settling survivors, all which required manpower. Suhan alone came to his 3 angel envoys, continuing to control the fusion materials. The 9-snake mother tree and the bloody erosion alligator dragon were still fusing flesh. The pit now contained monster flesh tallying no less than 100,000. No matter how much they drove them away, there would always be monsters launching attacks, so the search teams and patrol squads had cleared many monsters. The scorpion spider demon then went to the warehouse, integrating the metals that had been brought earlier from the steel transit center. Although the northern city had been secured, Suhan always felt his third-order strength was still lacking a bit. Chapter 230 Changes in the west of the city. In the western part of South City, where 2 rivers, Naxiao River and Shanyan River converge, the river water divides the various areas of the west. Although the rivers are not deep, and there used to be bridges for passage, it is not so simple now. Fog still shrouds the entire region. Buildings, barely visible, stand like black giants in the mist. Nearly every bridge is now blocked with vehicles and swarming with monsters. Where someone wants to pass, monsters are there to attack. Some have even formed colonies under the bridges. Some of them are fishmen, some are other monsters, and their numbers have clearly increased lately. A major operation in the tree domain has caused more monsters to pour into this area. The conflict among monsters, and between survivors and monsters, has almost instantly erupted. Constant fighting and roaring are unsettling many survivors in West City. Boss Jiao, it's been 3 days. It seems the monsters around us are stabilizing. Should we go out and explore? We're running out of medical supplies. At West City No. 4 Middle School, a group of people looked worriedly at the man leading them. This was a refined man of 180 centimeters, with a slight stubble, which was merely a sign of having no time to groom. He was gentle yet resolute. It's definitely something stirred up in another area, maybe a third-order monster or something. I think it's better to be cautious. A man with male pattern baldness next to him, however, frowned and said, but we can't just not go out. Apart from the supplies, if we want to get stronger we need to kill monsters and let the apostles devour some. Otherwise, slowly waiting will eventually turn us into boiled frogs. Director Lin, we all understand this principle, but delaying for 1 or 2 days is always better than risking it now. Director Lin highlighted the crucial point. Before the apocalypse, they were teachers and residents around them, who had created the survivors' camp using the wall surrounding No. 4 Middle School. Initially, relying on history teacher Jiao Hanming, they survived the first few days, and gradually they gathered more adult contractors, which finally stabilized the entire camp. Now inside No. 4 Middle School, the academic building had been turned into accommodation, the football field, flower gardens, and lawns were all used for growing crops. Although there wasn't much food, they should be self-sufficient enough not to be in too short supply. Jiao Hanming looked at several people around him, then at the fog outside which had lightened quite a bit compared to before, and suddenly said, since you all are here, it's a good time to discuss something. What is it? Director Lin was taken aback, and a few others were also puzzled. Taking advantage of the lightest fog now, if the monsters stir up trouble, I plan to take some people and look for official assistance. At the very least, to scout the situation in other districts. Everyone looked at Jiao Hanming in shock, hurrying to say, that's not a short trip, and even for a second-order contractor, it's not safe. The camp housed about 1,000 people, although there were several at second order. Every time they went out to gather supplies, there were casualties. But staying in West City really isn't a solution. This place is fragmented, and waiting for rescue could take too long. Just relying on ourselves might not be enough to hold out, and there are many children, plus the newly appeared monsters are clearly more formidable. There must be problems in other districts. Jiao Hanming's face was grim. He was a man to prepare for a rainy day and he deduced something was wrong from mere hints. West City is divided by rivers and is fragmented with small commercial streets, guest houses, scenery, and the like being abundant while factories are few and cohesive blocks are also few. Coupled with a dense population and various circumstances, no one looking to reclaim South City would choose this place. His gaze turned serious, and he knew in his heart, it must be in the South District. The South District hosted most of the industries, the most natural shelters, and with institutions like South City's Government Affairs Hall predominantly situated there, the officials must be based there. The South District is not far from us, we just need to cross 2 rivers. Jiao Hanming began persuading, looking toward his companions, and the number of those turned into monsters has increased as well. If you decide then let's do it, but we can't all go out. Director Lin had barely finished speaking when suddenly everyone's face changed color as the surrounding fog started swirling, then gathered towards the direction of the sports field. This is bad, there's trouble. Jiao Hanming saw the fog surging within his own camp and immediately jumped up, rushing towards that direction. The others saw this, and their faces changed drastically. They had never seen such a scene before and had fortunately never encountered a rift in different space. Now, seeing this change, one could imagine the terror in their hearts. Spread out. Jiao Hanming shouted with all his might. Behind him, 2 tyrants and a meat mountain demon that looked like second-rank apostles were following closely, their aura exposed, clearly of the second-order intermediate level. His contract apostles were initially supposed to be the tyrants and meat mountain demon, but now they seem to have evolved into their respective second-order variants. Under Jiao Hanming's loud shout, the students and common people on the field, who had not yet reacted, hurriedly moved away from the field, and the contract apostles responsible for combat quickly entered. Encircle the field, do not get close, bring the vehicles over for cover, and all students go back inside the building, quick. The commands swiftly came out of his mouth, and Director Lin and others immediately organized the students and the team. Soon, the people were evacuated, and vehicles surrounded the field, which was about the size of 3 or 4 basketball courts. About 200 contract apostles all summoned their apostles and held steel reinforcing spears in their hands, all pointing at the center of the fog. Even though there were lamp tree crystals around, bathing the entire field in light, a fog tornado still unrolled from the thick fog above, like a lid, reaching down from the sky to the ground, constantly spinning in a particularly bizarre manner. The surrounding spiritual energy began to fluctuate, increasing, but the fluctuations were significant. Zhao Hanming's expression grew solemn, filled with vigilance, as he had already noticed the changes in the spiritual energy. Be ready to evacuate at any moment. Mr. Zhao, you, Director Lin had only spoken halfway when, seeing Zhao Hanming's expression, he immediately understood that this contingency plan had to be prepared. I'll go prepare. Boom! Before Director Lin could move, suddenly, the spiritual energy fluctuation within the fog tornado reached a peak, emitting an explosion, with a purple light accompanied by a shockwave sweeping towards the surroundings. Bang bang bang! Almost all the car windows were shattered, and the glass windows of buildings further away were not spared either. After the fog exploded, it instantly enveloped the entire field, and then, losing its constraining force, it was quickly dispersed by the remaining light from the lamp tree crystals. Zhao Hanming had no time to dodge the collapsing glass shards, his gaze fixed intently on the center of the fog. The purple light shone on his face, revealing his shocked expression. An energy rift about 10 meters long and 4 or 5 meters wide appeared in front of him, showing a dark red color behind it, and faint monster roars could be heard. What is this thing? A question rose in his mind just as the rift gradually began to shrink. He watched unblinkingly, his hand gripping a steel rod so tightly his fingers had turned white. He prayed desperately that it would close and act as if it had never appeared, hoping for no mishaps. The prayer had not yet concluded when suddenly a terrifying segmented limb stretched out from the rift, stuck at its edge. With a click, energy collided, but there was a faint purple spiritual energy on the limb, neutralizing the spatial rift's damage. Then, under Zhao Hanming's gaze, a colossal creature slowly squeezed out, its terrifying presence almost forcing him to the ground. Chapter 231 Motherworm swooshed Zhao Hanming, in his terror, threw the steel rebar spear in his hands, hoping to block the movement of that monster. However, when the steel spear approached, a metallic clang was heard, and the monster in front had snapped it in two with its pincer. The monster's blood-red compound eyes immediately fell upon Zhao Hanming and the others. The sound of its arthropod legs tapping the ground, the creature closed in quickly, clearly a giant dark red zerg. Its body was covered in dark red carapace, with red patterns emitting light upon its shell, and 8 pairs of pitch-black arthropod legs beneath its belly, like cast-iron spears. In front of its body were a pair of pincers and a pair of shin scythes, both 3 to 4 meters long, and especially ferocious. Run! The immense pressure from the mother worm made the already highly perceptive Zhao Hanming realize the chasm-like gap between himself and the monster. 3rd order. Possibly even 4th grade. No matter what, he had never seen such a terrifying creature, not even the fierce giant beast that had once destroyed King Xuan Bridge with a single blow, had shaken him to the core like this one did. Mr. Zhao. Some were fleeing, but Director Lin subconsciously summoned the angel envoys to block the mother worm, then tried to pull Zhao Hanming to safety. He rushed over to Zhao Hanming in 3 steps, and just as he was about to lift him, there was a putchy sound. A pitch-black tentacle pierced through his body and yanked him up from the ground. Pain twisted his face, and looking back, he saw the 2 angel envoys that had gone to intercept the mother worm were slowly becoming 2 separate pieces. In the moment of death, the backlash had already hit the gravely injured Director Lin, his veins bulged, a great volume of blood gushed from his mouth, and he lost his life. Zhao Hanming's eyes were split with rage, but it was futile. With a swoosh, a tentacle shot out again. There was no chance to dodge it as it pierced directly through his shoulder blade. Ah! He kept screaming in pain, but at this moment, psychic fluctuations emanated from the mother worm, and a cold, mechanical voice rose from the depth of his heart. Spiritual energy. Robust. Quite good material. Would you like to become our servant? He looked at the mother worm in horror, fear saturating his face as he discerned that this was a message from the mother worm. The red eyes of the mother worm kept flickering, and the fissure behind it was closing at an alarmingly fast rate. It was sizing up Zhao Hanming, tentacles extending from its back, dancing wildly. They kept lengthening, shooting towards different parts of the playground, snatching up each survivor. Damn thing! Shrill screams echoed continuously. Zhao Hanming's rage overpowered his horror. He wanted his angel envoys to attack. 2 large envoys charged forward. But in the next moment, only a flash of tentacles was seen, and the 2 second-order intermediate angel envoys were headless. The backlash immediately reflected on him, and the pain made him faint on the spot. The means to enslave monsters. The thought of the mother worm flashed by, and it quickly turned its attention to the scattering escapees, with the rift in the other space behind it having completely disappeared. Screech, a piercing howl immediately emanated from its mouth parts, sweeping over the entire number 4 middle school camp with immense force. Those nearby fainted instantly, while others further away lost their ability to move amid the pain at that moment. The mother worm moved its colossal body as tentacles on its back continuously snatched angel envoys, monsters, and people to the side. Especially the angel envoy monsters, whether dead or alive, were directly grabbed and stuffed into its mouth parts, chewed up voraciously, with flesh and blood splattering, all being swallowed whole into its stomach. Even while devouring, the mother worm's attacks went unhindered, nearly sweeping through the entire number 4 middle school camp, knocking out, overwhelming, and blocking anyone trying to escape. The contractors responsible for fighting were utterly defeated, and in the end, everyone was forced to take temporary refuge within the school building. Thump, thump, thump. Whether they were students or surviving adults, their eyes were filled with terror as they watched the mother worm approach the school building. Although the school building was massive, no one believed it could withstand the monster before them. Cries had already connected into a chorus of despair that spread through the hearts of everyone. However, just then, the mother worm stopped its advance, sizing up the surroundings with its gaze, and its mouthparts suddenly opened wide, spewing out a mass of flesh that emitted a faint glow. The great tissue writhed rapidly, as if alive, quickly forming into a 1-meter-high mound of flesh. Tentacles danced swiftly as Zhao Hanming's heavily injured body was immediately tossed beside the bug-quality tissue, which then undulated, quickly enveloping him. First the limbs, then gradually the entire body, and even the whole face were wrapped up, the body completely sinking inside, only the face vaguely visible, resembling a human-shaped cocoon. Once enveloped, Zhao Hanming's punctured body began to slowly heal, but at this moment, the spiritual and psychic energies being born in his body were slowly absorbed by the bug-quality tissue, which was growing bit by bit, subtly moving. The mother worm's mouthparts kept moving, ejecting masses of bug-quality tissue, which then solidified together, and the captured people were stuffed inside. It seemed that all the flesh it continually devoured was transformed into special bug quality in its terrifying belly, bit by bit shaping into something it desired. As a mountain of bug quality tissue formed, clinging to a corner of the school building, encasing the bodies of hundreds of people, it was eerie and horrifying. Everything for the abyssal insect race. Finally, the mother worm brought down its last executioner's blade and looked towards the survivors hiding inside the school building. Tentacles surged into the school, dragging out the crying, screaming, fleeing survivors one by one. No amount of wailing, pleading, or cursing could shake the cold and ferocious mother worm before them. Though possessing intelligence far beyond that of monsters, it was even colder. As more human bodies were devoured and assimilated, gaining more energy, the bug-quality tissue continued to spread, with some sections beginning to harden. Like a root system, they burrowed into the ground and clung to the school building, crisscrossing and scattered, forming a gray-black web. The mother worm, looking at the bug-quality tissue now hundreds of meters wide, almost like a small mountain, slowly squeezed its way into it, half its body merging inside, taking its place in the midst of the bug-quality tissue. On one side were dense, neatly arranged flesh cocoons, each trapping a human. On the other side, attached to the wall of the building, were enormous flesh sacks, 4 to 5 meters tall, undulating incessantly and dripping with slime, as if nurturing something. Plop, the flesh sacks writhed, and after sufficient nurturing, they dropped 4 or 5 dark red-shelled monsters, the size of hunting dogs, with 6 legs, a pair of pincers, and an extremely ferocious mouth apparatus. Hiss, the mother worm issued an order, and a sweep of spiritual power commanded, flesh and sacrifice. Hiss, the 5 workers immediately stirred, then quickly moved out towards the outskirts of number 4 middle school, leaving behind the colossal figure of the mother worm, powerful and imposing. Chapter 232, Tree Domain Transformation. Old Zaya, what are you planning to exchange your contribution for? At the Tree Domain camp, outside the government affairs building, within a queue of people, a young man patted the shoulder of a man in his 50s standing in front of him. Turning around, Zaya Dongshan grinned. Although he was in his 50s, his appearance didn't seem that old thanks to the contractor's enhancement. Stab injection. I'm planning to transfer to the City Defense Legion. Zaya Dongshan's reply made Zhao Wen pause. The search team accumulates contribution value the fastest, and you are almost at the first order upper grade. I know, but the search team is quite dangerous, right? What is there for an old guy like me to compete for? I'll save the remaining contribution to exchange for enhancers for my son. If he gets in, please take extra care of him. Zhao Wen was initially stunned but then immediately nodded. That's no problem, although the tree domain isn't actually that dangerous. The two continued talking while queuing, and nearly everyone in front and behind them was a soldier from the tree domain like themselves. After the entire third ring area in the northern part of the city was taken over, the cleanup teams naturally underwent some rotation. Some still assisted the border defenses, especially at the construction sites of roads. The walls were not fully repaired yet, so withdrawing was out of the question. Others started to rotate out for rest or to exchange items, improving their strength as much as possible. The former city defense teams, now the patrol squads, began patrols in the third ring in batches, further cleaning up any possible lingering monsters. Outside the government affairs building, vine giant rats came and went, some carrying baskets transporting simple tools and goods. Others were dragging carts as big as coaches, carrying either large rocks or heavier goods like food. On the streets, busy people were not in short supply. Some were agriculture and livestock personnel dealing with flower beds and tree pits. After basic preparation, suitable plants or crops were planted to utilize the land as much as possible. Meanwhile, some tree pits were intentionally left empty, serving as passages for tree-borne worms. Another group was the cleaning team, under the command of Yan Miu, and it was certainly the largest group. They handled the most miscellaneous tasks, collecting useful materials, cleaning battlefields, and more. They appeared everywhere. They were responsible for collecting all usable materials and organizing them for storage. That was their duty. If the search teams conducted a rough search of each area, focusing on key materials like weapons and medications, then the cleaning team's goal was to gather all useful materials inside every house while also cleaning up potential sources of decay and disease. Many discoveries of equipment were credited to them. Besides the cleaning teams, livestock squads were also searching for suitable locations in the newly incorporated second and third ring areas to expand their breeding operations. As the camp expanded, the number and types of evolved animals were increasing. The original numbers of tough-skinned rabbits and four-horned sheep had already exceeded 100. Moreover, during the expansion and trade process, they had acquired species like the bone-horned giant bull, which were also slowly being bred. The entire tree domain camp was operating rapidly, bustling with a vitality reminiscent of life after Calamity. Following this great disaster, the tree domain and Suhan had provided everyone with a safe haven. Whether they were contractors desiring to grow stronger or people yearning for a normal life, all were willing to work extremely hard to develop this place. This was the main reason for the rapid changes in the tree domain camp. Suhan did not personally inquire into many matters. In the eyes of many, this powerful leader was almost mythical. After the meeting had ended, Suhan did indeed not show himself around the various parts of the tree domain but instead dived straight into the underground prison beneath the tree domain camp. The so-called underground prison was no longer the previous underground garage, but a monster prison buried more than 30 meters underground, formed from rock and soil. The structure was similar to the previous prison, consisting mostly of hard rock and soil, with the cage bars made of special alloys. The entire prison was roughly the size of 10 football fields and was about 7 to 8 meters high. Without the black rock tree monster, it absolutely couldn't have been created. All the monsters previously detained in the tree domain had now been transferred here, where Suhan had been spending his days. Among densely spread vines and roots, Suhan walked past one cage after another, using metal control to open the cages, and then faced the rushing monsters, raising his hand to unleash a spirit melding vortex, taking control of them immediately. The terrifying suction of the spirit melding rapidly extracted the monsters' spiritual energy, then obliterated their bodies, and finally confined their souls, turning them into bubbles in his sea of consciousness, slowly being devoured completely. Physical strength is almost at third-grade superior. Suhan had devoured another second-grade monster, and a slight sense of fullness made him stop his spirit melding. Today he had reached his limit with spirit melding. To devour more, he would have to wait until tomorrow to digest some. Since obtaining his talent, he had never stopped spirit melding, although he mostly kept it a secret. This was also why he turned the underground garage where monsters were detained into this extensive underground prison and tightened control over personnel access, primarily managed by the 9 snake mother tree vines. The more he kept his talent hidden, the more cards he held in his hand. Although he had already taken control of the northern district, he never felt he could be complacent. What was Third Order? The monster that appeared on the first day, with a posture akin to that of a deity, still instilled fear in him. If he wanted to survive this apocalypse, to live longer, Third Order was far from enough, so he was still constantly seeking to become stronger. He regularly used bodily enhancement potions and continued devouring with his spirit meld talent. At this point, just his physical strength alone was akin to a third-grade superior, like a humanoid monster. In a matter of days, both the scorpion spider demon and the bloody erosion alligator dragon had completed their fusion. The scorpion spider demon level 9's normal metal fusion was complete, consuming up to 100,000 tons of metal, with the quantity becoming increasingly terrifying. However, the consumption also had its gains. Level 2 metal controller, level 3 floating pagoda black armor, and level 2 metal erosion. On the side of the bloody erosion alligator dragon, a large amount of blood and flesh merged, also raising the blood spring to level 5, along with level 3 evil crocodile prison. The number of evil crocodiles surged to 5,000, the black water expanse akin to a lake, violent and vast, capable of now condensing second-order individuals. It could be said that the group combat capability of the bloody erosion alligator dragon had been significantly enhanced, making a one-man army a practical reality. The nine-snake mother tree required even more flesh, but it was also slowly advancing, with fusion projected to succeed in these few days. As usual, Su-Han exited the prison, only to see Zhu Zhuang waiting outside. "Old Zhu, something up? We're running out of gasoline, the oil depot matter needs to be moved up the schedule, and I'm about to break through." Chapter 233 King of Black Spines. Zhu Zhuang's face jiggled as he spoke, unable to hide the smile on his plump face. Su-Han asked with a smile, "You old rascal, you've been improving pretty quickly, what's the secret? Tell me more about it." "Krypton gold," Zhu Zhuang said as if it was the most natural thing. "I don't have a wife and children. All my contribution value has been exchanged for enhancement potions and injection potions, so naturally, my progress has been a little bit faster." His words were no joke. In the Trio main camp, it could be said that Zhu Zhuang was one of the high-level members who accumulated contribution value the fastest. He was in charge of the main offensive field operation search team, which tallied contribution value at a higher proportion for combat and exploration, not to mention that Zhu Zhuang was a brute who led from the front. Besides fighting, whenever they encountered a second-grade monster or a particularly special monster, he would be the first to capture it. If the captured monster was valuable, that was an additional contribution value. As a result, the speed at which he accumulates contribution value has always been very fast, and coupled with Zhu Zhuang's own talent, which was one of the most outstanding among the high-level members, after talent awakening, his rate of improvement soared even higher. Together with an almost non-stop battle frequency, it was not particularly surprising that Zhu Zhuang could be the first to reach a bottleneck. As they walked and talked, Zhu Zhuang said, "Though the vine giant rats are numerous and have helped a lot with transportation, the use of cars is also very high. The gasoline reserves are almost used up, we really need to make a move on the oil depot soon. By the way, my glutton has reached its racial limit, it needs a divine initiation ritual for fusion. I'm really quite envious of those with higher racial limits." He truly envied them while saying this, as Su-Han's 3 angel envoys, even if they didn't advance in form for a long period, could still support him through the 3rd order and even 4th grade or 5th order breakthroughs. The depth of the foundation has greatly elevated the upper limit of the race. Like him, the racial limit of the bone armor giant pig could support up to a 2nd order without undergoing a divine initiation ritual to break through the 2nd order. But now, breaking through the 3rd order seems quite impossible without undergoing metamorphosis. There are 2 2nd-order superior monsters in the dungeon. If you want a divine initiation ritual fusion, you can do it here, though there might be less choice. As long as I can become stronger, I'm fine with not having too many choices. Zhu Zhuang shook his head. Working in field operations, he understood better than anyone the situation in the post-apocalyptic world. Who could get lucky with every divine initiation ritual and have each angel envoy complement each other? Wasn't that wishful thinking? Monster mutations were never directional, and various species were just beginning to form without a definite structure, so there certainly was no set hunting. If one could really hunt whatever angel envoy they wanted, prepare, set out to find them, and hunt precisely, it could only mean one thing: the monsters had gained a foothold, and humanity had lost. Only stable breeding could occupy a place like this, have a consistent activity range, and maintain a stable group structure, with creatures ranging from 1st rank to 2nd and 3rd orders. This was not good news. It meant that in the competition for ecological niches in this area, this group had the upper hand. Apart from them, it would be difficult for other species to pose much of a threat. Just like the current North City district, humans were easy to find, but except for those hiding in the 3rd ring area, monsters were definitely hard to find. Then let's go in and choose one. I don't have any money. Su-Han? Zhu Zhuang was straightforward. I've exchanged all my contribution value these last few days. Picking one that's not suitable if I go back in there now, even if you gave me a 50% off as a reward, I still couldn't afford it at the moment. So I might as well look around outside first. As a high-level member of the tree domain, Zhu Zhuang certainly knew the importance of establishing rules. Since it was not an urgent pick, looking for options outside wasn't a problem. If it was really urgent, which of the high-level members couldn't come up with a contribution value? So, his main reason for visiting Su-Han today was actually the oil depot issue. His upcoming breakthrough was really just additional news. Upon hearing this, Su-Han nodded. Just make your own decision. The oil depot is on the outskirts of the city, not close by. You and Old Go lead 2 teams, prepare for the response. Have Miu and Old Zhang prepare for the gasoline reserves. Remember to store diversely to ensure safety. Don't worry, Zhu Zhuang said, we've already discussed it. The oil depot is 30 kilometers out in the suburbs, and the vine giant rats only come out as far as 20 kilometers, so we might as well split the response into 2 sections. If Old Go comes with me, he'll be responsible for the stretch near the third ring area, and I'll take care of the oil depot part, aiming to sort it out within a few days. Su Han agreed with Zhu Zhuang's plan, and in the afternoon, after most of the tree domain warriors had completed their recent exchanges and enhancements, Zhu Zhuang began calling his subordinates together. Exploration and material transportation were never as simple as just shouting a few times. Some were in charge of vigilance, others of combat, clearing, and yet some had to sort and send back the corresponding materials. Especially since the target this time was gasoline, there would be even more to handle. 300 search team warriors, fully equipped with spiritual energy rifles, 100 bullets each, and there was also a sky cavalry squad of 20 people responsible for reconnaissance, with 50 transport drivers, and so on. At Old Go's end, the setup was almost identical to Zhu Zhuang's, but he also brought hundreds of vine giant rats to assist in the latter half of the operation. The grand team set out, traveling swiftly from the second ring area towards the third ring, with the convoy in front, followed closely by the vine giant rat teams dragging along mobile oil tanks that were as large as train carriages. Chapter 234 Blackthorn Glutton Bang. The bone armor giant pig, with Zhu Zhuang's spiritual energy shield, crashed directly into the Blackthorn gigantic beast, which was only a second-order intermediate. It was too late to dodge. With its arms crossed in front of it, the Blackthorn once again burst forth, ready to kill the bone armor giant pig. But the next moment, it was sent flying, its Blackthorn burst blocked by the spiritual energy shield. And the arms with the Blackthorn broke due to the collision. The leader's Blackthorn gigantic beast, being the largest, pressed forward as the bone armor giant pig slowed down due to the collision. Nearly 6 to 7 meters in size, it furiously swung its arms at the bone armor giant pig. Humphrey Zhu Zhuang snorted coldly, as the glutton was already pouncing, knocking it to the ground with a heavy attack landing on the body of the Blackthorn gigantic beast. The glutton's right arm's giant mouth directly tore into the shoulder of the Blackthorn gigantic beast, ripping off large chunks of flesh. The Blackthorn gigantic beast struggled to get up, its arms Blackthorn surged, growing 40 to 50 centimeters long, dark as steel needles, attacking like sharp blades, trying to flip the glutton. As a second-order superior monster, especially a strong individual among the Blackthorn species, the Blackthorn gigantic beast's combat capability was extremely formidable. Between its fierce attacks, it was enough to shatter stone and cleave metal, especially the sharp Blackthorn. However formidable it was still no match for Zhu Zhuang's second-rank apostle. After all, Old Zhu's contribution value had mostly been spent on the apostle. The glutton used the power burst skill and with a fierce punch collided with the arm of the Blackthorn gigantic beast. There was a crunchy sound as it broke, and he slammed it to the ground, breaking its bones. A painful roar ensued, and another Blackthorn gigantic beast wanted to help, but Zhu Zhuang was already advancing with a heavy shield, and with a bang, he knocked it flying. As the spiritual energy shield showed its capability, the attack vibrated with spiritual energy, and the burst of power was much greater than a mere hammer strike. The Blackthorn gigantic beast let out a scream as the fierce spikes on its head were mostly broken, blood streaming down, looking extremely miserable. Zhu Zhuang sneered coldly and casually formed a second shield, 1 meter in diameter, with spiritual energy converged and serrated edges sharp as daggers, flung it hard. The toothed shield spun rapidly and, aided by Zhu Zhuang's power burst skill, it shot out like a purple shadow, slicing through the neck of the Blackthorn gigantic beast, leaving behind a bloody line. The monster's head dropped suddenly, its severed neck spurting out blood like a fountain. Zhu Zhuang first resolved the monster and with a wave of his hand, the thrown-toothed shield instantly dissipated. With one Blackthorn gigantic beast slain, both the Blackthorn king beast and the entire pack of Blackthorn beasts became enraged. The pack tried to turn and kill Zhu Zhuang, but Go Gang had already led his men charging in, apostles clothed in heavy armor at the forefront, harshly ramming into the formation, followed by other apostles who had already torn through the Blackthorn pack. Go Gang took the lead, as the Cyclops gigantic monster and Cursed Tiger by them were wreaking havoc among the Blackthorn pack. The Cyclops gigantic beast's terrifying single red eye swept over, and then 2 tentacles swayed out left and right, strangling one Blackthorn beast after another, heavily throwing them inside the pack. Its colossal body was equally ferocious, breaking into the pack, slamming with big hands. Wherever it attacked, bones and bodies inevitably shattered, blood spraying everywhere. The Cursed Tiger's huge body, although beastly in form, matched the Cyclops gigantic monster in attack, with each pounce and bite tearing the Blackthorn beasts into pieces, with 10 first-order upper-grade Chang beasts equally fierce and fearless, plunging into the pack like knives. With Gogang leading, more trio main warriors engaged the Blackthorn pack at close quarters, completely isolating the battlefield. The bone-armor giant pig directly crushed the spine of the Blackthorn gigantic beast, then its sharp fangs pierced through its head. Wasted, that was worth contribution value. Zhu Zhuang muttered, but his actions didn't hesitate at all as he quickly rushed to the side of the Blackthorn king beast, his right hand with the spiritual energy shield striking out with a bang, flipping it over. He always knew his priorities, but the mission this time was gasoline, secondary only to his divine initiation ritual. Whether it was one or the other, he couldn't leave any beast alive other than the Blackthorn king beast as a potential unstable factor. Contribution value might be precious, but he, Old Zhu, a founding member of the trio main camp, couldn't issue an IOU. The Blackthorn king beast was struck again, then completely subdued by the glutton, its bones shattered under heavy punches, tightly entangled by the glutton's right arm. It was completely immobilized. On the Blackthorn pack side, now operating in coordinated three-man teams, they too were being slaughtered to extinction. The situation had already moved into the phase of final executions. Everyone remember the rules: separate the corpses, a stab in the chest, got it? The executing and searching team were professionals. At this point, Gogang also hurried to Zhu Zhuang's side and asked him, decided? Zhu Zhuang nodded, cover me, brother. Once it's done, I'll treat you to Mao Tai back home, not even your sister-in-law will know, I'm a professional. He was patting his chest in assurance, and Gogang's honest face broke into a smile, awkward, I'm applying for the third shift back at home. Gogang, with his bushy eyebrows and big eyes, was an honest man, definitely not one to sneak around. However, with Old Zhu and Old Zhang by his side, one a truck fleet leader and the other a real estate boss, not having set up a full-service operation was already these two old slickers rekindling their entrepreneurial spirit in these last days. Chapter 235 Blackrock Bull Demon Zhu Zhuang was already third order, and although currently only the Blackthorn Glutton was of the third order, including his own strength as a lower tier of the third order and coupled with his talent, he was fully capable of handling the task of pioneering. At this point, the trio main camp had gradually got the ball rolling, so all actions were set to speed up, which was also one of their plans. As soon as Zhu Zhuang left Suhan, he immediately went to the search team to prepare some people. As for the meal with Gogang, that would certainly come next time. Suhan wouldn't have sent him there to only let him go alone, but this time, it wasn't possible to bring all the people from the search team over. After the last sweep and replenishment of personnel, the search team had now reached 1,000 people, and the patrol team was also at the level of 1,000. However, a part of the patrol personnel had been transformed into the City Defense Legion. The City Defense Legion had around 500 members, not yet at full strength, with the chief officer being Zhang Xingxin, and the deputy officers being Guo and Tian Shao, both of whom were newly affiliated personnel. The City Defense Legion was a new branch of the trio main's arms system, with a focus on defense and patrol. Its accumulation of contribution value and involvement in internal camp affairs were less significant than those of the search and patrol teams, making it a secondary force, serving as a transitional and retirement unit. Their main duty was to take charge of city defense, with secondary tasks such as providing support, naturally suited for new members. Besides that, there was also the reserve force headed by Gogang, whose numbers had gradually expanded to 1,500, with Yi Kaling as the drill instructor continuously taking on the training role. Another integrated force was the military unit stationed in the Eastern District led by Zhu Junhe, whose functions were comprehensive but not yet detailed, with personnel also increasing to about 1,000 people. Therefore, in total, the trio main camp had over 30,000 people, with approximately 5,000 already being combat personnel, which was a high ratio. If the construction team was included, the number could be increased a bit more. However, relative to the post-apocalyptic world, this ratio of fighters was not high at all. The main camp of the search team was located in the second ring area, close to the position of the underground dungeons, originally a market which has now been completely leveled by the construction team and rebuilt into residential and training facilities for the search team. Behind the towering walls, sounds of training and combat could be heard. Zhu Zhuang strode in and could see many soldiers of the search team undergoing training on the field, including Angel Envoy battles, squad tactics, and contractors combat training. With so many survivors gathered at the trio main camp, there was no shortage of skilled fighters, and many were ex-soldiers of the armed forces. They were integrated into the command structure of the search team, serving as squad leaders or team captains. With the continuous increase of personnel in the search team, the grouping of staff had become more refined. 10 people to a squad, 3 squads to a platoon, and 3 platoons to a team, with a consolidated number of 90 people, sometimes up to 100 in special cases. 3 teams made up one large team with about 300 people, led by a second-order contractor as the company leader. 3 large teams made up a battalion, roughly 1,000 people in size, commanded by higher-ups like Zhu Zhuang, Gan Xinglai, and Go Gang. As the team expanded, the titles for Zhu Zhuang, Go Gang, and others had gradually become Commander. As Zhu Zhuang arrived at the training field, Zhao Yiman, who had been watching and directing, strode over to meet him. The training didn't stop despite his approach, maintaining good discipline. Yiman, get everyone together. Yes. Zhao Yiman shouted loudly, gather up. All members of the search team immediately formed ranks, assembling according to their respective teams. 3 large team formations, except for some members temporarily not present, were now all lined up properly. Zhu Zhuang glanced over the troops, showing a satisfied expression. The search team had the most frequent fights, and their overall strength was the strongest. He noticed an uptick in the aura of the crowd, and it wouldn't be long before there would be more second-order members within the team. There's a mission, acting as the vanguard for cleaning up the Eastern District. I need one large team to come with me. Commander, I'll go. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Gushiji raised his hand. He came from the same batch of people as Tianzio and Cheng Xuan, considered as old-timers of the camp, who had come out from Happiness Community together. Although his breakthrough was somewhat slow, he had now reached around the level of a second-order intermediate, with a second-order intermediate double-headed gobbler dog, and a lower tier of the third-order claw giant waiting for contribution value to be used. Now that there was a cleaning mission, wasn't it a great opportunity for progress? Gushiji really wanted to advance. Gushiji, you just ran a mission to the oil depot, and now you want to go out again? This time it's our second large team's turn. Before he could finish, he was interrupted by a man beside him. Zhu Zhao glared with big eyes, then turned to Zhu Zhuang with a smile. Boss Zhu, take a look at our second large team. Zhu Zhao joined the camp later, starting as an ordinary warrior and breaking through to a second-order intermediate. His strength was similar to Gushiji, but this guy came from a background as a combat sports athlete, and his muscular body was no worse than that of a monster, having used many strength-enhancing drugs. No, our third large team also wants to step up, Boss Zhu. Zheng Zhuang grinned and raised his hand high. Having tasted many benefits since his allegiance, he had become a second-order intermediate contractor, with both of his angel envoys at second-order intermediate as well. Don't fight over it, there will be plenty of chances. Zhu Zhuang waved his hand and then said, this time, acting as the vanguard, there will certainly be a lot of tasks to do. Take turns, let the second large team go first, then the third large team, and finally the first team. Regular rotation, all personnel start preparing for battle from today and be ready for deployment at any time. Understood. Zhu Zhao, according to the wartime state, gather your weapons and equipment within 1 hour, and ensure the armored vehicles are ready. We'll depart in an hour. Yes. Zhao Yiman, you go and contact the Sky Cavalry, construction team, and medical team. Get one group from the Sky Cavalry and the medical team, and a squad from the construction team. The order has already been passed down from the chief. Directly requisition personnel and prepare the supplies. Yes. With the orders issued, the entire search team rapidly sprang into action, and soon the convoy was fully assembled. Nearly 400 people in the team boarded their vehicles and quickly set off from the east gate, heading straight for the Eastern District. Although the subway tunnels could be used to move troops, it was not easy to move vehicles through them, so the journey necessarily began on the ground. Most of the Eastern District was still not within the range of the Vine Giant Rat's activity. If they wanted to expand operations, it would have to be vehicle-led, with the Vine Giant Rats playing a supporting role. However, no matter what, Old Zhu must have been planning to make a big move with his vanguard cleaning operation. His subordinates wanted to advance, but Old Zhu was even more eager to progress. He still hadn't contracted his third angel envoy of the Third Order, so if he didn't find a suitable one this time, he might just set his sights on one of Suhan's creatures from the Nine-Snake Mother Tree, hearing that it was nearly fully formed. At Trito Main Camp, where the Nine-Snake Mother Tree was located, the tens of thousands of monster carcasses in the tree pit had been fully integrated by it. But now, the integration progress of the essence of flesh had only reached 65%. Level 7 essence of flesh 65%, still a long way from level 8. After the big cleanup, there were about 70 to 80,000 pieces of monster flesh left, and even after integrating all of that, it's still not enough. The demand is getting bigger and bigger. I hope Old Zhu can deliver in the Eastern District. Standing before the Nine-Snake Mother Tree, Suhan pondered for a moment while looking at the towering tree and the myriad of tree wombs dangling at various heights, contemplating the recent operations. Every day, the two spatial rifts produce several hundreds of monsters in the spiritual energy blood sea, with irregular attack frequencies. There are stationed troops to clear them out, and the remaining corpses are sent over to the tree pit. Just the other day, Old Shu led an operation to an oil depot. They killed about 3,000 monsters, whose corpses were also transported here, but it's still not enough. The Nine-Snake Mother Tree will continue to integrate and evolve, requiring even more materials. Taking action in the Eastern District is an urgent matter. Only through continuous sweeping can they bring in more monster flesh. Even if the entire South City were taken down, there would only be, at most, 1 million monsters. Breaking through to 4th grade isn't enough, as there will be demand for medium, high grade, and even 5th order and 6th order creatures. As Suhan weighed the plans in his mind, he understood that to continue growing stronger, he must eventually expand beyond the boundaries of South City where more monsters and resources abound. The scorpion spider demon mainly consumes metal, and for now, the camp has nearly 1 million tons of alloy that will last for a while. However, eventually, its demand will match that of the Nine-Snake Mother Tree. If the city's steel is not enough, then mining must be the next step, using metal erosion to mine and devour more metal, gathering more food. For now, the scorpion spider demon has started to corrode some monsters and driven them to the remaining 3 city districts, where they continuously gnaw on metal. Before they are fully metallized, they return to the trio main camp. Every day, only a few dozen monsters return, weighing merely 1 or 2 tons, which almost seems like a drop in the bucket. However, it's acceptable as a temporary measure. The main issue is the pace of the clearing. If Old Shu can make a breakthrough, quickly taking down the Eastern District, they could drive a massive wave of monsters and fallen creatures toward the Western District, then they might achieve their goals in one fell swoop. As for the South City camp, although troublesome, it is unlikely to become a final hindrance. As Suhan pondered, the Nine-Snake Mother Tree began to sway, and the 5th tree womb at the treetop finally came to fruition. Roar erupted from the canopy as hundreds of vines wrapped around an enormous creature, slowly lowering it to the ground. Thud upon landing heavily, the monster kicked up a cloud of dust. Slowly the vines retracted to reveal its ferocious appearance. 6 meters tall, its body was pitch black, and muscles coiled like black rock. It had the body of a man with the head of a bull and a vine-covered back. On top were nearly 2-meter-long massive bull horns. The bull's head was menacing, with blood-red eyes, and a torso as imposing as a small hill. Along its spine, vines pulsed like special manes, and its burly arms were as thick as pillars, with thick palms. Below were iron-cast like thighs and hooves that cracked the earth upon landing. The Black Rock Bull Demon knelt, submitting to Suhan, exuding a potent aura. 2nd order superior, close to reaching the 3rd order, huh? Suhan smiled, very satisfied with the Black Rock Bull Demon's strength. At least, the tree womb's strength limit at level 5 had already been reached, indicating the success of this cultivation. It was born using the bodies of 2 2nd-grade monsters from the Eastern District as wombs and a Black Rock Tree monster as material. This creature's power not only lay in its immense strength and defense, but it also possessed a much more potent rock and soil control ability and even a burst-type skill, Black Rock Spike. Chapter 236 Advancement from all sides. Clear the way with the heavy trucks, advance with the armored angel envoy, everyone follow my envoy into the attack. Zhu Zhuang, riding the bone-armored giant pig, led the charge as 2 modified heavy trucks occupied the entire roadway, rumbling forward and pushing through everything. Monsters in groups tried to block them, but they couldn't stop the heavy trucks of such tonnage, crushing them as they went, leaving behind severed limbs and unrecognizable remains. The angel envoy clad in heavy armor followed closely behind like a barricade, with the contractors coming up at the rear. Armed with rifles, they began shooting at the thousands of monsters, killing them one by one. The monsters roared continuously as they fell one after another, unable to breach the blockade, and were cleanly killed under the gunfire of the spirit energy rifles and the slaughter by the angel envoy. Roar from the depths of the monster horde, a 2nd-order entity, over 4 meters tall, leaped out and charged towards the frontmost heavy truck, potentially breaching the defense line if not stopped. Zhu Zhuang saw this and merely sneered. A jet-black figure swiftly emerged from the side, pouncing and pinning it to the ground. With a crack, the monster's ribcage was completely crushed by the blackthorn glutton, and then with a swing of its arms, sharp black spikes shot up. Spiked eruption. Hundreds of black spikes burst out like bullets all around, piercing through many monsters and knocking them straight to the ground. It swept up masses of monster corpses while its arm spikes rapidly regrew, and then with a raise of its hands, more spikes burst out, killing numerous monsters. The 3rd-order presence suppressed the whole horde, and the furious massacre eventually caused the heavily damaged monster horde to start fleeing. Proceed with the plan and drive them off. Construction team, get ready to build the wall at the junction. Yes. With hundreds moving together, they quickly cleared up a whole street. Aside from some sporadic monsters in buildings, they were driving larger numbers of monsters towards the southwest direction. Hurry up, everyone. Half were on guard while the others cleared the battlefield, Then the accompanying construction team swiftly advanced, controlling the black rock tree monsters to manipulate rocks into forming walls. 3 more streets ahead, and from Zhao Yiman and Xu Junhua's flank, they've cleared through several streets, and will be able to connect the pharmaceutical plant and the stadium area soon. It'll be easier to manage then. Zhu Zhuang muttered his calculations to himself. With 3 groups advancing together, each with hundreds and fully equipped with spirit energy rifles and ammo, the driving speed was naturally fast. Boss Zhu, but moving further out, just like old Zhu said, we'll start encountering survivors' camps, not small ones either. Zhu Zhao came over. The area they were currently clearing around was near the pharmaceutical plant, where there weren't many survivors' camps as it was the plant's territory. But moving further out, it would be different. Zhu Zhuang grunted, saying, just subdue them directly, handle it based on their nature, we don't have time to negotiate slowly. And remember to pile up the monster corpses well, logistics will handle them later, the tree domain needs this. Understood. The wall construction went quickly, even though there was only 1 team of constructors with Zhu Zhuang. But in this team, all were contractors bonded with the black rock tree monsters. 10 black rock tree monsters worked together to build the wall. It was only 4 meters high and half a meter wide, so it was naturally even faster. The wall wasn't meant for holding positions, but for blocking and segmenting to prevent a large-scale return of monsters and to facilitate rapid connection into a continuous wall during future cleanups. Thus, the task now wasn't troublesome. In just half an hour, the wall was built, and about 1,000 monster corpses were amassed near the wall. Next target. Zhu Zhuang waved his hand, leading the group to the next block. In the southern district, Zhao Yiqian and her team expanded through the neighborhood, the southern city guards armed with crossbows, swiftly slaughtering the monsters in the streets in coordination with the envoy. Encircle on the left wing, watch for monster breakthroughs, and prepare for chemical bomb interdiction. Boom! They enveloped from the left and right, starting from an alley, swiftly segmenting the originally surging monster horde and then rapidly annihilating them. Zhao Yiqian coordinated from the middle, and her psychic powers undoubtedly made her more adept in command. Boom! However, just then, her expression changed. Second squad, retreat immediately, there's a second-grade monster in the alley. As soon as she issued her command, she had already swiftly dashed across the street. The monster tried to pounce on her, but the nearby shadow armor tyrant had already charged over, sweeping away a multitude of monsters. Die. Zhao Yiqian remained composed, her talent ability burst forth, her psychokinetic power turned into blades, slicing apart all the monsters in front of her, and rapidly charged into the midst of thousands of monsters, positioned just outside the alley. Boom! And at that moment, the alley resounded with a thunderous boom, and 2 second-order superior monsters rushed out from between buildings, their massive bodies filling the alley, and their menacing gazes targeting the squad that was about to attack from the flank. The squad was retreating quickly. Their captain also had second-order low-grade strength. 2 contractor had already stepped up, but in the next moment, they were brutally punched away by the horned monster, their bones already broken. 2 second-order superiors. Zhao Yiqian's face darkened, a shadow fiercely attacked the monsters inside the alley, revealing itself to be a beast coated in black, its thorny bones fierce, bearing 3 horrifying claws. Roar! As the shadow-devouring demon appeared, the 2 second-order superior monsters immediately sensed the threat, pivoting their bodies to confront the shadow-devouring demon. Shadow bind, however, Zhao Yiqian had no intention of holding back. A massive amount of dark shadow energy surged from the shadow-devouring demon, binding the 2 monsters up like tentacles. The 2 monsters struggled furiously, but could only be slowly pulled closer by the shadow-devouring demon, and finally, its sharp claws slashed across, tearing open one monster's head while Zhao Yiqian's psychokinetic blade quickly flashed by, severing the monster's body. Thank you, Captain Zhao. The flank attacking squad was saved and immediately expressed their gratitude, but Zhao Yiqian had already furrowed her brows. The monsters outside had begun to flee, but the encirclement had not fully formed. Surround and kill the monsters. She immediately turned back. The shadow-devouring demon and the shadow-armored tyrant plunged into battle, swiftly clearing the street of monsters. By now, Zhao Yiqian had already advanced to third order. The shadow-devouring demon, having advanced, clearly had improved control over its energy, its attacks powered by shadow energy sweeping through and killing large numbers of monsters with each strike. But the faster she cleared them, the quicker the monsters dispersed. At this point, they couldn't form a solid encirclement like the tree domain camp, leading to a large number of monsters escaping. Even during the assault, many of the southern city guards were wounded or killed. Zhao Yiqian, though heartbroken, could only grit her teeth and continue fighting even harder. After half an hour, the monsters were nearly wiped out or had fled. The entire street was littered with monster corpses, and the stench of blood was extremely strong. Engineers, build the wall. Everyone else, clean up the battlefield. We need to secure this district by tonight and have it connected with Captain Wang Ji's side. Understood. Without taking the time to mourn or rest, everyone immediately assisted the injured and cleaned up the battlefield, then arranged the street defenses. By continuously reclaiming streets and expanding the defensive depth of the industrial park area, they could protect more people and accommodate more individuals. Wang Hu was overseeing the meticulous cleanup efforts and walked over to the slightly tired Zhao Yaqian. Yaqian, you should rest. Since your advancement, you've been fighting continuously for several days without much sleep. The quicker we recover, the more people we can save. I can keep going, after all, I'm third order now. Zhao Yaqian shook her head. Her gaze flickered with solemnity as she saw the concern in her old superior, Wang Hu's, eyes, but she just gestured that she was okay. However, only she knew inside that if the southern city camp didn't act quickly, how could they possibly catch up with the tree domain's pace? Can Captain Cheng get a large amount of cement? Zhao Yaqian asked Wang Hu, who was taken aback for a moment and replied, we'll just have to try. Even if the quantity is large, it actually wouldn't be enough, we can only use it for emergencies, to fortify these critical places. Wang Hu fell silent for a while, then said somberly, I'm more worried about the north side, recently more and more powerful monsters have been flooding in. The tree domain is in action, these may just represent a part of them, most are heading to the west of the city. I know. Wang Hu paused, then queried in a deep voice, Yaqian, just how fast is the tree domain progressing, and why does it make you so anxious? Chapter 237 Undercurrents. Wang Hu may have been a guard by trade, and observation and interrogation were almost second nature to him. Even if he didn't deliberately use these skills on his own people, he could still sense that something wasn't right with Zhao Yaqian after her return. Taking a risk to increase the dosage of the strengthening serum to break through to third order and then go all out to attack the surrounding streets, expanding the depth, it seemed like the pace had suddenly picked up, and the tension was palpable. It wasn't that there was anything wrong with Zhao Yaqian's actions, but this sense of urgency made him feel somewhat out of his element. After a moment of silence, Zhao Yaqian said, the North District has been completely recaptured, which you know. However, as far as I'm aware, Tree Domain still maintains a stronghold in the East District, and its size may not be much smaller than ours. They've been sending signals to drive monsters to the West District, which you know about. So, the monsters that have appeared in excess are likely due to their efforts to recapture the East District. How is that possible? Wang Hu showed a look of shock. He hadn't visited the Tree Domain camp in a while and wasn't as attuned to the changes there. But to suddenly hear that they were expanding so soon after capturing the North District was truly startling to him. Don't they also only have Suhan as a third order? It's third grade superior, maybe even stronger. Zhao Yaqian's eyes downturned as she said, and not all third orders are the same, he doesn't even need to take action himself. Then what about them and us? Zhao Yaqian didn't continue with this question but instead said, Officer Li will consider it. What we can do is recapture the South City as quickly as possible, and the faster we do so, the more people we can protect. The fog tide will certainly come, and if any changes occur then, we will be hard-pressed to withstand them. Damn end of the world. Wang Hu felt nothing but irritation. He was a straightforward fighter, these matters shouldn't trouble him. Yet he couldn't help but think how much better it would be if they could avoid these issues, since it was all for the sake of saving people. I'll have them move faster. Once the next street is cleared, we can join up with Wang Ji. Before he could finish speaking, the urgent roar of an engine sounded, and a vehicle swiftly drove into the street, stopping not far away. A southern city guard quickly got out of the car, spotted the two of them in the crowd, and hurried over. Zhao Yaqian and Wang Hu exchanged a grave look. It was someone from the camp. What happened? Captain Zhao, Captain Wang, Director Go and Officer Li want you to hurry back. The guard was solemn, but he couldn't provide more information, clearly indicating the importance of the message that summoned them back. Everyone, clean up the battlefield and make defensive preparations. They were originally supposed to assemble to attack the next street, but now they had to shift to defense instead. The shadow-devouring demon waved a large hand, placing Zhao Yaqian onto its shoulder, while Wang Hu also swiftly mounted his angel envoy. Then, both of them sped towards the South City camp. By the time the two arrived, Wang Ji had just entered the camp. With a glance, the three understood they had been urgently recalled. Something important must have happened at the camp. Without time for pleasantries, they all entered, and a waiting Southern City guard immediately directed them to the conference room. They strode into the office building and headed for the conference room. Upon entering, Li Ruikang, Yan Tijun, and Go Wutao were already seated inside, their brows slightly furrowed as they looked at a letter in front of them. Officer, Director Go, Director Yan, what happened? First, close the door. Li Ruikang instructed the three to shut the door, and as the door closed, the conference room became even quieter. Take a seat. Go Wu Tao gestured for the three to sit down as everyone's gaze shifted to the peculiar letter before Li Ruikang. Such items would not normally be found in a conference room. Just now, we received a letter, a request for an alliance. Li Ruikang handed the letter to the trio, and the expressions of Zhao Yaqian and the others subtly changed, becoming more curious. If it was a request for union, then it surely had nothing to do with Tree Domain. But who else would want to ally with them and have such confidence? Zhao Yaqian was the first to read the letter, which contained hardly any content, just a single line: to recapture South City, meet tonight at Qinggang Bridge Road Flower and Bird Market. If the leader fails to come, bear the consequences. Her expression cooled. Quite the audacity, so impolite. Could it be the survivors' camp? Her initial thought was the survivors' camp, perhaps the survivor camp alliance, because she had witnessed in the East District how the alliance had gone to extreme lengths to fight over rifts to other dimensions. Directing tens of thousands of monsters to besiege the city, regardless of the lives of their own kind, was utterly maddening. Li Ruikang nodded slightly and said, "It's possible." Go Wu Tao added, "The letter was delivered next to the corpses of 3 second-grade monsters. They're showing their strength, and it seems considerable. What I'm more worried about is the cost they mentioned. Will they guide monsters to attack our camp?" Yan Tijun's eyes were already ablaze with anger. As a military man, he was not one to submit to such threats. The likelihood wasn't small. Wan Ji's composure remained as he said, "We must be ready for defense, divert any outbreak of the beast swarm, and resist them. Aside from this, we need to ascertain who they are." "I agree with Wan Ji's idea." Wang Hu spoke up, "We're currently expanding significantly, and the number of survivor groups we're encountering is rising. We're bound to come across large survivor enclaves. If we don't determine their location and find the source of the conflict, the threat remains unresolved. More importantly, what kind of cooperation do they want, and what is their goal?" Chapter 238 Dealing with the Tree Domain. Zhao Yaqian had summoned the Shadow Armor Tyrant, and a lower tier of the Third-Order Shadow Devouring Demon was ready to be summoned at any moment. She watched the fallen creatures in front of her with vigilance, their hideous faces showing ferocious smiles as they slowly emerged, surrounding and protecting their leader in the middle. There were more than 30 fallen creatures, over half of them of the second order in strength, and their leader was even more formidable, a second-order superior. Such a group of fallen creatures, if they were to scheme from the shadows, posed an unimaginably great threat. You renounce your humanity and then turn around to seek cooperation with humans. Don't you find that laughable? Li Ruikang's gaze was sharp as he stared down the leading monster, his face as calm as still water. There is no right or wrong in choosing to evolve. Ken Lighting's eyes flashed red, unabashedly revealing his hideous visage as he sneered. "Besides, Angel's envoy, do you think humans' frail bodies can live for long? Without enhancement drugs, relying solely on the strength regurgitated by Angel's envoy, humans could indeed master spiritual energy, but their overall strength was significantly lower. Even now, with enhancement drugs available, should one's enhancement be insufficient, their talent poor, and their conversion rate inadequate, they would still be at a disadvantage." This was indeed different from how the fallen creatures gain monstrous strength in exchange for mutation and corruption. Nevertheless, Li Ruikang simply looked up slightly and stated, "Like you're suggesting? State your purpose, we don't have time to waste with you." To be born human, forsake one's humanity, and regard one's own kind as less than animals, truly despicable. Survival is paramount, just as you all believe, hee hee. Ken Lighting's throat, covered in tumor-like protrusions, pulsated as he produced a raspy, unpleasant voice, just like Tree Domain Camp. "If they keep expanding, your end is inevitable. Survive first, then think about other things, right, Mr. Li, the government official?" Li Ruikang remained calm, speaking indifferently. "You fled from the north, didn't you?" That mention of fled spoke volumes of the plight of Ken Lighting and his fellow fallen, casting them in a fierce, glowering light as they stared at Li Ruikang. "Just cooperate with us to open the rift into the other space, and once infused with spiritual energy, defeating the Tree Domain will be a simple task. If you too seek power, we can assist you." Ken Lighting's calculations were clear for all to hear. But he was fearless, convinced that South City Camp would inevitably align with them, even holding them in disdain for not exploiting the wealth at their disposal. Slowly researching technology and evolving was simply too wasteful. With so many people in the entire camp, if all were to be enticed to gain stronger spiritual energy, the fallen creatures would have already greatly expanded. "That's quite the idea." Li Ruikang's detached voice came through as Ken Lighting showed an ugly smile. "If you agree, considering your relationship with Tree Domain, ambushing Suhan isn't out of the question. By then, the north and south of the city are yours, and the east and west districts will be our territory. How about it?" "So, you still have people in the east district?" Li Ruikang lifted his gaze, eyeing the fallen creature before him, his attitude still unguessable. Ken Lighting huffed, "There's a group of violent fools who don't use their brains, but they can be useful." Jia Qian, hearing Li Ruikang's exchange, felt a surge of urgency, saying coldly, "Conspiring with tigers for their skins, who knows what you're really up to? You have no choice." Ken Lighting glanced at Jia Qian with his blood-red eyes, but a look of caution flashed beneath. As a second-order superior angel envoy, this woman likely was the strongest in South City Camp. "Now that we've set the monsters upon the East District, seizing both monsters and survivors alike, do you think the South District can withstand much longer?" With such confidence, the Fallen could run, but South City Camp could not. He had zeroed in on this fact for his negotiation. Jia Qian was about to lash back, fully aware of the fearsome might of Trito main camp and absolutely unwilling for humans to slaughter one another, at least not to engage in meaningless battles. But just as she was about to speak, out of the corner of her eye, she caught a glimpse of Li Ruikang making tactical hand gestures, hidden behind his back, clearly only to her. "What a pity." Li Ruikang's voice came solemnly and composed, his expression extremely indifferent as he stared at Ken Lighting, stating decisively, "I, Li Ruikang, naturally wish to see the revival of South City under my watch. It's my duty. But by any means necessary, I will not include the assassination of my compatriots. Attack." At his command to attack, Li Ruikang's two angels envoy charged forward while the Shadow Armor Tyrant also advanced without hesitation. Jia Qian, having seen the gesture first, almost simultaneously exploded with her attack as a red silhouette appeared before her and the towering dark form of the shadow-devouring demon lunged at Ken Lighting and his band of fallen. Bang bang bang, the spiritual energy rifles also opened fire at the same time, killing several fallen creatures and their angel's envoy. Damn it, Ken Lighting's face twisted in shock, realizing that he had misjudged. Jia Qian wasn't merely a second-order superior, she clearly had the strength of the lower tier of the third order. Seeing the shadow-devouring demon already upon him, its 3 arms like blades, its sharpness as if right before him, oppressively close. Its black tentacles flailed wildly, intent on ensnaring him, a truly terrifying sight. Roar determined, he grabbed a nearby fallen one and threw it in front of him, just in time to block the path of the shadow-devouring demon. The tentacles wrapped around the fallen one, and claw pierced through the body, ending its life. At this moment, other fallen angel envoys were summoned, and Ken Lighting rapidly retreated, with 2 angel envoys covering his escape. "Retreat!" he shouted loudly as he rushed toward the depths of the flower and bird market, an area shrouded in mist and shrouded in darkness, a place they would not be able to pursue if he made it there. Jia Qian stepped forward briskly, more than a dozen invisible telekinesis blades concentrated around her, chasing after Ken Lighting to kill him. Although Ken Lighting was only a second-order superior, he was extremely close to the third order, and his monstrous frame provided him with formidable comprehensive strength. He turned abruptly, blood congealing in his mouth into a blood cannon, and spat it out just as it collided with several telekinesis blades, exploding violently. Several telekinesis blades shattered, but Zhao Yaqian was of the third order, how could she let him escape? The remaining blades swiftly penetrated his body, pinning him down firmly. "Stop her!" Ken Lighting's eyes split wide in rage and fear. 2 angel envoys lunged forward as he sought help from his subordinates, not realizing that aside from those engaged in battle, others had already fled quickly. The shadow-devouring demon stepped forward heavily, dispatching his angel envoys with one swipe of its claws, then began a massacre. Although not comparable to Suhan's angel envoys, Zhao Yaqian's third-order strength was still enough to wreak havoc amidst these monstrous fallen ones. As half were lost, a significant number of fallen ones panicked and fled into the depths of the flower and bird market. Suddenly, a monstrous roar sounded, and hundreds more creatures emerged from the shadows, with second orders not being few in number. Li Ruikang's brow furrowed. These people dared to meet at this flower and bird market, surely they were prepared, but he hadn't expected a horde of creatures. Seeing the creatures attack, Zhao Yaqian's expression darkened. "Titan formation, protect yourselves." She wasn't without ability to fight back, but with a sheer number against them, any slip could result in casualties on their side. The team quickly grouped, Zhao Yaqian unable to attend to the whereabouts of the fallen ones, focusing on the released creatures. For a good 10 minutes, the creatures were finally wiped out, with the fallen ones having disappeared from the scene, having fled the area. Li Ruikang, having fought as well and also not lightly exhausted, spoke solemnly, "Yaqian, we must return immediately, they might have other setups at the camp." Zhao Yaqian's face slightly changed. "I will return at once." The team sped back, no further ambush from the fallen ones, but upon arrival at the Trito main camp, the streets were a mess. Monster corpses, scattered flesh and blood, the ground littered with shell casings, crossbow arrows, Near the defensive lines the ground was pockmarked, several large pits causing a web of cracks on the surface. Just as Zhao Yaqian and the others stopped, Go Wu Tao and Yan Tijun were already approaching quickly. Those guys really led us away from the mountain, and they even had a third-order monster that must have consumed its own angel envoys. Go Wu Tao looked grave, asking, "Is everything alright on your end?" It was a meeting prepared for contingencies. Some details can be discussed later. What are our losses? Dozens attacked, including one third-order and about 10 second-order ones. We lost 7 people, more than 20 were injured, and it took over 30 spiritual energy cannons to drive off that third-order one. Go Wu Tao's face showed pain. The 30-plus spiritual energy cannons were all mined spiritual energy. Those 30-odd cannons nearly depleted their reserves, but thankfully, chemical bombs were mixed with the explosives, otherwise, their foundations would have been emptied. However, due to their defensive depth strategy and accurate cannon coverage, coupled with the creature's clear concern for a swift victory to capture the spatial rift, they successfully repelled the attack. Li Ruiking nodded. "It's good we stopped them, at least they didn't succeed. Prepare a messenger, and inform Suhan at the tree domain camp about the fallen ones. There's also a group of fallen ones gathering to the east of the city, which is not a good sign. And for us, prioritize defense for the next couple of days, as I fear they may still cause trouble." Go Wu Tao nodded. "I will make the arrangements." Due to the actions of the fallen ones, South City Camp had to temporarily slow down their expansion to switch to a defensive stance to ensure no serious problems arose. With Zhao Yaqian staying to guard the camp and the remaining chemical bombs, the defense was temporarily secure. Once they accumulated enough spiritual energy ore to manufacture new spiritual energy cannons, they could restart their expansion. However, with all these delays, they were likely to fall further behind the tree domain camp. While South City Camp was reorganizing, 2 groups of the defeated fallen ones rapidly fled the southern district, all the way to Huai Bridge, where they met. "Where's Skin Lighting? Where did that bastard roll off to?" Chapter 239. We look for Boss Shu under the Huai Bridge. Dozens of figures stood by the bridge, each in a dire state, their bodies covered with wounds, flesh buds slowly wriggling, struggling to heal. The lead fallen one was the most injured, his shoulder flesh almost completely rotten away, exposing charred bones. Flesh buds wriggled like worms, slowly growing tumors to fill the wounds. He stood about 5 meters tall, his terrifying aura enveloping the other fallen ones around him. Evidently, the third-order monster that had attacked the South City Camp was him. "Bossu, Kin Lighting is dead. There's a third-order woman in the South City Camp." Someone finally answered his question, but the answer made his face look even uglier. Third order, always third order. His crimson gaze was sinister. Originally, if they had taken over the inner space rift, then by using the massive spiritual energy and population inside, he could have twisted out a large number of the fallen. At that time, they would have had the power to confront the tree domain, but now the plan had failed again. Lure monsters to attack South City. I don't believe they can withstand tens of thousands of monsters. A sharp voice rose. A skeletal, gaunt fallen one suggested. HMMPH, go if you want. Do you really want to attract the attention of the tree domain? As soon as these words fell, someone immediately spoke in opposition. The reason they had fled from the eastern district was precisely to avoid the terrifying beings of the tree domain, opting not to stay with another group causing trouble in the district. They had willingly twisted their own powers, but why did those monsters in the tree domain get to do the same? Shut up. Ukayang, with a great slap, knocked 2 people to the ground, stopping the argument. Head to the western city. I don't believe they can expand there, and when the next fog tide comes and a new interspace rift appears, we'll emerge then. Although Ukayang was angry, those with twisted wills were not fools. Lying low and then waiting for an opportunity to rampage was their only choice now. Also, he needed to heal from his injuries now. The power of those cannons still made him shudder. If it weren't for the few shots fired at a time but rather hundreds or thousands in a barrage, none of them would have survived. SHHHHH. A creepy rubbing sound abruptly interrupted Ukayang's words. The fallen ones, like startled birds, immediately went on alert, their own envoys quickly scanning the surroundings. However, it was then that they realized the rustling sound was coming from the bridge itself. Their gaze sharply turned, and saw hundreds of thousands of dark red bugs swiftly approaching. Similarly, the size of hyenas, worker bugs surged from the surrounding streets, having quietly surrounded them. Damn it! Ukayang, unconcerned, his eyes emitting a cold light, they had unexpectedly become prey to monsters. The worker bugs quickly surrounded them, their massive claws rubbing together, creating a grating sound. Crack. Ukayang grabbed the nearest worker bug, crushed its shell in his hand, even before the claws could attack. He opened his gaping mouth, tearing large chunks of flesh from the worker bug's body, swallowing it into his stomach. Being severely injured at the moment, He needed to devour a lot of flesh to supply the energy for recovery. The death of one worker bug didn't even slightly shake the group of cold, machine-like bugs, as they surged forward launching an attack. Eat them! Uchiha ordered an attack, and all the fallen ones began their assault, holding in all their frustrations. They needed to vent. They had experienced being surrounded by monsters before, but victory always belonged to them. However, as they continued to attack, the number of insects only increased, showing no signs of being defeated. Uchiha and his team hesitated. Let's go. Unable to quickly repulse them meant that they were only uselessly depleting their own physical strength and spiritual energy. They wanted to retreat, but soon they realized that they were unable to escape. First-rank digger bugs kept pouring in, and among the swarm, stronger individuals soon appeared, towering 2 meters tall with limbs like scythes as terrifying as knife blades. They were generally of first-order upper-grade strength, and there were even second-order individuals, instantly causing damage to the entire group of betrayers. The betrayers were entangled, and using his third-order strength, Uchiha constantly slaughtered, especially targeting the knife beetles. Damn bugs, does the Western District also have a powerful group of monsters? Uchiha continued to curse, his eyes turning increasingly bloodshot, as he became more furious. He solidified red claw lights in his hands, grabbed a knife beetle, lifted it high, and crushed it in one grasp. Follow me. He glanced towards Hui Bridge, then boldly led the way, taking his men to break through there. The space on the bridge was limited. As long as they covered the front and back, the chance of escape would significantly increase. However, before he could step forward, a sudden rustling sound came from the wall. A monster, comparable to him, gradually revealed itself, a blood-red scythe held in front of it, its back shell red and tough, agitating rapidly like a blade. His face changed, the monster flashed and appeared behind him, a sharp blade light flashed, and with a crack, his arm was severed. The holy helmet beetle's limb scythes shot out a tentacle, gripping the disarmed Uchiha, its mouthparts hissing as they rubbed together. Then, digger bugs swarmed out, controlling all the betrayers. One by one, they were dragged towards the Western District. The South was in chaos, but Zhu Zhuang's advancement in the Eastern District these past few days had been very smooth. Armed with third-order strength and supplied with plenty of spiritual energy bullets, they managed to advance through a quarter of the Eastern District. Although the monsters, like the betrayers, were primarily driven away and the battles that erupted were not as intense, the kill count was still over 30,000. But these results were already strong. A large number of barricades were built at the intersections, and, if monsters wanted to return, they could only pass through a few unblocked routes. Hence, the routes were set, making cleaning or driving them away much simpler, effectively laying an excellent foundation for the Eastern District. Zhu Zhuang was leading his team to continue clearing in other directions and preparing to seal more gaps to lay a better foundation for attacking the Eastern District. The team was ready to move forward, but at that moment, the roar of a vehicle sounded, and car lights suddenly lit up in the mist. A convoy of dozens of vehicles on the opposite street sped towards them. They braked sharply, stopping in front of Zhu Zhuang's team. Zhu Zhuang narrowed his eyes and thought, troublemakers have arrived. Zhu Zhao, go scout the area, see what's going on, be careful. Understood. Zhu Zhao quickly stepped forward and shouted, which camp are you from, what do you want to do? The car door immediately opened, and someone came down, shouting loudly, don't misunderstand, we're here for Boss Zhu. Chapter 240 Submission of the Warlord's Credentials. Zhu Zhao showed a look of surprise. Zikishan? How could it be you guys? It is indeed us, just arrived in the Eastern District a little over a month ago. Zikishan revealed a bitter smile, but he couldn't really complain. How could he say, you tree domain pursued us so fiercely, you hardly gave anyone a chance to take refuge? Captain Zhu, we've got something to discuss with old Zhu. Boss Zhu is in the back, pick 2 representatives to go over, and don't summon the angel envoy. Zhu Zhao glanced over the group behind Zikishan. Most were familiar faces from the group that had left the Old North District, but there were also quite a few new faces, though it was uncertain if they were Eastern District survivors. Understood. Bai Kishan, you come with me. Zikishan called over a man with a crew cut standing next to him and followed Zhu Zhao to join Zhu Zhuang's team. Although Zhu Zhuang had only watched from a distance, he had already roughly figured out the situation. With a smile on his chubby face, Zhu Zhuang asked, long time no see, old Z. What brings you all of a sudden? Zikishan took a deep breath and said, Boss Zhu, we've came to ask for food. We want to join the tree domain camp, is that possible? Zhu Zhuang's smile turned playful, that depends on the sincerity, right? Joining isn't impossible, but since you first left the North District and then came to the Eastern District, wanting to join now makes the process a bit different. Different choices at different times come with different prices, that's the way one chooses. Of course, Zikishan was aware of this situation. He said, I know Lord Suhan has his sights set on the Eastern District and is willing to serve as vanguard. Our camps are scattered around the Eastern District, subway stations, bus stations, supermarkets, we've got them covered. If connected, the area we could effectively clear is not smaller than the pharmaceutical factory and stadium. Not bad at all, you've developed quite smoothly, praised Zhuang with a wide smile. Zigishan didn't pick up the conversation. Their strength relied heavily on the tree domain camp for resources, and their overall power was already not too weak, not to mention they exchanged a fair amount of their assets when leaving. At this point, most of them were second-order intermediates, and with most of their members being combat personnel, along with sticking together, they were naturally able to establish a firm foothold. Bashu, this is just our power situation, nothing compared to the tree domain. However, we've also uncovered some news. There's a group of fallen ones holed up in the unfinished buildings of Moonlight City, probably more than 100 of them. They've gathered quite a few monsters as well, and are likely discussing how to counter the tree domain, as they haven't had an easy time these days. Zigishan put all his cards on the table without any reservation, knowing this was not bargaining but capitulation. In fact, the tree domain didn't need to trade with them. The news about the fallen ones was indeed valuable, but as a bargaining chip, was it really that significant? Absolutely not. Zigishan continued, as long as Bashu is willing, we can join the assault together, serving as the vanguard. Zhu Zhuang's eyes turned serious as he stated, Old Z, I can't make the decision to let you join right away, but I understand your intentions. Gather your men and follow me back to the camp. I will report to the leader, and he can decide how we should act. How does that sound? Instead of an immediate agreement, Zhu Zhuang's hesitance somewhat reassured Zigishan, who then smiled, thank you, Bashu. In the tree domain, there was only one person who called the shots, and that was Suhan. This was naturally known to anyone who had dealt with the tree domain. Regroup and notify old Zhou and Zhao Yinan to come over. The sudden developments disrupted today's clearing tasks, but since the task was more about sweeping the areas rather than thorough cleaning, it wasn't too much of a hindrance. The large contingent returned and went directly to the pharmaceutical factory. By this time, the towering walls of the pharmaceutical factory were fully built, standing at 30 meters high and 5 meters thick, resembling a building more than 10 floors tall. Standing in front of these towering walls, looking at the seamless, solid gray stone walls, one couldn't help but feel quite insignificant. Even the walls here have reached such a level? Some people couldn't believe their eyes. After all, such a wall alone made them think of the phrase impregnable. With it in place, monsters would not dream of conquering this location. Similarly, some of the survivors from the survivors' camp in the Eastern District, who were lured over by Zigishan, began to mutter, wouldn't it be safer to join such a strong camp? Although these words were spoken softly, Zigishan and the others still heard them, and they couldn't help feeling somewhat embarrassed. Were they supposed to argue that their own walls hadn't been that high? First, enter the camp and rest for a while. I will report the situation upward, but don't wander around within the camp to avoid misunderstandings. Zhu Zhuang greeted everyone to enter. The city gate slowly opened with a heavy metallic scraping sound, and as the gate opened, everyone entered Wang City within the pharmaceutical factory. Quan Yan, conduct the routine inspection, and then let them settle down first. Zhu Zhuang instructed Quan Yan, who was left behind to guard the place, to disarm Zigishan and his people and, according to the rules, led them away from there. When Zhu Zhuang returned to the tree domain, the envoy from South City's camp had just left not long ago, and the information he conveyed to Suhan was right on time. What a coincidence, looks like we don't have to look for the lair of the degenerates in the Eastern District anymore. Zhu Zhuang looked at Suhan and asked, those degenerates are out of luck, but what about Zigishan and his group? Their choice to join was not a problem, but to ensure fairness and follow the rules, they would have to pay a little price. That way, they would appreciate the value of joining. All non-combat personnel will be accepted, and as for them, they'll be granted the privilege to exchange for tree domain warriors, but they have to wait until the cleanup is complete to officially join. During this time, they are at your disposal. Suhan had a clear thought, it was just a matter of extending the joining time, and since the exchange privileges were open, it was not really an issue. Zhu Zhuang grinned and said, that's a good idea, I'll arrange it this way. Tonight, I will take care of all those degenerates in one go, and I request to test the firepower of the cannons. You may, Suhan nodded and then suddenly asked, you haven't settled on your third angel envoy yet? Zhu Zhuang shrugged his shoulders and said, we've been cleaning up for days, and though we've encountered second orders, mostly medium and high grades, forget about third orders, we haven't encountered any, and those second order superiors are somewhat lacking. It wasn't that he would only contract with lower tiers of the third order, old Zhu isn't that picky. The good stuff had to be snagged first. The problem, however, was that second order monsters were a bit underwhelming. Compared to the monsters on Suhan's side, not to mention the second orders within the descendants, the second-order individuals of the tree-born worms and vine giant rats were barely making up the numbers. Although they possessed not weak combat abilities, they were functionally limited and indeed a notch lower. But apart from that, several pets were different, each having their own capabilities and almost capable of holding their own as monsters. With these as a benchmark, it was naturally difficult to casually choose other second-order monsters and be weaker by comparison. No big deal. Accumulate a bit more contribution and then later exchange for a second-order superior tiger-winged demon or a centipede-mouthed blood toad. I'll give you a 50% discount, contract the new pet Black Rock Bull Demon. The sound of Suhan's voice reached him, and Zhuang looked astonished. What? Chapter 241 Bombarding the Unfinished Building. The Black Rock Bull Demon is quite powerful, a second-order superior, and its potential should have no problem reaching the third tier. However, it can't ascend yet. Second-order superior is the limit for a level 5 tree womb, but that doesn't denote the limit of potential. At least during the nurturing process, continuously modifying its bloodline, this Black Rock Bull Demon has indeed displayed strength far surpassing the previous contracted creatures. Old Zhu rubbed his hands together, revealing a smile. This is quite embarrassing. Suhan rolled his eyes and said, go make a contract for me. Tonight I want to see its combat ability, and also get the pig up to third order soon. The construction on the east side of the city needs to speed up. Old Zhang and their walls are almost finished. Old Zhu became serious and nodded. No problem. If Zikishan and their camps join in, it will explode into action, and we will drive all the monsters towards the western part of the city at the fastest rate possible. Old Zhu never dillies or dallies when it comes to official matters, nor does he joke around. Following Suhan to near the tree womb, he then encountered the Black Rock Bull Demon. Its imposing and terrifying stature stood in front of him, its second-order superior aura completely unmasked, very domineering. Start. Suhan urged Old Zhu to begin. His gaze, however, was on the 9-snake mother tree. At this moment, the essence of flesh, after merging with over 30,000 monsters' flesh brought by Old Zhu, had increased a bit. It reached 82%, but there's still a considerable gap from 100%. It's good to clear out the monsters on the east side earlier. Thinking this, Old Zhu had already summoned the Blackthorn Glutton. Sharp black thorns burst from its mouth, instantly piercing the Black Rock Bull Demon's skull. As the contracted beast died, a red glow enveloped it, while Old Zhu was swiftly making the contract with the Black Rock Bull Demon. Meanwhile, at the 9-snake mother tree, a large amount of energy rapidly flowed into the 5th tree womb, fostering a new Black Rock Bull Demon under Suhan's control. With the contract underway, Old Zhu's presence grew increasingly powerful, and soon the physical form of the Black Rock Bull Demon quickly vanished, merging into the Book of Blood Spirit. When it reappeared, it had already become Old Zhu's third angel envoy, and its presence had a slight breakthrough, moving directly towards the limit of second-order superior. Nice, I don't think it will be long before this Black Rock Bull Demon surpasses the others. Old Zhu grinned, his smile seemingly uncontainable like an uncontrollable act gun. It's time to move. Suhan just smiled, and then Old Zhu was sent to transport the cannons, 20 spiritual energy cannons, 50 spiritual energy shells. The Blood Erosion Alligator Dragon, carrying the two of them along with a massive amount of supplies, traveled through the fog and arrived directly at the pharmaceutical plant. Boss. Zhu Jianhua, Zhao Yiman, and the others saw Suhan and immediately greeted him loudly. They were all fully armed, their men prepared for battle, 1,000 or so people ready in armor. It wasn't that they knew Suhan would come, but knowing the Fallen's news, Old Zhu would inevitably take action. As soon as the order was given, they would move out, hence the preparation. Chief Zikishan and others were also next to this group, with hundreds of people feeling quite anxious, fearful that in the absence of Old Zhu, Zhu Jianhua and his people might turn against them suddenly. But seeing Suhan put them at ease. After all, they couldn't believe this powerful chief would come personally just to deal with them, right? Regarding your situation, Old Zhu and I have discussed it. Suhan nodded at them, then said, joining the camp is not a problem, but it has to wait until we take over the east district of the city. However, now I allow you to enter the tree domain's contribution value system, gaining contribution value and exchange privileges, equal to those of tree domain soldiers. Zikishan's face lit up, and he promptly responded, thank you, Chief. Everyone quickly thanked him, unable to fully conceal the joy on their faces. They knew too well the importance of these exchange privileges. As long as they could demonstrate their worth, they would gain contribution value and continuously grow stronger. Chief, are we going to act against the Fallen tonight? We still have a few hundred people in our camp, I'll immediately go and gather them. No need, Suhan shook his head, tonight you will join the team, tomorrow the people at your camp, Old Zhu will make arrangements. Zikishan expressed a regretful look, and without even summoning people, it was clear that they were not the main force for tonight. Hee, don't rush to progress. Zhu Zhuang said with a chuckle, then his gaze sharpened and he added, grab your weapons, we have an operation tonight. Yes, the team assembled quickly, each grabbing their weapons, with Zhao Yiman personally arranging personnel, bringing along 20 cannons. The vehicles roared to life, 100 vehicles swiftly exiting the pharmaceutical factory and heading straight to the unfinished buildings of Moonlight City where the fallen ones were hiding. Although the vehicles were noisy, the monsters encountered along the way were few. The monsters near the pharmaceutical factory had already been cleared and driven away by Zhu Zhuang and his team. Now the area was very sparse. Moonlight City was not close to the pharmaceutical factory. It took a good 30 to 40 minutes before the entire convoy slowly neared Moonlight City. The streets were empty, with few monsters. As Zhu Zhuang was about to ask the convoy to quiet down even more, the roaring of monsters already echoed, and figures swiftly flitted through the fog heading towards Moonlight City. Damn, we've hit a snag. Zhu Zhuang's face darkened, immediately knowing what was happening. Zikishan's heart skipped a beat. We didn't spot any sentries when we were watching earlier. It's got nothing to do with you. Zhu Zhuang's face was stern, but he understood that day and night were different matters. Given the large scale of the convoy and the brightness of the headlights, being detected when this close was hardly surprising. Zhao Yiman, charge through and encircle them. Yes, Zhu Zhuang was decisive. Despite the short distance of only hundreds of meters, even if the signal was sent, they wouldn't have enough time to escape if they were pursued tightly. The engine noise of the vehicles roared as the entire convoy's speed increased, buzzing straight towards the unfinished buildings of Moonlight City. Damn tree domain, the two fallen ones, who were running rapidly through the fog, also cursed. The rumbling behind them let them know that the vehicles weren't far from their position, and continuing like this, they wouldn't have time to escape. One desperately ran back and the vehicles crazily chased behind. The distance of 600 or 700 meters of the street was soon covered, and the desolate unfinished buildings of Moonlight City immediately appeared before everyone. Roar, the two fallen ones stepped into the clusters of unfinished buildings first, uttering a warning roar. People of the tree domain are here. The voice spread through all the unfinished buildings, with clanging sounds and collisions following one after another, shattering the eerie calm of the entire building complex. Bing, before the two could run further into the derelict buildings, a spiritual energy-toothed shield flew out, piercing their bodies and splashing blood into the air. Hundreds of vehicles stormed into the area with the unfinished buildings, lining up in a row, with barricades forming a triple-layered defense line from inside to outside. The troops quickly got out of the vehicles, their armor clanking, with rifles already in hand and angel envoys summoned at their sides. People of the tree domain, you are ruthless. Are you really forcing us into a dead end? A shrill voice arose. The high-rising derelict building teemed with distorted figures of monsters, their numbers not just in the hundreds but seemingly 200 to 300. In the recent period, they had undoubtedly twisted several more compatriots into existence and recruited even more people. Su-han got out of the vehicle, with Zhu Zhuang right beside him, confronting the leader of the fallen ones. Zhu Zhuang smiled even more joyously. Zhao Yiman, bring out our Italian cannon and fire at them. Chapter 242, 4th grade. Mother Tree. The fallen had long abandoned their humanity. What more was there to discuss? Zhao Yiman had his men directly lift the cannon, set it up, and fired at the unfinished building. Boom! The spiritual energy shell shot out and hit the unfinished building directly, causing the fallen inside to scatter and flee, but with the building so small, where could they go? The floors were instantly submerged in flames, and a large part of the building collapsed. The quality of a building left unfinished was never too solid. After a round of bombardment, it was nearly on the verge of collapse, and most of the fallen inside were either dead or severely injured, with limbs and stiff bodies scattered everywhere. Roar! After the round of attacks, the surviving fallen launched a counterattack with howls, quickly rushing out while releasing the monsters gathered in the underground garage. A mass of black monsters surged out from several abandoned buildings, with the fallen concealed among them, their fierce, resentful gazes locked firmly onto Su-han and his group. Keep bombing. Su-han's lips curled slightly, showing no concern whatsoever. Upon hearing the order, Zhao Yiman began reloading immediately and then targeted the densest area of monsters and fired. The fierce explosion erupted among the group of monsters, flames engulfing their bodies and devoured the hiding fallen, with limbs and flesh scattering everywhere, leaving only a deep pit on the ground. Another round of bombing followed, killing hundreds of monsters, thinning the monstrous torrent to some extent. Yet soon, a large figure strode to the forefront. You will die. His figure expanded to a height of 7 to 8 meters, he roared, and emitted a strong vibration. An invisible wave instantly hit Su-han. Damn it! Zhu Zhuang cursed under his breath, already stepping forward, raising his hand to conjure a massive spiritual energy shield, firmly positioned in front of him. Kill them all. As soon as the Tier 3 Fallen appeared, Zhu Zhuang summoned his Blackthorn Glutton, which charged like a black snake, arms extended, spikes erect like weapons, striking the Tier 3 Fallen. The Blackthorn Glutton attacked ferociously, pushing the Fallen back several steps, its body raked with many cuts from the spikes, blood flowing freely. Kill them. The Tier 3 Fallen, in a rage, grabbed the Blackthorn Glutton's arm. Despite the spikes piercing its muscles, it did not let go and wrestled together. At this time, other second-order Fallen and monsters also rushed in, intending to besiege this Blackthorn Glutton. But Zhu Zhuang wouldn't just let the Blackthorn Glutton be surrounded. The ones who should be surrounded were the Fallen. Red light surged in front of him, and then the Black Rock Bull Demon and the Bone Armor Giant Pig immediately appeared. As soon as these two gigantic creatures appeared, they charged into the battlefield, the Black Rock Bull Demon charging haphazardly. Although it had just been contracted and had not been equipped with massive armor plating yet, its tremendous strength and innate defense made it like a heavy armored tank, directly crushing everything in its path. With a massive grab and then a thrust of its horns, it tore the bodies of second-grade monsters in front of it, bones jutting out of their bodies, blood gushing like a spring. It rampaged unchecked, no one able to withstand its assault, with monsters continuously trying to encircle it, yet one after another, they were torn apart. The group of monsters besieging the Blackthorn Glutton was directly diverted, hundreds of monsters had to turn to attack the Blackrock Bull Demon. However, as the monsters attacked persistently, the spiritual energy within the Blackrock Bull Demon surged, launching a black rock spike directly at the densest area of the monsters. Large quantities of rock condensed into stalactite-like spikes, erupting from the ground at high speed, rising like swords thrust upward from the earth. Almost all the monsters within the range were pierced by these dense black rock spikes, penetrating their bodies, breaking their limbs, with fresh blood flowing down the black spikes and continuous cries of agony sounding out. The Tier 3 Fallen, who was fighting the Blackthorn Glutton, was also wounded by the sudden emergence of the black rock spikes, its huge soles get punctured through. The Blackthorn Glutton grabbed its head, then the spiked eruption occurred, sending hundreds of black spikes out like bullets close to its face, blasting it into a hornet's nest. Upon the death of the Tier 3 Fallen, the three angel envoys of Zhu Zhuang were immediately liberated and started rampaging through the crowd of monsters. The group of monsters, already suppressed by spiritual energy rifles and heavily armored angel envoys, were now being slaughtered one-sidedly. Kill. Zhu Zhuang took the lead, one hand wielding a spiritual energy shield and the other a blade shield, unleashing unparalleled prowess. Zikishen, Zhao Yiman, and everyone else were charging, constantly slaughtering monsters, strangling every enemy. Su Han did not make a move. Behind him, the bloody erosion alligator dragon appeared, its blood spring skill activated, absorbing a large amount of blood into its body, enhancing its power. Not even 10,000 monsters' blood and flesh, but there is not a small amount of second and third orders. Su Han evaluated the monster blood and flesh before him, considering it all as materials, his mind quickly calculating what was almost enough. The bloody erosion alligator dragon roared skyward, then dived onto these monsters. Blood river surged around its body, like a celestial river cascading down, streaming into the battlefield, sweeping up monsters one by one, tearing their bodies apart, eroding every inch of their skin with blood. Roar under the erosion, the monsters went mad, attacking each other, turning into a meat-grinding slaughterhouse. Zikishan and the others were stunned, they had fought hard, and were already surprised by the speed at which trio main warriors killed the monsters. Several thousand monsters could be killed in just half an hour, or even less. But when Su Han made his move, they felt true terror in their hearts. In an instant, the blood river was towering, turning all the monsters into frenzied beasts, devouring their lives. Su Han stood on the edge of the battlefield, his indifferent expression causing Zikishan and the others to feel fear. Su Han ignored their shock. Since the killing had begun, he might as well slaughter more monster materials, preparing for the nine-snake mother tree. The Book of Blood Spirit flickered, the scorpion spider demon appearing on the battlefield, its cold gaze sweeping across the area. Su Han gave the order to sweep the surrounding monsters. The scorpion spider demon raised a huge hand, and the entire unfinished construction site buzzed with metal sounds. Even within a 1 or 2 kilometers radius, metals vibrated, then continuously deformed into suspended blades in the sky, swiftly falling down and killing the surrounding monsters. Moonlight City's unfinished buildings, surrounding streets, and shops were all targets of the scorpion spider demon, and vast amounts of spiritual energy was rapidly consumed. But in just a quarter of an hour, the entire area was filled with the bodies of monsters, likely numbering 20 to 30,000. Zikishan and the others felt chills down their spines. At that moment, Su Han's voice came through, saying, "Clean up the battlefield, then send the monster blood and flesh back to the tree pit." Yes, the battle was over, cleaning up the battlefield was the troublesome part, But Zhuang and the others were already accustomed to this task. Together with shaking people down from the camp area, the speed was not slow. By the time dawn appeared, the monster blood and flesh had been continuously taken to the tree pit. The nine-snake mother tree, receiving the vast amount of blood and flesh as materials, saw its fusion progress slowly increase again. A full day passed, and when the Tier 3 fallen, second-grade monsters, and others had all been fused, the fusion progress finally reached 100%. Level 8 Essence of Flesh Fusion completed, 9 Snake Mother Tree advanced to 4th grade, acquiring skill advancement Level 5 Bloodwing Tiger, Level 8 Vine Giant Rat, Level 8 Treeborn Worm. Chapter 243 The fog rises again. The 9 Snake Mother Tree grew against the wind, its already massive body swelling to 400 meters, its vines tumbled like green pythons while the ground rumbled loudly, its roots occupying even broader stretches of land, covering an area over 30 kilometers wide. The entire northern district of the city could see this ancient tree, akin to a demon god. The radiance of the lamp tree dispersed much of the fog, making it appear almost like daylight. A vast influx of spiritual energy surged into Suhan's body. After the 9 Snake Mother Tree had metamorphosed into the 4th rank lower class, a torrent-like spiritual energy nourished him in return, making his aura grow increasingly powerful. It took a full half an hour for Suhan and the 9 Snake Mother Tree's auras to gradually settle, but the entire tree domain almost felt that powerful force flash by. Suhan looked at the 9 Snake Mother Tree, towering like a colossal creature, unable to conceal the joy in his heart. A total of over 100,000 monsters' flesh, and if you count the flesh of the second and third order monsters, it would not be an exaggeration to estimate over 100,000. The collection of flesh was incredibly lengthy, but the harvest was undoubtedly worth it. Suhan, feeling the power of the 9 Snake Mother Tree, felt somewhat relieved in his heart. Even if the fog returned, at least it wouldn't be unmanageable. The Bloodwing Tigers have advanced 2 levels, reaching 1,000, and can now spawn second-order beings. That's quite good, he remarked. Suhan focused on the 3 advanced skills, which were all lineage skills, but their significance was extraordinary. Because their levels were quite high, the impact they could have was naturally immense. Take the Bloodwing Tigers, for example, initially in small numbers and only used as scouts with a range of 20 kilometers, but now, with 1,000 head, they had become an excellent combat unit. Not to mention, their operational range had expanded to 50 kilometers, almost more than double. After reaching level 8, both the Vine Giant Rats and the Tree-born Worms multiplied to 8,000, and their range also doubled to 40 kilometers. Suhan observed the changes in the skills before him, his eyes flickering slightly. A range of 40 kilometers was enough to cover the entire city district, the northeast, west, and south city districts, leaving only the most remote suburban areas possibly out of reach, but it was now sufficient. With a single thought, pouches began to drop from the 9 Snake Mother Tree, and a massive spiritual energy began to converge, slowly nurturing new Vine Giant Rats and Tree-born Worms. Since it had already advanced, it was time to start big actions. The days ahead were just enough. Despite not being officially declared, the breakthrough of the 9 Snake Mother Tree to the 4th rank lower class sent the logistics into a frenzy. Yan Miu and Zhuang had already received Suhan's message, which was to take over the east district of the city within 7 days. For a survivor, 7 days would be a long time to struggle for survival. But, for reclaiming the entire district, these 7 days would be incredibly brief. An immense amount of manpower and resources, ceaselessly searching and patrolling, were the only way to fully clear the monsters and reclaim the area. Meanwhile, the construction team was working non-stop to build the towering walls, a task that required more than just 7 days. However, Suhan now aimed to reclaim the entire eastern district within 7 days, a task whose difficulty was easily imaginable. Yan Miu, Zhuang did not object but gritted their teeth and started operating frantically. Zhuang enlisted the entire scouting team, half of the patrol team including Gan Xinglai, and Gogang's reserves, pulling them all to the East District. Yan Mi was responsible for orchestrating the massive transportation of supplies to the camp. Thousands of spiritual energy rifles and tens of thousands of bullets were all prepared. Even Zikishan's group was equipped with weapons and gear from the tree domain. Although the 9 Snake Mother Tree had yet to move, the Vine Giant Rats and Tree-born Worms it had previously nurtured rapidly surged into the eastern district of the city. 3,000 of each species, totaling to 6,000 systemized monsters, flooded into the eastern district of the city like a torrent. With a roaming range of 40 kilometers, they had plenty of space to wreak havoc on this land. The battle erupted, and Zhuang and his team launched an even more terrifying scale of cleansing. Clad in armor, the Vine Giant Rats marched across the streets, their thunderous noise resembling an earthquake, rendering all other monsters minuscule before their tidal wave. Whether hundreds or thousands, or even if they were second-grade monsters, they could only block them temporarily, but could not stop their path. The monsters' dens were scattered. Zhu Zhuang led the tree domain warriors straight in. The angel envoys fought on, spiritual energy rifles firing non-stop. Monsters were slaughtered in droves and many were driven away. Zhu Zhuang took charge of the central area. Gan Xingilai was on the right side streets, and Gogang on the left, all three pressing forward, continuously driving the monsters out. The entire eastern district was cleaned up at an unimaginable speed, and although the walls were not built in time, the creepers from the Nine-Snake Mother Tree and its descendants acted as the most solid barrier. Massive vines surged in, blocking the streets and strangling the monsters hiding within the buildings. 9 black vine snakes rampaged, attacking the most numerous and strongest monsters. At this time, the vine snake's power had significantly increased, with the Nine-Snake Mother Tree advancing to a 4th rank lower class. Their individual combat strengths also reached near the medium level of the 3rd rank lower class. Their terrifying strength and the accompanying vines made their monster-killing efficiency extraordinarily horrifying. Zhu Zhuang constantly waged war. Both the Black Rock Bull Demon and the Bone Armor Giant Pig also unleashed even more powerful forces in battle. The next day, under the influence of the injection and after fighting with several second-grade monsters, the Black Rock Bull Demon's strength advanced a step ahead, reaching the lower tier of the 3rd order. After defeating the second-grade monsters, the Bone Armor Giant Pig used their bodies to conduct its own divine initiation ritual. Tearing into the bodies, fusing with the flesh, enveloped in the red glow, the Bone Armor Giant Pig completed its metamorphosis into the Blood Bone Pig Demon. Its entire body bizarre as blood, with blood flowing like tribute and solidifying into crystals, bones and blood crystals intertwined, forming a defense even more terrifying than the bone armor. Gaining strength, the Blood Bone Pig Demon also mastered the Blood Crystal Shield. Using the blood crystal as a shield, unstoppable in its charge, its formidable defense, ordinary monsters found it hard to break, and if it exploded on a fence, it was like a massive bomb. With such a method, Zhu Zhuang and the 3 Third Order Apostles went further on a rampage, killing even more monsters. Eventually, Gan Xingilai caught up, relying on the awakening of his talent and sufficient enhancement potions, also managed to achieve a breakthrough on the 6th day, transforming into a 3rd rank lower class contractor. The first to break through was not the bone-nested rat demon, but the tree-armored tyrant. Without a divine initiation ritual, but rather through an injection, accumulation triggered a metamorphosis, completing the leap to the 3rd order, advancing into a tree python tyrant. Just as Gan Xingilai barely made his breakthrough, the entire tree domain was gearing up for a major offensive push, but unexpectedly, by then the fog tide had descended, and it began to mist. Chapter 244 Anomalous Space Storm. The fog surged overnight, so thick it seemed like a white, blurry curtain. The entire city was shrouded, the ghostly outlines of skyscrapers, the decayed streets, the ruin-like buildings all covered by this white veil. Looking out from the tree domain camp, outside the range of the radiance of the lamp tree's light, the fog formed a stark boundary against the brightness, like an inverted white dome placed over the camp. Inside it, the light was bright and clear, the buildings stood orderly as they had before the apocalypse. Outside, there was nothing but a chilling expanse of white. 2 anomalous space rifts are storming, the spiritual energy blood sea is churning, and a large amount of chaotic spiritual energy is dispersing. It's no longer safe to station there, or we risk mutation into monsters. I fear a great number of creatures will be spawned. The sudden tidal surge of the thick fog disrupted Zhu Zhuang's progress with cleanup, and the situation grew worse as anomalous spaces began shifting with the tide. Let's go take a look. Su Han, leading Zhu Zhuang, strode towards the anomalous space rift at the 3rd hospital, where troops from various units had been drawn together for constant training in this energy-rich camp, numbering 300 to 400 men who also guarded the space rift and harvested spiritual energy ore. Now, however, there were more than 300 or 400 people in the camp. Search teams had already been recalled, and patrols on the walls of Wang City kept a close eye on the continuously glowing anomalous space rift. The anomalous space rift was within Wang City, enclosed by a 30-meter-high, thick wall that completely surrounded it. Wang City was about the size of a football field, enclosed on all sides, with only a metal gate allowing entry and exit. Leader. As Su Han and Zhu Zhuang approached, Xian Ying, Zhao Yiman, and others had already hurried over. Baikalin, Yan Miu, and others were also there, gathering data. Seeing Su Han coming over, they got up and joined him. Su Han, the spiritual energy level has jumped significantly, but it's more chaotic now. There's a possibility that the space rift may expand. Baikalin spoke with concern as Su Han looked towards the space rift from which faint monstrous roars emanated, his gaze intensifying. He said, "Move the artillery here. Old Zhu, you and Old Gan take care of the Eastern District rift. Kaling will assist you. Meanwhile, the Sky Cavalry is responsible for searching both areas, on guard for new rifts." Yes. Zhu Zhuang, Gan Xingilai, and Yikaling received their orders and solemnly responded before swiftly leaving the walls to gather their teams for the Eastern District. They understood Suhan's intentions. The Northern District was safe with him there, but the Eastern District was different and required a man defense. As everyone departed, Suhan watched the active space rift in front of him, and with a thought, a vine giant rat entered the anomalous space within Wing City, then quickly charged towards the space rift. Suhan's expression remained calm as he observed the changes in the vine giant rat. Although the chaotic spiritual energy disrupted the 9 snake mother tree's control over the vine giant rat, it wasn't about usurpation or interruption. The rat's movements slowed, but it kept moving towards the gap. Its form gradually entered, and at the moment it stepped into the rift, the strong spiritual energy mutated the vines on the vine giant rat's body, writhing like nematodes, whilst its claws twisted sharper and blood burst from splits in its skin. Roar as half of its body entered, a sudden roar erupted. The vine giant rat couldn't signal before it was torn apart by something inside. Control was gradually lost due to mutation, right before it was shredded. There are already a large number of monsters born inside. Although they didn't see the whole picture, the fleeting shadows of creatures were clear to Suhan, as they were to Bakelin. Do you need me to try with a spirit preceptor? Her eyebrows knit slightly, but Suhan simply shook his head and said, with this level of chaos, your spiritual power might be twisted as soon as you send it in, however. He glanced thoughtfully at the vines of the 9 snake mother tree. The stronger one was, the more capable they were of withstanding erosion, and perhaps it was worth a try. His thoughts shifting, the vines rapidly extended towards him, and when Bakelin saw this, she immediately understood Suhan's idea. Use my talent, along with your angel envoy, otherwise you won't be able to see clearly with just the vines. Suhan looked at Bakelin and saw her eyes flicker, yet her tone was resolute. Being contractors themselves, they naturally understood the connection between contractors and their angel envoys. While there was a connection, it wasn't a second set of eyes, nor was it an avatar capable of shared sensation. Suhan frowned slightly. Do as you say. Bakelin's suggestion was undoubtedly the most practical, as they had to ascertain the nature of this otherworldly space rift, otherwise, who knew what changes might occur? Scientific instruments had been tried, but as soon as they approached, the various components would be damaged by interference from the spiritual energy, so this was now the only method available. The vines rapidly reached out, touched Suhan's arm. Bakelin grasped his hand, then closed her eyes, slowly enveloped in the glow of spiritual energy. In an instant, Suhan and Bakelin entered the state of the spiritual world, with chaotic purple energy filling the surroundings, like overlapping purple bubbles expanding, colliding, and then shattering, chaotic yet powerful. The otherworldly space rift was a dazzling streak of light in the spiritual world. Suhan didn't hesitate, and immediately made the 9 snake mother tree move forward. Many vines, glowing with purple spiritual energy, approached the otherworldly space rift. The vines moved with incredible speed, plunging into the purplish red rift. Monsters moved to block, but the vines didn't swerve an inch. They pierced through like swords, penetrating one monster after another, entering this other space. Bakelin's brows furrowed, and Suhan's expression became stern, as the powerful, chaotic spiritual energy indeed continued to erode the vines of the 9 snake mother tree. If it weren't 4th grade, this erosion would have likely turned into actual damage. Fortunately, at this moment, the spiritual energy of the 9 snake mother tree was still resisting. With the help of their perception ability, Suhan and Bakelin looked around and their expressions turned into ones of shock. Inside the other space, a sea of blood tossed and boiled, with waves tens to hundreds of meters high following one after another. The originally deep spiritual energy blood sea was now like a scalding pot of boiling water, with monsters crawling out from this surging spiritual energy blood sea, continuously reaching the shore. Above this strange island, thousands of monsters had amassed, including gray inferior demons and corpse ghosts, converging and attacking the vines. Boom! The crimson sky rumbled as if slashed by lightning, with Suhan, the 9 snake mother tree, and Bakelin's spiritual energy rapidly draining away, and the constant erosion intensifying their consumption as they resisted. The monsters roared, charging towards the gate. Suhan's brows furrowed, and he immediately withdrew the vines. Exiting their perception of the spiritual world, they were immediately met with the loud roars of monsters. The creatures from the otherworldly space rift had already broken through, swarming in, at a tremendous speed, like a tidal wave crashing towards the surrounding walls. Suhan's gaze sharpened. Attack. Chapter 245 Turmoil and Chaos. Suhan's order came, and the soldiers stationed in the tree domain immediately pulled their triggers, bullets speeding across, piercing through the bodies of the gray inferior demons and corpse ghosts. The powerful inertia caused the severely wounded monsters to roll over and even made the monsters closely following behind him topple to the ground. Their charge immediately became chaotic. Suhan had many people under his command, and the first wave of monsters that rushed out numbered merely over 1,000. They had not even reached the walls before they were all killed. Tree-born worms surged out from the ground, dragging away their bodies, leaving behind only a faint scent of blood. Suhan's expression was calm, knowing this was just the beginning. The surging spiritual energy blood sea would undoubtedly breed even more monsters. The proportion of higher-grade monsters among them seems to have increased. Bakelin reminded Suhan that although the majority of the monsters that had just burst out were first-order inferior, there were also quite a few first-level intermediate and first-order upper-grade ones. If this was just the beginning, then the psychic tide would not be so easy to deal with. Prepare for a tough battle. Suhan issued the order and also had the messenger pass the message to Zhuang's side. As Wang City's northern district's extra-dimensional rift was under attack, monsters inside Zhuang's extra-dimensional space also began to stir, testing the waters by trying to rush out of the extra-dimensional rift. Military suppression erupted immediately, with a large number of monsters being killed. On the first day, it seemed that since the tide was just beginning, there were many monsters, but they had not reached a terrifying scale yet. But from the second to the third day onwards, monsters began to pour out endlessly. Like a tide, they surged out of the extra-dimensional rift, their twisted figures almost filling up the entire Wing City before beginning to assault the towering walls. If one could not climb up, then two would try, then three. A pile became a flesh tower, rapidly scaling upwards. The leaders were mostly second-grade monsters, seemingly as if they were not worth much at that moment. Aim the cannon at that monster and fire in short bursts. The captain in charge of the cannons gave the command loudly, and his subordinates immediately controlled the angel envoy carrying the cannon to rush forward, adjust the gun mount, and with a rumble, the spiritual energy cannonball shot out, slamming into the base of the monsters. A large number of monsters were annihilated by the blast, the stacked masses collapsing instantly, covered by more spiritual energy bullets, attacks from stabbing envoys, and corrosive envoys. The angel envoy troops, transformed with two types of injections, had already joined the battle. Their stabbing skills and corrosive acid caused damage that was no less potent than that of the spiritual energy rifles. Roar suddenly, in the midst of Wing City, 3 or 4 second-order gray inferior demons and corpse ghosts let out roars. They did not dare approach the wall but stayed near the extra-dimensional rift. With fierce glares sweeping the battlefield, they grabbed the gray inferior demons and corpse ghosts beside them and hurled them towards the walls. Intercept. Each tree domain warrior quickly organized to intercept, while the cannon teams prepared concentrated fire. Let me take care of this. Bakelin was already on the battlefield, watching as monsters in the sky flew like meteors. She raised her hand and swept her powerful psychokinetic power across, forcefully halting the thrown monsters midair. Time seemed to stand still as the demon eye spider woman and alien thornworm appeared behind her. Both envoys possessed extremely strong stabbing skills. In an instant, the spider thorns and stabs were fired, shooting towards the monsters in the sky. The blade-like stabs pierced through the bodies, as blood from the monsters spurted out, falling down, and crashing heavily into the crowd of monsters below. The 3 second-order monsters tried to repeat their technique, but Bakelin glanced at them and leaped into the air, her 2 envoys charging directly into the fray with her. Telekinesis swept across the battlefield, sending monsters flying. There were no more obstacles between her and the 3 monsters. Both envoys charged forward, first with demon eye control, then a fatal strike to the throat, killing them outright. The morale of the tree domain troops soared, and they pressed on with their offensive, pushing the extra-dimensional monsters back. When Bakelin returned to the wall, the number of monsters inside Wang City had been killed down to below 1,000, but from that rift, they were still pouring out incessantly. 2 days, 30,000 monsters, the rift in the extra-dimensional space has become even more obvious. Bakelin's eyebrows knit slightly. She could sense the gradual expansion of the rift in the extra-dimensional space and the surging of spiritual energy growing more intense. Although the tide would gradually ebb after reaching its peak, it was this period that proved to be the most grueling. Sync the intelligence with Zhuang, and at the same time, send the bodies back to the lab for comparison between the 2 extra-dimensional spaces. Yes. Bakelin was about to leave when suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps came. The western city wall is under attack by unidentified monsters. They are third order. Lord Suhan has already rushed over. As the messenger relayed the news, Bakelin's face changed. What's the situation? The iron gate is half shattered, but the ancient tree lord has blocked them. In the tree domain camp, at the western city wall, thousands of worker beetles were charging towards the broken gate. Accompanying these worker beetles were grotesquely shaped monsters, which, after the misty tide, became riotous again due to the dense spiritual energy. The tree domain troops continued to launch attacks from atop the wall, with bullets of spiritual energy constantly raining down, and cannons targeting the most densely packed areas of monsters. With booming sounds, The light of fire continuously engulfed the bodies of monsters, tearing apart dozens or even hundreds with a single strike. But even so, it was impossible to hold back their terrifying assault that surged like a tide. Among this massive tide of monsters, the Holy Helmet Beetle was locked in battle with the Dark Vine Snakes. One with a slightly smaller stature, but with a hard shell, moved like the wind, its sharp blades constantly slicing through the vines. The other was a python made of dark vines, its black tendrils entwined, crushing numerous monsters as it moved. Both were third-order combat monsters, clashing repeatedly, destroying a large number of surrounding streets and crushing many monsters. The tree domain warriors were also focusing their fire on the Holy Helmet Beetle, but bullets merely rang out upon impact, and then burst into flashes of light, failing to harm it in the slightest. The shell of the Holy Helmet Beetle was particularly tough, not inferior to metal at all. Hiss in the midst of battle, its mouthparts hissed, and soon a large group of second-order beetles, along with numerous first-order upper-grade insects, led the monsters in a charge towards the gate, which was already cut through by a third. The Holy Helmet Beetle's surprise attack swiftly breached part of the iron gate, exposing a significant gap. However, it was its very assault that alerted the vine snakes of the nine-snake mother tree, which rushed out to halt the advance. With a large number of monsters assembling, tree domain warriors kept firing. A massive number of monsters were killed in front of the gate. As one monster after another fell, their limbs scattered about, but even so, the monsters' push forward never ceased. Damn it, focus fire with the cannons, block those beetles and monsters. The captain defending the city was Godu. His face was serious as he issued commands in a calm voice. All tree domain troops were engaged in battle, and he certainly did not want the city wall to fall due to his own mistake, not even allowing a single monster to breach, as that would be incompetence. Boom, 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 the cannons kept firing, and although the beetles were also tough-bodied, they could not withstand such concentrated attacks. Their shells shattered, their bodies exploded like watermelons, limbs scattering everywhere. Godu sighed in relief. Cannon support to the vine snake, watch for monsters at the gate. Before he could finish the command, the ground suddenly rumbled, his face changed drastically as a large red figure emerged from the mist in the distance. Damn, another third-order monster? Chapter 246 The Return of the Blood King Snake. When it rains, it pours. At this moment, a third-order monster appeared, meaning that the surrounding wall might not hold. Fire the cannons, focus on that third order. No need. It was Suhan's voice coming through. Somehow, he had already made his way atop the surrounding wall, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. Below the wall, it was filled with monsters of all kinds, even second order were not few, roaring and stacking upon each other, trying to break through the wall. If it weren't for the wall already being raised to 30 meters, it could hardly bear this kind of siege now. Suhan frowned. A mass of vines from the nine-snake mother tree gathered towards this side, bursting forth from the ground and forcibly capturing 3 second-order monsters, pulling them onto the battlement. Roar trapped, the monsters struggled violently, emitting low growls and roars from their wide-open mouths. With a flick of his hand, Suhan summoned the floating pagoda black armor, its segments sharp like blades, instantly piercing the monster's body. Agonizing roars emerged, but its eyes were still crazed, trying to break free from the vine's bindings. Affected, huh? Suhan recognized immediately that something was amiss. Even the most bloodthirsty monsters wouldn't normally be driven to such insanity. His gaze instantly settled on the Holy Helmet Beetle, the most likely culprit affecting them being this third-order monster. As thoughts crossed his mind, finally, the red silhouette amid the fog rolled in, a 100-meter giant snake with a body red like jade and eyes coldly locking onto Suhan on the wall. Roar! It devoured the monster before it, then rushed like a train, heading straight for the wall. Spurred by its lead, the monster horde immediately surged, quickly assuming a formation to storm the defenses. The Holy Helmet Beetle swiftly moved back, dodging the attack of the vine snake, and also rushed towards the wall. 2 third-order monsters, tens of thousands in a monster tide, converging together. Suhan sneered coldly. With a thought, countless vines rose from the ground, surging like waves. They pierced violently. In just an encounter, thousands of monsters were impaled. The surviving ones, amid the surging vines, were continuously bound, struggling in vain to break free. Beetles, although armed with sharp foreleg scythes, stood no chance against the vines of 4th grade 9-snake mother tree. They were constantly knocked over, their carapaces shattered, their flesh torn by the vines. The Blood King snake, with red spots on its body, scales sharp as blades, swiftly passed through the vines which were sheared by its scales, charging towards the wall. The Holy Helmet Beetle hissed, its movements exceedingly quick, with each sweep of its blade emitting a blood-red energy that snapped the vines in its path. Not bad strength. Suhan's brows raised, impressed by the 2 third-order monsters' abilities, No doubt their skills and physiques were more complete compared to some third-order monsters. His lips curved in a smile, then the ground shook, and suddenly 8 massive, pitch-black vine snakes burst forth from the battlefield. Ripping through the ground, their colossal bodies overlooked the entire field, their bulk falling upon it, crushing countless monsters beneath them. Battle over. When the vine snakes of the 9-snake mother tree arrived from other areas, this battle was already beyond doubt. 9 behemoths swept through the field. Tens of thousands of monsters were slain amidst their sweep, their numbers dwindling rapidly. The vine snakes' mouths glowed, discharging beams of light that exploded wherever they swept, monsters' limbs fragmented, with a burnt stench mixing with the scent of blood pervading the battlefield. The Blood King snake and Holy Helmet beetle, sensing something was wrong, started to retreat, but they were Suhan's targets. How could he allow them to escape? All 9 vine snakes acted together. Amidst their surging, a vast crack broke the ground, the Blood King snake entangled by 3 vine snakes before it could get away. Massive bodies immediately engaged in a struggle, their entangled collisions causing countless buildings to collapse nearby. But no matter how fierce the Blood King snake was, it couldn't break through the vine snake's offense. Gashes quickly covered its body. The vine snakes overpowered the Blood King snake, with man-eating vines protruding to bite into its wounds. The copious influx of paralytic toxin rapidly sapped the strength from the Blood King snake. From barely holding on, it now laid fettered, incapable of movement. On the other side, the outcome was even grimmer for the Holy Helmet beetle. 4 vine snakes constricted it, and despite its agility, it had no chance to escape. Knocked about like a ball, its carapace shattered, bleeding profusely. As it weakened noticeably, the vine snakes no longer toyed with it, swarming over and biting into the Holy Helmet beetle's flesh, the man-eating vines biting in as well, continuously injecting paralytic toxin. With the third-order monsters captured, the remaining ones were but trivial, ferocious and fierce, yet no match for the vine snake's deathly maelstrom, their ranks scattered long ago. At this time, the scorpion spider demon appeared behind Suhan, the metal controller's power activated, as countless metallic blades levitated into the air, covering the battlefield from above. Nearly all monsters at this moment were pinned to the ground, and with the sweeping vines, they had no more strength to resist. Godu was dumbstruck, Suhan's power gradually surpassing imagination. I'll set up the tree cage, you lead the team to clear the field, capture the living ones and send them to the dungeon, finish off those who are too injured. Yes. Suhan merely needed a thought, and more vines wove into a network, enveloping the battlefield. Then the gate was pulled open by Trio main warriors, and a large squad rushed into the battlefield to start the sweep. The scorpion spider demon leapt down from the city wall and approached 2 third-order monsters. The metal controller ability activated, a mass of metal enveloped them, and on the bodies of the Blood King snake and the Holy Helmet beetle, it solidified into sturdy shackles. Next, the vines acted in unison, dragging these third-order monsters into the Trio main camp, where they were detained for later use. With the siege broken, Suhan captured a large number of monsters, but he did not let his guard down, for it was very likely that these monsters originated from the west of the city. As the tides rise again, more monsters are bound to appear within South City, and he needed to continue to strengthen his power. Massive quantities of monster flesh were sent into tree pits, where the 9-snake mother tree rooted itself on top and began another fusion. Level 8 essence of flesh 1%, 2%, 3%. Suhan temporarily didn't allow the scorpion spider demon nor the blood erosion alligator dragon to continue fusing. Instead, he had the 9-snake mother tree fuse with the nearly 100,000 pieces of monster flesh. He needed more descendants as his fighting force, especially now in the mist, to have even stronger combat capabilities. The worker beetles, razor beetles, and holy helmet beetles are of the same species. They have a clear hierarchy, and their genes contain some earth creature DNA. They are new creations and may have a larger collective. Beishan, the seasoned expert, delivered the latest data to Suhan with a very serious expression. Normally, this would have been Bakelin's responsibility, but Bakelin had more pressing matters. The expansion of the spatial rifts was nearing a critical point, and no monsters had emerged for a whole day. Clearly, they were amassing forces inside, and the next wave to emerge would likely be third order. Bakelin was both assisting in the defense and preparing for a breakthrough, as her demon ice spider woman had reached its racial limit. She was already in the dungeon, having taken away 2 second-order superior razor beetles to prepare for the divine initiation ritual, hoping to gain more combat power. With her talent as an inspirer, it was not an impossible feat. After all, combat is especially important in the divine initiation ritual consciousness. She also held an advantage. A Zerg infestation in the west? Very likely. Beishan said, but it's hard to determine whether this is due to a new spatial rift or some other cause that has spawned the monster tide. However, unlike ordinary monsters, these Zerg creatures have a more precise division of labor. I suspect they haven't just suddenly evolved. He cautiously shared his conjecture, describing 3 types of combatants, one being the common foot soldier, like worker ants in an ant colony, numerous, with a simple structure, unremarkable, yet resolutely fearless of death. Another was the razor beetle, with a hard exoskeleton, a body structured for combat and breakthroughs. Their carapace was not only hard but also had more powerful jointed limbs, and the sharpness of their tibial sides even surpassed that of blades, seemingly possessing simple organs employing spiritual energy to enhance their strength. They were complete combat tools, and the living holy helmet beetle yet to be dissected was the enhanced version of the razor beetle, belonging to the elite ranks. The west of the city, Suhan mused, then after a long moment, he looked up. Uncle Bay, I understand the situation. I will have people strengthen our defenses to the west. However, for these Zerg monsters, please focus on researching them. The more we know before we head to the west, the better. Understood. Beishan's report was only interim. The more they understood about these systematic monsters, the smoother they would handle them. Their task was equally challenging, and if they could create an injectable form of such mature combat creatures, the benefits were significant. However, more research was needed. Moreover, it would be best if it could be combined with the mother tree lineage. In the Western District, Number 4 Middle School region, the gray bug quality tissue covered the land of the entire district, school buildings, surrounding snack streets, residential houses. Even high-rise buildings were permeated with this flesh-like, eerie material. They clung to the streets, here in clumps, there in pools, constantly writhing. Many other masses of this substance formed small mountains, with channels like blood vessels connecting them like a spider web. Vibrating bug sacs undulated continuously, attached to these flesh mountains. Soon enough, they spewed out worker beetles covered in mucus. Once the worker beetles landed, they voraciously consumed the bug-quality tissue, then their carapaces rapidly hardened, their mouthparts clattered as they gnawed, and their jointed legs moved swiftly, expanding outward. There were 200 or 300 such breeding flesh mountains, covering a huge area and continuously spawning worker beetles. A multitude of worker beetles flooded out of this region, and even more returned with the flesh of monsters, letting the bug quality devour and convert it. In the center of all these hatcheries, within the Number 4 Middle School area, stood 9 of the tallest flesh mountains. They were also made of hatchery-like material, but they stood tall like stalagmites, towering like mountains. Parts of the bug-quality tissue had hardened, making them appear like actual structures. Among these 9 third-grade hatcheries, 8 contained only a single slit-shaped bug sac embedded within, with translucent membranes through which the creatures inside, the third-order holy helmet beetles, could faintly be seen. The 9th one, however, was different, with numerous bug sacs of various sizes embedded within. Instead of housing holy helmet beetles, they enclosed human beings, pale-faced, with taut skin and eyes tightly closed. This hatchery was particularly large, enveloping what used to be a school building. Many humans were encased within, including those later captured. From their bodies flowed the energies of emotions and mental strength, gathered by the mother worm at the very heart of the bug quality, then transmitted to the other hatcheries. Hiss, a powerful mental strength burst forth from the mother worm, its mouthparts hissing, the mental fluctuations continuing to propagate. Multiple third-grade individuals, holy helmet beetles unable to take down obstacles. Chapter 247 Development. The mother worm's control over the actions of the insect race, including this offensive launched using the holy helmet beetles as a probe, was all for the purpose of testing whether it could directly plunder the tree domain, a settlement with a huge life response. Unfortunately, the assault had barely lasted a few dozen minutes before it was suppressed. Even escape was not an option, it was known only that it was the suppression by several third-order individuals. The mother worm was intelligent, it could have joined the fray itself as a third-order individual, which was certainly feasible, but attacking would also consume a large number of the Zerg and energy. However, it had another option. With a sweep of its psychic power, the 9th hatchery sac began to wriggle, and the already twisted fallen started sprouting carapaces, segmented legs, and antennae-like organs, transforming from humanoid monsters into the image of insect people. Splat! The flesh membrane was torn, and sub-insect humans burst forth one by one, landing on the ground, their twisted bodies slimy, with ghastly appendages spreading from their spines, particularly grotesque. Ukayang's gaze was cold as ice, and he felt incredibly lucid, as if reborn. He looked down at his own arm. His arm, which had been severed by a holy helmet beetle, was now transformed into a tibial scythe, more powerful and tougher. He had been reborn. For the Zerg. He spoke fervently, kneeling before the large form of the mother worm, utterly submissive. His bloodline had been modified, becoming a subservient branch under the deep abyssal insect race, a branch of enslaved sub-insect humans. Attack the South City District, I need more intelligent life. As you command, my lord. Ukayang fervently responded, rising to his feet with large strides as a plethora of blade beetles and worker insects converged towards him, including 2 holy helmet beetles. Such military forces were sufficient to take over the human population of the South City district, and it seemed the Tree Domain camp might also be taken. Ukayang moved swiftly, leading a vast horde of the abyssal insect race towards the South City district. The motherworm's mental strength fluctuated continuously, feeling the spiritual power throughout the insect zone, incessantly propelling energy. The hatchery emitted a purple glow, slowly converging at the summit, energy shooting up into the midair and converging into a point, then spatial fluctuations began to spread, vaguely revealing a rift the size of a head. Not enough. Still not enough. At the Tree Domain camp, the Sky Cavalry similarly informed the South City camp of their encounter with an unidentified insectoid creature. However, according to the Sky Cavalry's report, following the thickening mist, South City camp had swiftly contracted its defense formation. Centering on the South Industrial Park, with the surrounding streets as depth fortifications, they established a defensive camp. The majority of their defensive focus was placed on the spatial rifts, the rest was external defense, with no excess energy to continue expanding outwards. Meanwhile, such a contraction of defense also meant that they did not border the West City district for the time being. Upon receiving the Sky Cavalry's message, they had not spotted any trace of the Zerg. However, after receiving a reminder from Suhan, Liruai Kang immediately tightened the defenses and also expressed his gratitude. At the Tree Domain camp, Bakelin successfully performed divine initiation rituals on 2 second-order superiors and, during the fusion of the demon eye spider woman, also injected it with a serum made from the blood of the scorpion spider demon. Despite the risky action, when Bakelin faced 2 second-order superior blade beetles alone in the realm of the mind, Bakelin fought exceptionally fiercely, using immense psychokinetic power to crush the violent wills of the 2 blade beetles. The divine initiation ritual was a resounding success, and after crushing the 2 blade beetles, the demon eye spider woman proceeded to integrate extensively, advancing in a stroke and transforming into the blade spider mother. Flesh and metal fused to forge blade edges, the solitary arachnid eye inheriting the power of the scorpion spider demon's crimson demon eye, and with it came stronger evolution, and even more frightening mental strength. Spider thorns, demon eyes, blood edge blades, and psychokinetic power, the blade spider mother had clearly also been influenced by Bakelin, evolving into a monster of the psychic system. Since the essence of the divine initiation ritual is fusion, it indeed can involve more than one monster, and also. Although she had achieved a breakthrough, Bakelin was not overly excited. Her powerful spiritual power made her even more composed. Named the ritual, it seems that a more brutal battle fits the theme of the sacrifice. I have gained much more in return this time than in the previous few. The alien thornworm should be close to breaking through as well. It's not easy to defeat a monster of the same order's raging consciousness within the consciousness space. Although she had not undergone the divine initiation ritual herself, her subordinates detailed their experiences during the process. Including the first divine initiation ritual, when Zhuozhong and Gan Xingilai were both fighting for their lives against the monster's frenzied consciousness. They were knocked down countless times, relying on the home advantage of the consciousness space and their willpower to claim victory. That was a true gladiatorial arena, where those of weak will could become distorted during the process. Only the talented ones could rely on even stronger abilities to gain more advantages. The Blood King Snake and the Holy Helmet Beetle, which do you want as your third angel envoy? Suhan looked at Bakelin and asked softly. A third-order monster as an angel envoy naturally suited better than a second-order monster and could gain combat strength more quickly. The Blood King Snake. Bakelin had not thought for too long before she made her decision. My 2 angel envoys are both small-bodied monsters. While they are good individually, I lack a large angel envoy. Moreover, I feel that the transformation of the Blood King Snake might be compatible with Divine Snake. Then contract the Blood King Snake, and give the Holy Helmet Beetle to Old Gan. Near Fuan Street in the Eastern District, a new dimensional crack has appeared, with a large number of fang-toothed lesser demons pouring out. It seems they belong to the same species as other lesser demons. Also, another dimensional crack has been discovered on the Southern District border, with a large number of corpse ghosts and lesser demons already surging out. South City base probably doesn't have the capacity to deal with it, and the monsters will head towards the Eastern District. As the fog tide approached its peak levels, more and more monsters were continuously emerging, launching wave after wave of assaults outside the Tree Domain's walls. However, they were unable to breach the defenses. In the Eastern District, both the pharmaceutical factory and the sports stadium faced similar situations, though their defenses were somewhat weaker than the main base. Bakelin said, the dimensional crack storm has reached its maximum. We can't go through the cracks, and my spiritual power can't explore through the vines either. When we are able to pass through, there will be a lot of monsters inside. With two-dimensional cracks, Old Zhu and his people will be under a lot of pressure. Su-han pondered. The Trito main camp had the 9-snake mother tree stationed, and naturally he was not afraid. The vines were most widely distributed here, guarded by the vine snake, so the defense capability was naturally the strongest. Nonetheless, Su-han was more concerned about the situation on Old Zhu's side. The monsters in the eastern district will definitely ravage towards the areas with the richest spiritual energy. We can send a group from the pharmaceutical factory to help Old Zhu. Even if there are third-order monsters, they should be able to defend properly, especially with the 9-snake mother tree's vines now able to extend there, albeit less densely, but they can still assist. Yan Mi put forward her own solution. However, she hesitated a bit and said, but on the southern border, if the creatures from the dimensional crack don't head towards the eastern district but enter the southern district directly, then South City Base might be in trouble. She was not worried about the survival of South City Base, but about the population within. There were nearly 20,000 people in South City Base, all survivors. How have they been lately? Su-han looked towards Bakelin and asked aloud. Bakelin understood what Su-han meant. He was not just asking about South City Base but also about the news from Zhaoyakian. The fog tide had disrupted regular communication, but the link between the two psychics had not been cut, albeit less frequent. Zhaoyakian has a full roster of third-order apostles, and Wanji has broken through to the third order. However, they have encountered a swarm of creatures induced by the Zerg, although they haven't seen any individuals of the Holy Helmet Beetle for some reason. Su-han raised an eyebrow. Are those creatures in the southern district? They had attacked the western and southern districts and even a wave in the northern district. The Zerg's movements were suspicious. After a moment of thought, he said, I'll deal with the two-dimensional cracks. The 9-snake mother tree needs flesh, and as for South City Base. He trailed off mid-sentence, but the implication was somewhat intriguing. He wanted to see how South City Base would perform. Taking advantage of this opportunity. Chapter 248 Monsters like a tide. The bloody erosion alligator dragon flew directly to the eastern district of the city with Su-han, the whistling of the wind slicing past them, as thick fog obscured their vision. Even though Su-han had a large piece of ancient tree crystal in his hand that could dissipate the fog, the speed of dispersion was far slower than their flying speed. Su-han sat atop the blood erosion alligator dragon, looking at the fog-enshrouded city before him, buildings emerging dimly from the mist, streets shrouded in fog, with only the sounds of monsters continually reaching his ears. The tide would make the spiritual energy richer, and the monsters more frenzied. Once this tide receded, the monsters were likely to become even more dangerous. And outside South City, the monsters would probably become even more fearsome. He had to quicken his pace. Only by doing so could he better cope with what was to come. By now, Zhu Zhuang and the others were already third order, capable of shouldering great responsibilities, and the number of Trito main soldiers was also increasing, with resources accumulating faster. Therefore, both the power of the 9-snake mother tree and the scorpion spider demon had to be enhanced, and he also needed to determine the fate of his fourth angel envoy. Third-order monsters were certainly good, but Su-han wanted to look further. As Su-han was musing, suddenly there came the roar of a monster, and it was not far away, with a very strong aura. The fog parted, revealing a dimensional rift in space right before him. A massive dimensional rift, about 20 to 30 meters high and 5 to 6 meters wide. Countless creatures were swarming out of it, filling the entire street with inferior demons and corpse ghosts. They scuttled around like a frenzied flood, spreading in all directions towards the eastern district of the city. Run. Run fast. On the streets, the vehicles of some survivors were fleeing rapidly, except that a second-order inferior demon had already given chase with its sharp claws, clanging as it blocked their escape route, with a mass of other inferior demons following behind. Li Hua, I'll block them and you. The man driving kicked open a door, got out of the chlorect car, and charged toward the second-order inferior demon. He himself was barely second rank, and the angel envoys he had summoned were one second-order and one first-order upper grade, having just broken through recently. Liu Wenhua felt a deep regret. Had they not been greedy for the unusual activity in this area, how could they have lost so many people? Li Hua got out of the car, her face filled with despair. With second-order monsters blocking the way ahead and a tide of monsters behind, how could the few of them run? Boom! The encirclement was forming when suddenly the sky darkened fiercely, and the bloody erosion alligator dragon streaked across the sky, then landed on the street. Li Hua and the others' eyes widened as the blood erosion alligator dragon merely flapped its wings and wind blades flew out, sweeping across the street, severing in half the hundreds of monsters that had charged in front of it, their bodies shattered and blood flooding like a tide. The second-order inferior demon roared, changing direction immediately, but in the next moment, a spear flew, impaling and pinning it to the ground. How long has this rift been here? Su-han's voice came from atop the blood erosion alligator dragon, bringing Liu Wenhua and Li Hu along with the other 5 out of their shock. They looked towards the alligator dragon's back only to find no one there. In an instant, they showed ecstatic expressions. If it were a person, then at least they had a chance to be saved. "Speak." Su-han's voice was calm, but Liu Wenhua panicked and hurriedly answered, "We've only been staying here for 5 days, and we thought everything was fine." 5 days? The 5 days mentioned by Liu Wenhua must be the period when the monsters had temporarily stopped emerging, so the appearance of this dimensional rift had likely been even longer. "Lord, the monsters are coming." Intrigued by the aura of the bloody erosion alligator dragon, the inferior demons and corpse ghosts had become even more ferocious as they surged forward. This time it was not just ordinary first-order monsters, there were numerous second-order inferior demons and corpse ghosts. "You know the pharmaceutical factory? You can survive if you go there, now go." Su-han spoke unhurriedly, and Liu Wenhua was taken aback upon hearing this, but as the scorpion spider demon slowly entered the street and its presence spread, almost crushing them with the weight, he quickly realized what was being suggested. Thank you, sir." Liu Wenhua realized that this stranger was providing them a way out and asking them not to interfere. He pulled his companions, and they immediately hurried off. The car was already destroyed, so they had to rely on their angel envoys. Liu Wenhua and his group hadn't even run out of the street when the inferior demons and corpse ghosts had already charged less than 100 meters away from the bloody erosion alligator dragon. They poured forth in droves, their numbers already in the tens of thousands, and far from just that number. The bloody erosion alligator dragon roared, and blood surged from its body. In an instant, a blood river formed and rushed towards the street. Just as the monsters approached, they were swept away by the blood river, with blood erosion taking effect. Many of the weaker creatures' eyes turned blood red, a desire to slaughter ignited in their hearts, starting to attack the surrounding monsters. Su-han felt it was still not enough, as dark waters began to spread around the blood erosion alligator dragon the next moment, shrouding the entire street. The evil crocodile prison activated, and dark water continuously formed into evil crocodiles. A battalion of 5,000 dark water soldiers marched into the crowd of monsters. The second-order evil crocodiles led the charge, while the first-order evil crocodiles fought recklessly, engaging in a frenzied slaughter. Monsters were torn to shreds in the blood river, and in just a few minutes, tens of thousands of monsters had perished on the street. As Su-han walked forward, the scorpion spider demon was by his side, waving his hand to activate the Metal Master, turning a large amount of metal into sharp blades that fell upon the crowd of monsters. Swish 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 they continued to advance, the sound of sand rustling underfoot. The vines of the 9-snake mother tree had already spread with Su-han's movements, although not all the vines had reached to form a vine tree cage. But hundreds and thousands of vines emerged from the ground, sweeping up the bodies and carcasses of monsters and then brazenly beginning to fuse them. The main force in this battle was not them but the scorpion spider demon and the bloody erosion alligator dragon. Their role was to continue the fusion. Level 8 essence of flesh 61%, 62%. As the flesh materials gradually became complete, the progress of fusion was slowly increasing. The bloody erosion alligator dragon advanced with big strides, moving from one end of the street toward the crack in the different dimension. More monsters surged forward, but none could get close to it. The blood river and the evil crocodiles were the strongest wall. 10,000, 20,000, 30,000. The number of monsters had already filled the entire street and surrounding blocks. This dimensional rift was uncontrolled, and over such a long time, it had already released many monsters. But it was all in vain. Facing the blood erosion alligator dragon, tens of thousands of monsters could only send a few thousand into battle at most. And even this number couldn't breach the 5,000 evil crocodiles. All they could do was deplete the blood erosion alligator dragon's physical strength and spiritual energy, thereby gradually gaining the upper hand. But the scorpion spider demon was also present. With one hand controlling the metal, spears fell like rain, killing countless monsters. At the same time, in front of its scorpion body, it formed a coagulation cannon and fired directly at the surge of monsters. Blood exploded and blasted a large pit into the ground, with monster limbs shattered. At this point, Su-han was also clad in the floating pagoda black armor. He leaped into the midst of the beasts, and with a wave of his hand, a spirit-melding vortex enveloped him. The attacking monsters, one after the other, were stripped of their spiritual energy by the spirit-melding vortex and quickly obliterated. Several second-order monsters attacked Su-han, who stood firm and unyielding. Merely glancing with his eyes, the spiritual shadows of monsters appeared behind him, then bisected the several second-order creatures midair. After reaching the 4th rank lower class, Su-han's intensity of spiritual energy had increased significantly. Now, using his abilities, he was naturally even more powerful. Continuous streams of spiritual energy fused with his body, increasing its strength and enhancing his aura steadily. As he and the angel envoy advanced, the dimensional rift was now near at hand, and the roadside streets were covered with the vines of the nine-snake mother tree. Various monster corpses were bound by the vines, and numerous threads were gradually assimilating them. For a good half hour, Suhan and the angel envoy were blocked at the entrance, continuously killing monsters. 20,000, 30,000, 40,000. The number of monsters was close to 70 to 80,000, crowding the area densely, with no less than 100 second-order monsters. Such a terrifying number would concern even the tree domain's headquarters. In the midst of continuous slaughter, the blood river gathered and had become a large river that could cover several streets. The surging blood river encircled the area, with the bodies of monsters colliding against the vines of the nine-snake mother tree. Monsters outside scattered sporadically, but from within the dimensional rift, terrible roars still emanated, indicating more monsters inside. Are there third-order monsters still inside? Suhan frowned slightly, pondering. Staying outside was certainly feasible and the most prudent approach, but who knew when the monsters inside would finish developing? Let's try and see, he said. His gaze flickered as he pondered. The dimensional rift was now large enough for a massive passage of monsters. The psychic fluctuation stabilized gradually, reaching its peak. Perhaps it wasn't impossible to enter. With that thought, more than a dozen evil crocodiles came to the front of the dimensional rift, and under his urging, they surged rapidly towards the rift. The moment they stepped into the dimensional rift, the massive sensation of spiritual energy erosion immediately came, with the black water turned into the evil crocodile's spiritual force, rapidly depleting while resisting. However, Suhan's face lit up with delight, as such erosion was much weaker than the day he had explored the dimensional rift with Bakelin, and it was bearable. Immediately, countless vines poured into the dimensional rift, claiming various parts of the passage. Monsters inside also noticed the disturbance and launched an attack. But Suhan, the scorpion spider demon, and the bloody erosion alligator dragon had already squeezed into the dimensional rift. A powerful wave of spiritual energy swept over them, seeking to erode and twist Suhan and the two angel envoys. The bloody erosion alligator dragon was cloaked in a river of blood, the scorpion spider demon shrouded in a cloak of vital energy, both resisting the invasion of spiritual energy. Suhan sat atop the blood erosion alligator dragon, surrounded by the blood river, his spirit meld talent activating as the spirit melding vortex quickly devoured the surrounding spiritual energy, making him the one least affected by the erosion. The space was shrouded in crimson, and in the sky above, red lightning streaked and rumbled. The sea of blood still surged, although it had begun to subside somewhat, it was still tumultuous. He looked far into the distance and was suddenly startled. What was that? In the midst of the churning waves and where the sea met the sky, there seemed to be a second blood-red firmament, and a faintly discernible strange island. Chapter 249 Changes in South City. Suhan's heart skipped a beat, but the monsters had already attacked, surrounding them completely. His gaze turned icy, and immediately, the bloody erosion alligator dragon unleashed its raging blood river, while the evil crocodile prison activated, and the evil crocodile's legion, like a black iron army, swept across. This alien island was larger than the spaces at the third hospital and the pharmaceutical factory, and the attacking monsters were more numerous. However, Suhan's attention had already been captured elsewhere, and he did not want to be delayed by these creatures. The scorpion spider demon charged into the fray. Although it brought little metal, its metal spear pierced through one monster after another. The coagulation cannon kept firing, and metal erosion also transformed the monsters one by one into iron slaves. Although it wasn't as pervasive as the blood erosion from the blood erosion alligator dragon, it was enough to make the monsters slaughter each other. Whoosh! The sea of spiritual energy blood churned, and after a few large waves surged, a colossal serpent rising more than 10 meters tall emerged from the coast. Its entire body was crimson, its claws as sharp as knives, and it had several twisted octopus tentacles on its back. Clearly, it was an exotic blood inferior demon, an inferior daemon with claws. Upon its appearance, it charged towards the scorpion spider demon, its eyes emanating a brutal crimson light, evidently of the intermediate third-order strength. On the other side, the surface of the sea of spiritual energy blood was also tumultuous, and in an instant, a taller than 7 meters humanoid monster with wings on its back and a hunched body surfaced. Spikes along its spine formed a roughly 4-meter-long bony tail that swung like a flail. As soon as the winged demon ghoul appeared, it dived towards the bloody erosion alligator dragon, trying to eliminate Suhan and the apostles in one swoop. Suhan snorted coldly. The black water cannon in the mouth of the blood erosion alligator dragon surged, and a jet of black water attacked, piercing through the flesh wings of the winged demon ghoul. The winged demon ghoul crashed to the ground, already enveloped by the oncoming blood river, which invaded its limbs and subdued it. Had it not been for its third-order strength, Suhan would have wanted to spare its life, as the blood erosion alligator dragon would have bitten off its head otherwise. On the other side, the scorpion spider demon broke through the encirclement of the monsters and collided with a claw blood inferior demon, initiating a fierce battle that crushed the surrounding monsters. The attacks of the claw blood inferior demon landed on the scorpion spider demon, creating clanging sounds. Its attacks completely failed to penetrate the defenses of the floating pagoda black armor. Just as the claw blood inferior demon tried to attack with the tentacles on its back, a squelch sounded, and a metal spear had already pierced its body. The scorpion spider demon grabbed its head with both hands and slammed it onto the ground. Its forearms swung down several iron fists, breaking its bones, while metal spears in the air continuously shot over, piercing the claw blood inferior demon's limbs and then continuously deformed, forming shackles that bound it. There was inherently a gap in comprehensive strength between the intermediate third order and the superior third order. If one had more methods, perhaps it could compensate. But compared to the scorpion spider demon, the claw blood inferior demon had no advantages whatsoever. After the two third order monsters were subdued, the remaining tens of thousands of inferior demons and corpse ghosts could not resist for long and were quickly slain. The vines of the nine-snake mother tree extended in, dragging the corpses of the monsters and also protecting the surroundings. Is the border of the alien space getting closer, or was this space always this large? Suhan frowned, looking at the distant, vaguely visible barrier and the island within the barrier, pondering deeply. Previously, the alien space rifts at the third hospital and the pharmaceutical factory never presented this scene. Certainly, one important reason was the powerful erosive power above the sea of spiritual energy blood. Even if blood-winged tigers were sent for aerial reconnaissance, only travels of a few hundred to 1,000 meters were possible before they were twisted into monsters and lost control. To explore, one had to withstand such erosion. Neither second-order nor third-order creatures were likely to withstand such strong erosion, considering both the journey and the return. No one knew what the boundary might hold, and any sudden accidents in such situations, with no extra power to withstand, were extremely dangerous. Moreover, such a clear boundary and alien island had not appeared before, so naturally, the idea of exploration was put on hold. But now, Suhan felt it was necessary to explore. If the alien space rifts, islands, and the sea of spiritual energy blood were interrelated and could be explored, it would be crucial in unveiling the secrets of both the alien world and the apocalypse. The fourth-order strength of the bloody erosion alligator dragon, or perhaps a fourth apostle, to find creatures that can resist the erosion of the blood sea? Countless thoughts raced through Suhan's mind, and he had already calculated the need to address the erosion of the blood sea, which ultimately involved enhancing strength. But there was another point, that of fusing with the blood sea. Previously at third order, fusion resulted in erosion, and even when slightly separated, this erosion persisted, albeit slightly weaker, but still accumulative. However, now, the fourth order nine-snake mother tree had already proven during the previous exploration that its ability to resist erosion had greatly increased, and it might well be capable of merging with the seawater of the spiritual energy blood sea. Both methods could be tried, but not yet. Only one alien space rift had been subdued, and there was another boundary in the south of the city that Suhan worried he might be late to address if the people of the southern city camp interfered, which would not be ideal. Moreover, he wanted to see if this other alien space rift presented the same situation. Suhan emerged from the alien space rift, and a vine snake from the nine-snake mother tree had already been summoned by him. Although this might slightly weaken the defenses of the tree domain camp, this rift could not be overlooked. Suhan was about to head towards the south of the city when he suddenly felt a fluctuation in Bakelin's psychic link. With Bakelin now a third order, the range of her psychic link was not just around the tree domain. As long as she exerted her full power, she could reach across the city. Suhan tuned in and heard Bakelin's voice. Something has happened in the south of the city. Zhao Yaqian is asking for help, and the price is the southern city camp. In the southern city camp, the surrounding 3 streets were severely damaged, with monsters continuously roaming around, numbering in the tens of thousands, steadily devouring the bodies of other monsters on the ground. Among these corpses, there were actually quite a few human remains. After the tree domain had sent a message to South City Camp had tightened its defenses and heightened its vigilance. 2 days later, South City Camp began to notice groups of monsters gathering nearby, and engineer insects appeared. They led a massive number of monsters in attacks, plunging the entire defense district into a battle resembling a meat grinder. Among the monsters, those of the second order and above were not many, so crossbow arrows, spiritual energy rifles, and bombs were still able to form a solid defense. A large number of monsters were killed by South City Camp, and under the leadership of Zhao Yaqian and Wan Ji, the defense line was extremely stable. However, as the monsters continued to attack, 1 day, 2 days, Even if they were just ordinary monsters, the continuous attacks drained a substantial amount of resources from South City Camp, especially the spiritual energy rifles. With the anomaly of the dimensional storm, the spiritual energy mine could not be effectively replenished, and the first to be exhausted were the spiritual energy weapons. As the spiritual energy rifles became unusable, a large number of second-order monsters joined the battlefield, and South City's first street defense line failed. The second defense line was activated, with Zhao Yaqian, Wan Ji, and other high-order team leaders taking point, and other members providing support. They began the assault battle. In just 2 days, the casualty rate of the southern city guards rose rapidly, forcing them to withdraw from the defense line and initiate the fire ring plan. The fire spread across the original defense circle, temporarily stopping the advance, finally giving South City Camp a chance to breathe. But even more severe circumstances were soon to follow, as the figure of a third-order Holy Helmet Beetle had already been lurking on the periphery. This feeling, it wasn't merely about exterminating them, but hunting, exhausting the prey physically and mentally until they were unable to resist, then capturing them alive. In such circumstances, South City had already armed all personnel, not just the southern city guards, but even contractors were required to be battle-ready. Meanwhile, at a high-level meeting in South City Camp, the atmosphere was tense. "Let's ask Tree Domain for help. We have a covenant to help each other," said Officer Lee. "Right now, only they can help us." Wang Hu frowned deeply, and immediately suggested this to Li Ruikang, as the current situation no longer allowed him to concern himself with hierarchy issues. "We are under siege by monsters, and the Tree Domain is likely in more serious trouble, with both their north and east districts requiring defenses." Go Wutao maintained a composed face, as South City Camp was in crisis, but the Tree Domain might not really be able to spare any help. He said gravely, "And who can get out?" Outside, monsters hidden in the fog numbered in the tens of thousands, including second and even third orders, who had the capability of breaking through. Everyone naturally turned their gaze to Wan Ji and Zhao Yaqian, instinctively thinking of only the two of them. Zhao Yaqian was a third-order apostle at full strength, while Wan Ji had broken through to the third order and had killed a third-order double-headed gray inferior demon after suppressing a dimensional rift, now also having 2 lower-tier third-order apostles. They did have a chance to break through. Zhao Yaqian's expression was complex, and Wan Ji took over the conversation. "I can break through to send a message, but..." Before he could finish, if Wan Ji left, then gaping holes would appear in the defense line, requiring many more southern city guards to step up, at great cost, and possibly becoming a breach point. To help each other, that's when the circumstances are the same and the cost of help is not great. Li Ruikang interrupted everyone, his demeanor calm, but with furrowed brows. He said, "Indeed, Suhan might be able to save us, but we don't have that bargaining chip." Yan Tijun frowned, and Go Wutao's face also fell, both acutely aware of something. "We must admit one thing, in such an apocalypse, we haven't been able to protect everyone sufficiently, at least not as well as Tree Domain." Li Ruikang raised his eyes, looking towards everyone. Wang Hu and Wan Ji's expressions changed, and even Zhao Yaqian looked at Li Ruikang in surprise. However, seeing everyone's reaction, Li Ruikang instead smiled and said, "Prepare for evacuation, make an all-out effort to clear the subway tunnel, and try to evacuate everyone. We will cover the retreat." The subway tunnel plan was the ultimate evacuation strategy. If the camp couldn't hold, then through the subway tunnels to relocate the population. But moving them required a new base, which was previously planned as the second camp. But now, without being prepared, what Li Ruikang meant was clear: he was surrendering everything in South City to Tree Domain. The meeting was silent for a long time, until Yan Tijun spoke first. "That might be for the best, though it feels like that of a deserter, passing our responsibility to others. Protecting the people should have been their responsibility." Admittedly, some middle managers might not see it that way, cherishing the power in their hands, but at least for Li Ruikang, Go Wutao, and him, their intention was to take on this responsibility, even though they hadn't managed to do so. "Sometimes we must admit inadequacies. At least we gathered many survivors from the South District." Li Ruikang looked at everyone and said, "Everyone go prepare. Yaqian, you stay." The others were momentarily stunned, then slowly rose to their feet, while Zhao Yaqian remained seated, her thoughts becoming increasingly complex. "Yaqian, earlier you mentioned there was still some connection between spirituals." Before Li Ruikang could finish his sentence, Zhao Yaqian's voice interrupted him. "I have already asked Tree Domain for help, at the cost of South City Camp." Li Ruikang, Go Wutao, and Yan Tijun all froze, stunned by Zhao Yaqian's words. After a long shock, Li Ruikang suddenly burst into laughter. "This time you were more decisive than me. Share your thoughts." Chapter 250 Siege. Li Ruikang not only refrained from scolding Zhao Yaqian, but actually smiled, looking at her with a hint of surprise and satisfaction in his expression. He watched Jayakian, eager to hear her thoughts. Jayakian no longer felt a heavy heart, and after speaking out, she actually felt much more relieved. Spirit users can sense each other and communicate over distances far greater than normal people. I have always been in contact with Bakelin. She didn't directly state the reason but explained the means by which she was able to contact the tree domain. Bakelin advanced to third order not long ago. Her spiritual energy is far stronger than mine and Wan Ji's. Not just her, to my knowledge, Zhu Zhuang and Gan Xinglai have probably advanced to third order too. This is just the tip of the iceberg of tree domain's strength. Jia Yaqian slowly expressed her thoughts, as Li Ruikang, Yan Tijun, and the third person listened quietly, without interrupting. Jia Yaqian's gaze drifted toward the window, observing the vast fog at the edge of the camp, and said, "The core of the tree domain is Suhan. One Suhan is enough to overpower all the people I just mentioned above. I've been to the tree domain the most, and they have high walls, their camp is already cleared, with a hospital rebuilt, agriculture and animal husbandry restored, and a flow of people similar to pre-apocalyptic times. We're also trying our best to do the same, but our progress is too slow." She shifted her gaze back to the conference room, her eyes becoming resolute. "We're already stretched thin facing tens of thousands of monsters. Still, I've personally seen Suhan slaughter tens of thousands of monsters alone, and it only took him tens of minutes. We estimated South City had more than 100,000 people left, but with the outbreak of the fog tide, survivors are likely even fewer. We can't delay any longer, to do so would be murderous." Her words were impactful and heavy, like stones smashing into the hearts of Li Ruikang and the others. Indeed, before the tree domain had the capability to gather other districts' survivors, we were gathering survivors and trying our best to restore order to the south of the city. It's a good thing. However, when the tree domain can reclaim other districts and yet they fall into a predicament, delaying any further is possible, but the number of survivors in the South City district, and even the survivors in other districts, would decrease over time. This is murder. If they truly wanted to protect the survivors, then joining forces and reclaiming South City was the fastest and most effective method. The point Li Ruikang was considering was actually this. However, this time he indeed wasn't as decisive as Jia Yaqian. "You're right." Li Ruikang nodded and said, "Regardless of other factors, now, for South City, only the tree domain can accomplish this. Yaqian, since you can contact Miss Bei, then explain our situation in detail. If saving lives and preserving all these factories are possible, the recovery speed of South City would be even more assured. I will contact her immediately. With Suhan's strength, the monster tide will surely not trouble him. But the movements of the Zerg are still unclear, and I'm worried about unexpected developments." The tree domain had provided information about the Zerg to the South City camp, describing a highly organized race, with third-order holy helmet beetles, second-order beetles, and first-rank worker beetles. Although they had already appeared, their mode of activity was causing Beikaiyuan and others increasing worry. Because, guiding, ambushing, exhausting, every appearance of the Zerg revolved around these points, too deliberate for mere biological instinct. Their command structure was too obvious. Also, tell them to be on high alert. That's all we can do for now. Bang! The door was pushed open, and Wang Hu entered quickly, his expression anxious. "The fire's out, the monsters are attacking again, led by a third-order monster." In the conference room, Li Ruikang and the others' complexions changed, and they immediately stood up, organized the defense. "How many third-order monsters are there?" "2 holy helmet beetles and 2 suspected third-order monsters that are inferior demons and corpse ghosts, at least 60,000 common monsters." Everyone's expressions darkened. Jia Yaqian immediately turned and left the room. "I'll go first, I'm afraid Wanji can't hold them back." Jia Yaqian rushed out the door, hurried down the stairs, and ran straight to the front lines. The apostle, the shadow-devouring demon, had already been summoned by her, and in a few strides, she was carried to the edge of the industrial park's wall. The wall of the industrial park had been reinforced a second time, especially since Cheng Zanyang brought back a large amount of materials like cement, working with blackrock tree monsters to fortify it to 7 meters. Although not as thick as the tree domain camp's walls, they were still half a meter thick in most parts. Now, at the edge of the wall, all the southern city guards were ready for battle, with the city crossbows, crossbow arrows, and chemical bombs all prepared. 300 meters beyond the wall lay a thick fog, shrouding the ruins scorched by flames. As the heatwave gradually subsided, it was replaced by the silhouettes of monsters. Endless and roaring, their uproar filled the air. Among these monsters, 4 powerful figures stood out, their aura much stronger than other monsters, namely the holy helmet beetles, double-headed grey inferior demons, and the giant rock ghouls. Hiss. When the sharp hissing sound emerged from the mouths of the holy helmet beetles, the monster horde seemed to stir. Under the worker beetles' guidance, almost all the monsters charged toward the wall. Attack! As soon as the monsters approached, the southern city guards began their assault. The overwhelming tide of monsters was bone-chilling, but they had no room to retreat and had to hold the line. Behind them lay their camp, even their relatives and friends. Retreating meant death. There are too many monsters, we must decapitate their leaders. Wanji's expression was stern as he found Zhao Yaqian. If they couldn't quickly deal with the third-order monsters, such a massive wave of monsters was simply too much for the southern city guards to handle. Even with the support of the walls, the southern city guards could fight 3-1, or even 4-1, but how many of them were there? How many bombs are left? Over 200 chemical bombs and only 30 reserved spiritual energy cannons. Wanji's expression was serious. Relying on these, they could hold on for a while, which was also the time they had to take action. If they couldn't resolve the situation, the casualties of the southern city guards would skyrocket. Zhao Yaqian immediately closed her eyes, her psychic perception spreading out. Her expression changed slightly because the number of monsters wasn't just 60,000, but possibly even 100,000. Claw-inferior demons and corpse ghosts were numerous, but among these hordes, Zhao Yaqian had also detected the spiritual figures of engineer insects and blade beetles. This was a deluge prompted by the abyssal insect race. If not dealt with, the South City camp might be overwhelmed. Let's get started. Seeing no more third-order monsters, Zhao Yaqian's gaze sharpened immediately. The remaining 2 apostles were summoned by her. The shadow-armored tyrant broke through to the Third Order, while the remaining apostle had a contract with a Third-Order bloodbone ghoul. The 3 apostles crossed the wall, charging directly into the crowd of monsters, wielding sharp claws, tumbling the incoming monstrosities to the ground, tearing them apart continuously. Zhao Yaqian flipped off the wall, landing on the shadow-devouring demon. Shadows spread and intertwined with her, stabilizing her form. Wanji followed closely behind, summoning his own apostles, the bullhead tyrant, blade mantis tyrant, and double-headed grey inferior demon. The former, the bullhead tyrant, had undergone the divine initiation ritual and metamorphosed into a bone claw ox demon, fused with a second-order superior claw inferior demon from a dimensional rift. With the head of a bull and a body of a man, towering like a demon, his bone claws were as sharp as knives, emanating an especially icy aura. The blade mantis tyrant hadn't changed, but its strength had reached the limit of second-order superior, just short of a divine initiation ritual. Wanji landed on the bone claw ox demon, then the 3 apostles, like Zhao Yaqian, charged into the monster torrent, continuously slaying those creatures. Wanji, I'll pave the way. Follow me. Because of the monster invasion, 3 blocks of defense lines had been burned down, with very few of the lamp tree crystals remaining. Only Zhao Yaqian could lead the way to quickly find third-order monsters in the mist. Without the slightest hesitation, Wanji immediately said, "Okay." He quietly activated his talent for spiritual beast transformation, not driving it with full force, but concentrating on a beast's dangerous perception and instinct for combat. His eyes emitted a faint purple glow, and he seemed to cool down. With the bone claw ox demon and double-headed grey inferior demon as the spearhead, he constantly struck down monsters in front of him, following Zhao Yaqian's pace with large strides. Zhao Yaqian's psychokinetic power locked onto 2 holy helmet beetles on her left, which were the closest. Eliminating these 2 creatures would allow one of them to block the monsters while the other dealt with the remaining 2. Third-order monsters paved the way. Though a large number of monsters blocked their path, attempting to halt the third-order apostles such as the shadow-devouring demon and bone claw ox demon and engulf them in a deluge of beasts, the blade beetles lurking within the monster tide surged forward like cold knives, aiming to cut down Zhao Yaqian and Wanji. However, they couldn't escape Zhao Yaqian's perception. As soon as they made their move, they were pinned by the telekinetic blades into their bodies, then crushed by the shadow-devouring demon's claw. HSSS they broke through 200 to 300 meters, but the holy helmet beetles suddenly retreated into the fog, pulling away rapidly. Zhao Yaqian frowned, spurring her 3 apostles to chase after them. If they let the holy helmet beetles escape, they might lose the initiative. With such creatures lurking in the mist, they couldn't comfortably clear out the monsters. Swoosh, swoosh. With that thought, Zhao Yaqian immediately condensed 20 or 30 telekinetic blades, launching them like arrows, piercing through the fog toward the holy helmet beetles 200 meters away. The 2 holy helmet beetles sensed the danger behind him and immediately turned around, wielding their femur scythes. 2 beams of red light met the telekinetic blades. Between the clash of energies, the telekinetic blades instantly shattered. The telekinetic blades failed, but because the holy helmet beetles' movements were intercepted, the shadow-devouring demon reached them, its claws reaching straight for the heads of the 2 holy helmet beetles. Clanging femur scythes crossed in front of them, and the holy helmet beetles blocked the strike. But then, the shadow armored tyrant and blood-bone ghoul surrounded them. And just then, Wanji arrived, 5 Third Order facing 2 Third Order, forming a surrounding formation. Let's do this. Chapter 251 Sub-Insect Human Ukayang Zhao Yaqian immediately took action. 3 apostles attacked right away, especially the shadow-devouring demon with its series attacks targeting the vital spots of the holy helmet beetle. Although the holy helmet beetle had been surrounded, it still emitted sharp, hissing screeches and continuously swung its tibial scythes, slashing out red blades to repel the shadow-devouring demon. But the next moment, Bloodbone Ghoul and Shadow Armor Tyrant had already charged up, bombarding them. Wanji arrived soon after. The Bone Claw Ox Demon and Double-Headed Grey Inferior Demon also immediately launched their attacks. Their sole purpose was to kill the Holy Helmet Beetle as quickly as possible. However, the Holy Helmet Beetle was a creature like a battle machine, with a tough shell. They immediately assumed a defensive stance, using their hardest carapace to block the attacks of the Bone Claw Ox Demon, clanging loudly, but managed to stabilize their form. Zhao Yaqian frowned, as the shadowy tentacles of the shadow-devouring demon continuously spread, attempting to bind the 2 holy helmet beetles. However, just then, heavy footsteps came, and a giant rock ghoul with the monster double-headed grey inferior demon suddenly charged out of the fog, lunging at Wanji. Not good. Wanji's expression changed, and he immediately controlled the Bone Claw Ox Demon and double-headed grey inferior demon to meet the attack. 4 huge creatures collided, fists and claws swinging, banging loudly, as he could not get free for a moment. Zhao Yaqian could only handle the holy helmet beetle herself, binding one with shadowy tentacles and deploying 3 claws straight toward its head, aiming to secure a victory in one go. The remaining holy helmet beetle tried to come to the rescue, but the Bloodbone Ghoul and Shadow Armor Tyrant blocked its path and intertwined with it. Zhao Yaqian gained the upper hand, as the psychokinetic blade formed, and together with the claws, she was about to finish off the immobilized holy helmet beetle. However, just then, a black shadow moved swiftly among the group of monsters, having already neared the center of the battle. His black robe fell, showing an insect-human appearance, blood-red eyes glowing with a cold light, and he suddenly sprang forward, shooting a green light column from his mouth device, aimed directly at Zhao Yaqian. Zhao Yaqian was greatly alarmed, rapidly flinging her psychokinetic blade in return, colliding with the attack. Light flared up, and the psychokinetic blade directly shattered. She took the chance to duck, and the attack missed her. Not a bad reaction, a cold voice came from Ukayang. Zhao Yaqian's face had already turned ashen. Only then did she sense that there were third-order monsters coming from the depths of the fog, another 3 holy helmet beetles along with many sub-insect humans, one similar to Ukayang, was also a third order. The situation reversed instantly, with Wanji and Zhao Yaqian having 5 third-order apostles no doubt, along with the 2 of them making it 7 third-order fighters. But the sub-insect human side had already encircled them, with 5 holy helmet beetles, 2 third-order monsters, and 2 third-order sub-insect humans, surrounded by countless monsters. Zhao Yaqian and Wanji had fallen into a trap, now with no way to escape. All around were third-order monsters, surrounded by a circle of beetles, with the majority being second-order, making escape impossible. Is the Zerg your masterpiece? The holy helmet beetle broke free from its bindings. Zhao Yaqian, in anticipation of a sneak attack, also gathered her 3 apostles, collaborating with Wanji. As they confronted each other, she keenly noted among these half-human half-insect monsters, there were the fallen ones she had seen at the flower and bird market that day. For a moment, her heart sank. Grass not removed by the roots, this was revenge coming. No need to think about sweet talk anymore, none of you can leave, you will all become one of us, for the sake of the Zerg. Ukayang swept his gaze around and immediately ordered the attack. The third-order monsters suddenly retreated and then, surprisingly, a large number of second-order beetles rushed forward, launching the attack. It was attrition, another war of attrition. Zhao Yaqian's heart sank to the bottom, though wanting to break through, but as she just flipped over a few second-order beetles, not even managing to break out, 2 holy helmet beetles had already swung an attack toward her. She dared not force her way through but could only retreat, which caused her 3 apostles to re-enter the circle of encirclement. Wanji's situation was even worse. The Blade Mantis Tyrant still hadn't broken through the third order. His combat strength was good, but he was the easiest target to break down, thus becoming the main object of attack. At this time, Zhao Yaqian and Wanji also did not dare to take action personally, fearing that if they were careless and got surrounded, it would be even harder to turn the tables. Attack! Ukayang issued a sharp cry, and the monster's surge became even more ferocious as it attacked in the direction of the South City camp. The booming sounds continued from outside the fog, And although they could not see the battlefield of the South City camp, Zhao Yaqian and the others knew it had already come under siege. Luring the enemy deep, saving Zhao by besieging Wei Wuqiang used the fog to draw them in deep and isolated them from the South City camp. Now the safety of the South City camp was forcing them to make mistakes. Their hearts sank, and Zhao Yaqian communicated psychokinetically with Wan Ji. Activate your abilities and jointly attack the leading insect person, sacrifice an angel envoy if necessary. Determined to burn the boats, Zhao Yaqian was already prepared to sacrifice an angel envoy. Even though the death of an angel envoy would deal a severe blow to their spirits, they could no longer concern themselves with that. Preserving strength to reinforce was the priority. Wan Ji said nothing, merely nodding firmly to indicate he understood. Then, the two constantly struck in one direction. Blade beetles, bone claw ox demons, and shadow-devouring demons converged, while the blood-bone ghoul and Wan Ji's double-headed grey inferior demon quietly protected their rear. Kill. Both acted simultaneously. To ensure success, Zhao Yaqian released almost all her telekinesis, attempting to immobilize the sub-insect human, Wuqiang. Her gifted telekinesis abilities, though not as formidable as Bakelin's and inclined more toward abilities like psychic blades, were not to be underestimated when fully activated. The shadow-devouring demons, shadow-armored tyrants, and bone-claw ox demons collectively struck at Wuqiang, while the blood-bone ghoul and Wan Ji's double-headed grey inferior demon advanced on the other third-order monsters, desperately blocking them. Wuqiang suddenly revealed a fierce smile, his segmented legs fiercely leaping nearly 30 feet from the spot. All attacks missed, even the preemptively launched psychokinetic power was nullified by a strong psychic force. Zhao Yaqian's face turned pale as Wuqiang's cold laughter rang out. Did you think you were the only one with psychokinetic power? Wuqiang also possessed psychokinetic power, a method transformed by the mother worm, acting as a relay station. Without this ability, he would be unable to maneuver other Zerg monsters or affect other species monsters. Though it was not his innate ability and more like a signal relay station, nullifying an attack once was enough. Boom. A missed attempt led the rearguard blood-bone ghoul and double-headed grey inferior demon to sustain severe injuries from being surrounded, their bones fractured and their bodies covered with wounds cleaved by tibial sickles. Although not dead, they were completely incapacitated. As one fell and the other rose, Wuqiang's gaze grew sharp, and a shrieking sound again emerged from his throat. All third-order monsters surged around, encircling Zhao Yaqian and Wan Ji. Now that their resources were depleted and their numbers reduced, it was time to take action. I'll cover the rear, you run back. Wan Ji's voice came, heavy with resolve, his body enveloped in purple energy as he fully entered the state of spiritual beast transformation, ready for battle. He was a warrior, unfit to lead the South City camp, his talent useful only in battle, unlike Zhao Yaqian who was of greater use to the camp. Seek help from the people of Tree Domain and move quickly. As his words fell, he leapt off the bone claw ox demon and charged toward the holy helmet beetle. The angel envoy followed closely, resolutely covering the retreat. Zhao Yaqian felt a sinking sensation in her heart, but she couldn't hesitate. She immediately turned and rushed toward the direction encircled by the double-headed grey inferior demons and the giant rock ghouls, determined to break through there. However, just then, her expression suddenly changed, displaying surprise, and she abruptly looked up, catching sight of a shadow sweeping across the sky. Suhan had arrived. Chapter 252. Sweeping through the blood erosion, alligator dragon descended from the sky, its wings stirring up dozens of wind blades that charged directly at the surrounding monsters. The holy helmet beetles that were about to surround and capture Wan Ji were forced back by the fierce wind blades, holding their scythe-like forelimbs in front of them like shields, clashing loudly and retreating repeatedly. The third-order monsters were still alright, barely able to withstand the attack, but dozens of second-order beetles, along with hundreds of first-rank worker insects, inferior demons, and corpse ghosts, were directly torn apart by the wind blades. After a single pass, monsters within a radius of dozens of meters were temporarily cleared out. Why are you here? Upon seeing the blood erosion alligator dragon arrive on the battlefield, Wuqiang's expression darkened. Although he had never met Suhan face to face, he had heard of the angel envoy of the Tree Domain's leader. How could he not know that this was the leader of the Tree Domain? You recognize me? Suhan raised his eyebrows in surprise, looking puzzled at Wuqiang, who had already lost the look of a human being. First, he mutated into a fallen one, abandoning the appearance of an ordinary person, and now had been transformed into a sub-insect human. If it weren't for the slight human shape, it wouldn't have been an exaggeration to call him a monster. He is a fallen one, transformed by the Zerg into a half-insect. There must be something wrong on the west side of the city, and there are higher-level insect creatures. Zhao Yaqian immediately explained, speaking out to caution Suhan to be careful. On hearing this, Suhan became interested. If third-order creatures were just subordinates, Could it be that the thing in the west of the city was of the 4th grade? Kill them. Uchiha saw that Suhan and his group were targeting the west side of the city and instinctively launched an attack, as he had to protect his own kind. Under full force, 5 holy helmet beetles, a double-headed grey inferior demon, and a giant rock ghoul all pounced forward, launching violent attacks. Uchiha and another third-order sub-insect human also aimed their attacks at Suhan, hoping to kill him in one strike. Wanji and Zhao Yaqian became anxious, immediately retreating to Suhan's side, both to consolidate their strength and to protect Suhan from accidents. Let's retreat to the camp first, then we'll deal with them slowly. Wanji had never seen Suhan take action himself, at least not after reaching 3rd order, so his suggestion was the most prudent. Retreating to the camp, relying on the surrounding walls to build a defense. With Suhan present, these 3rd order beasts would not be able to pose much of a threat, and then they could contact the rest of the tree domain's troops to annihilate them in one fell swoop. However, before he had finished speaking, Suhan interrupted him. No need, let's deal with these first. Suhan's gaze swept over the blood-bone ghoul and the double-headed grey inferior demon straining to support themselves, and then he said, recall your badly wounded angel envoys, don't let them really die. If the angel envoys could be recalled, then they could slowly recover, but if they were really killed, Wanji and Zhao Yaqian may not have their futures destroyed, but they would likely face a severe setback for a long time. Okay. Zhao Yaqian immediately withdrew. Wanji was first startled, then recalled his own angel envoy. At this moment, Uchiha and the others had already surrounded them, with 7 third-order monsters and 2 third-order sub-insect humans, almost all of them colossal creatures. A powerful or locked on to Suhan's blood erosion alligator dragon, intent on thoroughly killing him here. Suhan remained calm. With a flash of red light from the Book of Blood Spirit, the scorpion spider demon appeared on the battlefield. Floating pagoda black armor covered its entire body, red light enveloping it boosted by its blood essence. Its flesh and metal deformed, morphing into numerous blades attached to its back, then lunged forward with a large stride, directly charging the holy helmet beetles. As the holy helmet beetles' scythe-like forelimbs slashed down like lightning, the scorpion spider demon grasped with a large hand, producing a clanging sound, and the sharp forelimbs couldn't even penetrate its gauntlets. Grasping a blade with one arm, it thrust powerfully, the large and sharp blade piercing the body of the holy helmet beetle. Metal controller activated, the giant blade melted halfway, metal flowing into the beetle's body through crevices and joints before solidifying into solid metal, instantly immobilizing the holy helmet beetle. The speed of the scorpion spider demon was lightning fast, capturing a third-order holy helmet beetle in a single encounter. The nearby holy helmet beetle immediately lunged forward, arriving at the scorpion spider demon's front in an instant. Without even lifting its head, the scorpion spider demon opened its palm towards the beetle, the crimson demon eye in the center of its hand bursting with mental shock, effectively interrupting its movement. 3 blades flew from behind like lightning, and with only the shadows flashing over, a thwack could already be heard, nailing the second holy helmet beetle in place. Metallic transformation, casting chains, and another holy helmet beetle was captured. 10 seconds. In just 10 short seconds, 2 third-order monsters were taken down with fierce and terrifying moves, like soulless killing machines. Compared to group killing skills, the scorpion spider demon's strongest single combat power was just the tip of the iceberg. The sky full of metal spears was merely an addition for dealing with ordinary soldiers. With the swift defeat of 2 third-order monsters, Uchiha felt boundless fear engulfing him. The double-headed grey inferior demon and the giant rock ghoul charged at the scorpion spider demon, but the next moment they were met with a blood orb as large as a millstone. A thunderous blast resounded as the coagulation cannon targeted with precision, with the double-headed grey inferior demon caught in the center of it, one head blasted into shreds and its body blown apart by the powerful explosion. The giant rock ghoul, having even stronger defenses and not being the main target, was only slightly better off. But just as they were about to make a move, the scorpion spider demon suddenly appeared before them, its bloody hand burst forming overhead and viciously swooping down. The 10-meter-wide crimson hand pressed down from the air, sending the double-headed grey inferior demon and the giant rock ghoul flying away with most of their bones fractured and blood gushing out. Had it not held back, they probably would have lost their lives. Blades shot out, embedding into their bodies before transforming into chains that once again imprisoned them. Uchiha and another sub-insect human panicked, as within just a few minutes, 9 third-order monsters had been overwhelmed by the scorpion spider demon, and 4 had been crushed. They immediately exploded with power. Uchiha launched a torrent of green light from his mouth targeting Suhan, while the other sub-insect human spine and limbs frantically attacked, releasing hundreds of stabs in the span of a few breaths, each more fierce than bullets by several times. Meanwhile, the remaining 3 holy helmet beetles brandished their foreleg scythes, slashing over a dozen bloody blades towards Suhan. They formed a pincer movement, although it wasn't a complete encirclement. The attacks came from two flanking directions, making them extremely difficult to dodge. Zhao Yaqian and Wang Ji took action together, directing their angel envoys to support from both sides, trying to block some of the attacks for Su Han. However, in the next moment, they suddenly saw the bloody erosion alligator dragon roar, and a massive shield of black water materialized around it. Black water shield, the immense barrier enveloped them all, and as the attacks landed one by one, they stirred up intense ripples. First was Zhu Kaiyang's green beam, then came the hundreds of stabbing attacks that were forcefully stopped and fell off. It wasn't until all the red blade lights struck the shield that the trembling black water shield finally shattered with a boom. Wu Kaiyang and the others were shocked, but with no escape, they rapidly closed in, attempting to slay Su Han in close combat. Su Han let out a cold chuckle as the blood erosion alligator dragon opened its massive maw, concentrating a coagulation cannon within, gathering terrifying energy. Wu Kaiyang and the other third-order sub-insect human felt a chill down their spines, wanting to evade this attack. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble violently, and a blood river surged as if a volcano were erupting, sweeping across the entire area. Both the sub-insect humans and the holy helmet beetles were caught in its flow, momentarily losing their ability to react nimbly. The bloody erosion alligator dragon aimed its enormous maw directly at them, targeting Wu Kaiyang and the other third-order sub-insect human and blasting forth. The terrifying black water column was unstoppable, the ground shattered along its path, and the ruined buildings were swept away clean. Within 100-meter distance, everything was reduced to rubble, and the figures of Wu Kaiyang and the third-order sub-insect human disappeared under the coagulation cannon's assault. The remainder of the attack significantly weakened, but there were still 3 holy helmet beetles within the blood river. Unable to evade, they received the residual attack, their carapaces shattered, limbs broken, and they were heavily injured on the spot. It was over. Wang Ji was dumbfounded, and Zhao Yaqian was not much better off. The 9 third-order monsters that had almost driven them into a corner were swept aside in less than 10 minutes. No, it was even less than 5 minutes before they were utterly annihilated. They watched as the scorpion spider demon swung its arms, activating the metal controller's ability, turning the remaining metal into chains that bound the last 3 holy helmet beetles. 5 holy helmet beetles, 1 giant rock ghoul, and 1 double-headed gray inferior demon had all been captured, left with barely half their lives. The 9 chains converged into one, dragged in the scorpion spider demon's hand. The metal controller ability activated, and the 7 monsters were lifted up by the metal, suspended in the air like chains. Roar! The frenzied roar interrupted Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian's thoughts, and they immediately snapped back to reality, looking towards the direction of the South City camp. Without control, the monsters have gone berserk, said Su Han, immediately understanding the situation upon hearing that. Zhao Yaqian quickly pleaded, Lord Su Han, please come with us to save the survivors in the camp. Let's go, replied Su Han with a nod, then he and the scorpion spider demon strode towards the South City camp. Zhao Yaqian and Wang Ji followed closely behind, anxiously making their way towards the battleground several hundred meters away. At that moment, atop the encampment walls of South City, one monster after another slammed into the walls, launching a wildly ferocious assault on the southern city guards. The southern city guards clutched their weapons, cooperating with the angel envoys to fend off one monster after another, yet no matter how hard they fought, no matter how many they killed, the monsters beneath the walls were as endless as a dense swarm of ants. Li Ruikang, Yan Tijun, Go Wu Tao, and even Bei Kai Yuan had all ascended the walls, controlling the angel envoys to repel the monsters' invasion. Since Wang Ji and Zhao Yaqian had left, almost half an hour had passed, with roaring from the fog coming wave after wave, yet no third-order monsters were to be seen. Only first-order and second-order monsters continued to pour out of the fog incessantly. This strange circumstance made it crystal clear to Li Ruikang and the others that Zhao Yaqian and Wang Ji were in trouble. Running out of combat supplies now, they were powerless to render assistance. Li Ruikang harshly beheaded a monster nearby and said with a grave voice, "Find a way to break through with some people, I'll cover the rear." As his voice trailed off, a colossal figure suddenly emerged from the fog, and a terrifying roar filled the air. Li Ruikang caught sight of it, and relief washed over his face because it was Su Han's angel envoy, with Su Han atop the blood erosion alligator dragon. As soon as Su Han appeared, the blood river immediately swept through the entire street, the alligator dragon's body surging with black water as evil crocodiles stood up from it, exuding a cold and powerful aura. Sitting atop the blood erosion alligator dragon, Su Han issued only one command through his mind, kill.